Luonan spoke up. Then, would my blood have any effect? Oh, of course we tried that method. But the savior didn't agree. Even if it worked, the effect would weaken after dilution. So you haven't actually tried it yet. Luonan suddenly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. His muscular arm was revealed. Looking at the surprised Ersia, he said, "Draw my blood." "No, that's not allowed." The savior said he didn't want to use a child's blood. He didn't want to, but he never said absolutely not. "This, Ersia, I must speak with him. There are many questions I need to ask. Maybe I can find clues to obtaining Abel's blood." Luonan's voice carried urgency. Time was running out. Even if they had the upper hand against the Nebula cult. 1 year was simply too short. Besides, I'm quite capable. Luonan briefly recounted his achievements. Though it sounded a bit boastful. He had to do it to persuade him. Every time he mentioned the names of executives he had defeated. Brigia, Clarniel, Baka, and others. Ersia's expression would waver. Upon hearing about certain privileges at dawn, Ersia raised an eyebrow. "You can gain the support of the Imperial Army? Are you a soldier?" "More or less. I do hold that status." Ersia muttered to himself. As if he had found hope for obtaining Abel's blood. After pondering for a while, he slowly said, "All right, let's give it a try." Ersia left the room to fetch the tools for blood collection and writing. Anderson, who had been silently observing, asked worriedly, "Luonan, are you all right?" "It'll be fine. Once this is done, we'll head back." "All right. I can stay a little longer. After all, I've spent so long searching for my father. And the one I'm searching for is the savior. The savior himself. Not the father." Luonan turns back to look at the savior. Honestly, he still finds it hard to believe. Even though the savior claims to be the creator. To Luonan, this man is nothing but a jerk who abandoned his mother and child. And cursed them. His sister suffered greatly. Recalling his childhood, Luonan couldn't help but feel hurt. Of course. In the spiritual world, Luonan once angrily fought Abel over the savior's death. But back then, he didn't know. This man was his father. Luonan donates blood to fulfill the promise of the great general from his past life. He once vowed to save this world. And for that, he needs this man's help. As he ponders, Elsia returns. "It's ready. Can you come over here?" He holds a syringe and other tools needed for the procedure. The task is completed faster than expected. Elsia, as a doctor, has lived for thousands of years. He quickly draws blood from Luonan and transfuses it to the savior. Luonan rubs the needle mark, smiling faintly. "That was quick. I'm used to it. Though I don't hold much hope. I still wish for progress." The blood flows through the tube into the savior's right arm. Looking back, every injury meant bleeding. This is the first time he's donated blood formally. Unlike Luonan and Anderson, who are full of anticipation, Elsha's expression remains indifferent. Years of hope and disappointment have numbed him. As they chat to pass the time, Anderson suddenly gasps and shouts, "He's awake!" "What?" Luonan and Elsia turn their heads simultaneously. Their eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. The savior's eyelids slowly opened. "Oh my God! Wake up!" Tears instantly streamed down Ersia's cheeks. His intense reaction revealed how long he had been enduring his illness. Luonan, who had been silently watching, spoke up. "Savior." The savior's eyes were indeed deep red. Those eyes, like a sunset glow, were exactly the same as his and Iliel's. The moment Luonan made eye contact with him, he instinctively realized. This man was indeed his father. The betrayer also had sunset-colored eyes. But the feeling they gave off was completely different. Perhaps warmth could describe this feeling. A natural sense of kinship arose. Wiping his tears, Ersia tilted his head slightly. "Savior." However, that was all. No matter how long they waited, the savior merely blinked. There was no other reaction. Even after transfusing all the blood, it was the same. Unable to hold back, Luonan slapped the glass tube with his palm. Say something. But there was no response. It seemed this was the maximum effect his blood could achieve. Wiping his tears dry, Ercia said bitterly. Just as you said. Maybe the blood was too diluted. Damn it. Can't we draw more blood and transfuse it? I'm sorry. Hearing Ercia's apology, Luonan bit his lip. As expected, the savior's condition was stubborn. It seemed the blood mixed with human mother's blood wasn't enough to heal this monster. Damn it. Luonan cursed. The savior still stared at him. Although his eyes were barely open, he seemed to still have consciousness. They stared at each other for a while. Before emotions grew more complicated. He had to make a decision. After thinking for a long time, Luonan spoke up. Ercia. Let's head back for now. Ah. So fast. Yes. The danger of being tracked still exists. And there's still much to do in the north. We will come back later. Oh. Then let it be. Hylan will take you to the destination. Although leaving so quickly, it's unavoidable. In that case, we must focus on obtaining Abel's blood. If the cult finds out that Baka is dead and sends a search team, it will be a big problem. After all, Baka is such an important figure as a bishop. The mission must be completed as soon as possible. Then quietly return. Luonan and Andershan immediately started preparing to depart. Iserja said, By the way, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? If you remember, you should know Mr. Alabrick. I heard he lives in Dragon City, Adelan. Although I'm not sure if he left the cult. That's the situation. Alabrick? Luonan's eyes widened. He clearly remembered that name. The dragon who loved to make fake things. He was indeed one of the founders Iserja mentioned. The image of Abel cutting off his left hand was still vivid in his mind. However, whether he would become an ally still needed confirmation. Considering the whip in Andershan's hand was made by him, he might still be in the cult. Anyway, this is very important information. Thank you. I'll remember it. No need to thank me. Let's go out together. He called for Hylan. The three of them walked towards the exit. Luonan turned to look back before leaving. The old master was still staring at him. Damn it. Feeling a bit uneasy, Luonan bit his lips. I should have never looked back. Those amber-colored eyes still radiated warmth. He muttered softly. Wait a moment. There was no response. That was to be expected. Because he left precisely to hear this answer. After bidding farewell, Luonan walked out the door. With the sound of the door closing, the iron gate shut. Outside, it was cold and dark. The stars in the night sky seemed ready to fall. The green aurora flowed slowly across the sky. Gazing at the massive, ominous figure, Andershan said, trembling. This. Can we really ride it? Of course we can. Hylan is my friend. He will definitely agree to this request. Well then. I shall graciously accept. Andershan grabbed Luonan's hand and climbed onto Hylan's back. Seeing the height, higher than he imagined, he was once again filled with fear. Ercia had even prepared a saddle for him. But even so, he still felt uneasy. With a smile, Ercia waved goodbye. Come back next time. Ah. Did you bring what I gave you? Of course, I have it. Luonan showed the scroll hanging from his waist. These scrolls were inscribed with space transfer magic that could teleport directly to the Sea of the Dead. Ercia had told him that if anything happened or progressed, he could use these scrolls. Additionally, Ercia also gave him a file containing detailed information on Nabraklahe. Combined with the intel from Baka, there might be a major breakthrough this time. Ercia pressed his forehead against Hylan's. He whispered, Please, uncle. Hylan flapped his wings in response. Terrified out of his mind, Andershan clutched Luonan's neck tightly. Before takeoff, Luonan suddenly remembered something. He snapped his fingers. Right. Iserja. What's up? I still haven't asked for the savior's name. I almost forgot to ask. Iserja widened his eyes. Ah. Really? The name is simple. What is it? Kyan. He casually said the name. As if he could see his face clearly. The name echoed clearly in the air. Kyan. It was indeed much simpler than expected. Thank you. I'll come back again. Thank you. Phew. Iserja didn't reply. He simply waved goodbye. At the same time, Hyland soared into the air. Wow. The Storm Prince flapped his wings a few times. And flew near the clouds. The sound of the wind howled in his ears. I'm going to die. Wow. Phew. The ride felt like Itargand. Andershan screamed with his eyes closed. It's hard to tell who's more like a bird. In the distance, there was a flickering light. I wonder if it's Zigo's subordinates. Searching for the missing general. The lights of Rendell Lien City reached here. The icy sea roiled beneath the wings. The sky was clear. Where the aurora and clouds had disappeared. Only transparent blue light remained. The morning light rising from the sea illuminated the land. We finally arrived. Thank you. Thanks to you. We arrived safely. The two of them arrived at the coast at dawn. Taking care of Aladdin. Turgan's body delayed them for a while. Uncle. Aladdin's body. Quietly flew back to Urja. Watching the figure gradually fade away. Luanen shook his head. What a straightforward bird. Just like its master. Maybe. Andersan said wearily. Everything that happened last night felt like a dream. The seed warehouse glowing with secondary tubes. Luanen's father sealed inside a glass bottle. It all seemed like a surreal story. Straight out of a novel. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Aladdin. He muttered worriedly. We need to bury him before he starts rotting. Yeah. Haven't been able to reach them yet? Andersan's body was lying on Luanen's back. Although it's cold here. If the temperature rises, the body will decompose quickly. Hearing the word contact. Andersan tilted his head. Contact? What? Didn't I write a letter when I came? Luanen was about to say something. When he sensed a familiar aura. The two of them turned their heads simultaneously. In the distance, across the snowy plains, two figures were approaching. Despite their very different builds, the auras they emitted were overwhelmingly strong. Luanen's lips curled into a slight smile. Ah, Emperor Uncle. You really are merciful. Andersan's eyes quickly became focused. His already large eyes grew even rounder. The smaller figure. That was Roger. A complaining voice carried over. Because of you. I've turned into this, too. Cat. Finally arrived. Zefa stretched lazily with ease. He couldn't enter the north. Yet he appeared here. It was unbelievable. Taking a deep breath, Luanen walked toward the two. Carrying the corpse of the Swordmaster's son on his shoulder. Chapter 220. Under the Aurora. Alert number 220. Zefa. That instructor Roger. Andershan's eyes widened. He could hardly believe it. Roger's sudden appearance was already surprising enough. But what was truly shocking was the presence of Zefa beside him. Luanen. This. What's going on? How did Zefa come to the north? I wrote a letter to His Majesty the Emperor. Someone had to come and restore order in the north. Luanen explained what had happened a few days ago. He requested the Emperor to amend the blood recognition, so that Zefa could come to the north. Because no matter how you looked at it, only he could quell the chaos caused by Balka. Although the request seemed somewhat presumptuous. Judging from their arrival, our Emperor had mercifully agreed. Andershan clasped his hands together in admiration. That's truly remarkable. Then what about Mr. Roger? Of course, he's the supervisor. To prevent Zefa from acting recklessly. Roger's complaining voice came over. Clearly, he had been forced to interrupt his vacation and rush here. But there was no other choice. Very few people in the Empire could monitor and subdue someone like Zefa. Watching the two get closer, Luanen swallowed hard. They wouldn't suddenly pounce on him, would they? He found himself in quite an awkward situation. Compared to when he wrote the letter, the situation had changed dramatically. Balka's atrocities were worse than imagined. As a result, Luonan not only killed Zifa's younger brother, but also his son. Of course, his son was already dead to begin with. Thinking about all this, before they knew it, the distance between the two had closed enough to greet each other. Zifa extended his hand first. Good to see you, Luonan. Long time no see, Zifa. I don't even know how long it's been since I set foot on this land. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. Before Zifa could finish speaking, his gaze settled on the boy lying on Luonan's shoulder. Luonan gently closed Anderson's eyes. Aladdin. A lot has happened. Zifa's expression grew solemn. Luonan handed Aladdin's body over to him. Catch him. Zifa silently accepted his son's corpse. He had thought Aladdin had grown up. But in Zifa's hands, he was still just a boy. After a while, he finally spoke. Explain. All right. Can you come over here for a moment? It seemed the two needed to talk privately. To explain the cause of Aladdin's death, some matters needed to be addressed first. Luonan pulled out a letter he found at Balka's laboratory. This is... Luonan took out a parchment letter. Zifa's eyes widened instantly. The notes on the back of the parchment were undoubtedly his. After a moment of silence, he spoke. It's fine. Say it here. Everything. Really? In front of my son. I won't overlook a single detail. Zifa growled lowly. Luonan momentarily forgot. This was just his nature. He sighed. Luonan took out the letter. All right. Let's talk about Jaeger first. In other words, the eyes of the other three turned toward him. Luonan carefully recounted everything that had happened since he arrived in the north. Traveling with the Farabelle caravan. Meeting Jaeger and his death. And the fierce pursuit. Against the true mastermind Balka and Telgen. I see. Balka has fallen that far, huh? Zefa muttered to himself. He listened to Luonan's story more calmly than expected. Of course. His fur was almost standing on end. Except for the information about the rescuers and Elsia. Luonan told them everything, including the fact that Zefa had recently been plotting a rebellion. And that Balka was a bishop of Nebraklahe, extremely dangerous information. Noeroye suddenly placed his hand on his sword hilt. And spoke. So now. It's confirmed there's no traitor, right? Confirmed. Luonan answered firmly. But Noeroye wasn't asking him. A murderous aura rose from his shoulder. After a brief silence, Zefa nodded, just as the letter indicated. Only then did Noeroye move his hand away from the sword hilt. The killing intent instantly vanished. Luonan and Anderson both let out a sigh of relief. In any case, that's the situation. Luonan's explanation quickly concluded. A heavy silence descended. Zefa silently stroked the ear of his deceased son. So that's how it is. Contrary to Luonan's fears, Zefa did not get angry. Nor did he blame himself. Suddenly, he turned and left, holding a Raiden in his arms. I'm taking my son back for burial. Yeah. Neviroye was about to say something, but then stopped. Although it was technically not allowed. He did not stop Zifa. Zifa paused. Luonan. Luonan looked up, confused. Zifa said. Thank you. I'll never forget it. Zifa once again turned to leave. Luonan clenched his teeth. His heart feeling heavy. Only the sound of the wind. And Zifa's gradually fading footsteps could be heard. It was Neviroye who broke the silence. After everything that happened. I'm just glad you're both safe. Yeah. Indeed. How's the instructor doing? I went down south. The summer in the regulated zones is stiflingly hot. I didn't expect to be sent here right after returning. He seemed to have tanned a bit. Since then, the three of them started chatting. Although Zifa's situation was heartbreaking, they couldn't stay buried in sorrow forever. Nibiroye suddenly unbuttoned his jacket. Even though this was Hanan. Walking around like this was still hot. He was wearing too much. Nibiroye was sensitive to cold. So he wore 3 thick leather layers. When he unbuttoned them, a wave of heat burst out from inside. Oh! Luanen opened his mouth wide. His undershirt clung to his body, accentuating 2 full curves. He shook his collar to let out the heat, sighing, "Phew. That's much better. Wow." Luanen wasn't the only one drawn to the curves. And Andershan too. Realizing it, Noeroye, seeing the 2 staring at him, cried out, "Instructor! Instructor!" Andershan hurriedly reached out to button up his coat. As the daughter of a tailor, his movements were very nimble. Noeroye looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Suddenly. "No. You can't just take off your clothes like that. It's so cold. Or are you still hot?" "No. You can't. What if someone sees you?" Andershan glared at Luanen. Luanen, intimidated by his sharp gaze, quickly looked away. Noeroye smiled faintly at the 2 of them. "Andershan. You've worked hard. After all the hardships you've endured." Andershan's movements immediately slowed. Noeroye patted his head, because Andershan was bending over to fasten the buttons. The gesture came off naturally. "Instructor. Instructor. Why all of a sudden?" Revenge is not always satisfying. Especially when it leads to killing. I feel the same way. He was talking about Balka. Andershan stammered like a broken puppet. That matter. One should cry when they need to cry. Otherwise, they will soon fall apart. If there's anything stuck in your heart, let it all out now. Noeroye opened his arms. Andershan's eyes trembled slightly. All the suffering he had endured in the north, and the nightmare of Fang Night, flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. A few seconds passed. He took a deep breath, and shook his head. "No. It's okay. I've cried enough." Andershan glanced at Luanen, and smiled. His tears had already dried while handling Aladan's body. Of course. The corners of Andershan's eyes were still moist. But as long as they didn't fall, they didn't count as tears. Nibiroye smiled slightly. "You've grown up." He once again felt how rewarding it was to be a teacher. Watching his students grow was always gratifying. Luanen, who had been avoiding them, quietly returned. Nibiroye patted his head too. Then he asked, "So, where are you heading next?" "To the Iron Slurry Forge. Though things have gotten complicated. That was our original destination." "The Iron Slurry Forge? You mean Aurora Skull in Hanan?" "That's right. I think that's the name." "You know the place?" "It must have been recommended by the old folks of Falzon. Other than being remote, it's one of the best iron slurry forges on the continent. They've mastered alchemy techniques using auroras. You won't find such skills anywhere else." Nibiroye nodded. "Since even this picky lady says so." They were preparing to depart, tidying themselves up. However, there was a problem. "What problem?" "I heard on the way here that a guy named Jagger released all the iron slurry. They left the forge behind. Now they're supposedly drifting somewhere in the North Sea." Luanen furrowed his brows. "The iron flow paved the way and left. Did I hear that wrong?" "Wait. You said the iron flow paved the way and left? What does that mean?" "What? You don't know?" Aurora Scar transformed a massive glacier into a mobile iron flow. Whenever they need to harvest auroras or encounter danger, they leave Highland and head out to sea. "That's insane." Luanen gave a wry smile. He didn't expect there to be an iron flow even more outrageous than Grand Cappadocia, transforming a glacier to move around freely. Such a crazy idea actually existed. Noeroye said, "Looks like you guys don't have a ship. If you're unlucky, you might be searching for a long time." "Yeah. Damn it. Maybe next time." "No need. I can lend you Kilai's Shurju. You can ride him there." "Really?" Noeroye suddenly took a whistle out of his pocket and blew it. A sharp whistle echoed through the sky. Not long after, a massive shurju appeared from the direction where he and Zaifa had come from. With a whooshing sound, Luonan and Andershan's eyes widened. The shurju, elegantly circling and landing before them, was clearly not wild. Luonan asked, "Where did this shurju come from?" "I borrowed it from the Imperial Army. Thanks to him, I was able to reach here easily. He's been militarily trained. Very easy to handle." Sure enough, there was a saddle on his broad back engraved with the Imperial crest. Noeroye handed the whistle to Luonan. "What about you, instructor?" "I'll manage on my own. Don't worry. I wanted to come to the north anyway." "It's perfect timing." Noeroye waved his hand. He gestured for them not to mind. Although Luonan was a bit surprised, he still accepted the whistle. It was indeed much faster than a boat. And more efficient too. Watching his master uncle, Andersan muttered in despair. "Flying again. Go on. I'll handle things up north with that cat. We'll meet later in Balsa." Neviroye turned and left. Their words of gratitude were only met with him raising his hand lightly. His cheerful demeanor seemed to chase away the cold of Highland. Soon after, their master uncle soared into the sky. A sharp scream echoed. Anyway, Luonan tightened the reins. Speeding up. The sky was clear. Tonight, the stars must be beautiful. Where did it go exactly? Can you see it? No. I can't. Andersan answered, trembling. No matter how hard he looked down, there was only the pitch-black water and scattered ice floes. Nothing else could be seen. Every time their master uncle flapped his wings, Andersan's bangs would become a mess. They had been hovering in the sky for almost a full day. The northern sea was now completely dark. Although the stars were bright, they still didn't see the aurora like they did over the Sea of the Dead. If only there were auroras. If you get tired, let me know. We can rest on the glacier for a while. Thank you. But I can still hold on. The two still hadn't found the Aurora Skull Forge. They had thought there would be lights on the glaciers. But now it seemed they were moving farther from their target. Guiding their master uncle, Luonan turned back to glance at Andersan. He still had his eyes closed, his face buried against Luonan's back. A sense of guilt welled up. Even though he had suffered a lot, he was just brought along as a guide. "I'm sorry for letting you suffer so much. I'm sorry. I didn't expect getting to the blacksmith's place would be this hard." "No, it's all right. Instead, I was able to settle old grudges. I feel great about it." Hearing that, Luonan gave a wry smile. It was a kindness that was truly astonishing. Hard to believe. He was someone who held such dangerous power. "You're too kind. You'll suffer for it in the future. If you want to become a general, you'll need a bit of ruthlessness. But I'm already very happy. Thank you for saying that. I'm also really happy to be working with you." Andershan smiled. His voice was a bit muffled, because his face was pressed against the back. Suddenly, he recalled the time he spent with Luonan. Thinking back, since being reincarnated, he had already spent so much time with him. What a good person. Not only kind and beautiful, but also very smart. Never backing down from difficult tasks. Most importantly, being with him felt as comfortable as being home. Have I ever felt this way about a woman before? Probably not. While thinking about Luonan, suddenly a bright light appeared overhead. He opened his eyes wide and called out to Andershan. "Senior. Open your eyes. Look up. Hurry." "Why all of a sudden? Did you find it?" "Not this one. Hurry up. Don't be afraid." Luonan urged him. The sight before them was breathtaking. Andersan lifted his head with a whimper. Sob. His eyes widened. They were surrounded by green light. It was a natural wonder seen only in the north. The aurora. And this aurora was far grander than the one they saw last night. Over the Sea of the Dead. If the aurora seen from the cabin then was like a piece of burlap, then the aurora now was like a grand, magnificent palace curtain. Anderson let out a gasp of awe. So beautiful. Yeah. It really is. He forgot his fear of heights and started looking around. Under the aurora, the night was more beautiful than anything he had ever seen. Luanen turned to look at Anderson. Under the bluish-green aurora above, his face was bathed in a dreamlike hue. His hair fluttering in the wind was stunning. Truly beautiful. Anderson waved his arms as if trying to catch the aurora. One hand still wrapped around his own waist. Suddenly, Luanen felt a sharp pain in his chest. What was that? It was a feeling he'd never experienced before. An intense mix of excitement and slight pain. The sensation only grew stronger. Though confused, he knew exactly what he needed to do. Adapting to situations was his strength. Luanen looked at Anderson's side profile. He spoke. Anderson. Anderson turned his head. At the same time, Luanen reached out and gently grabbed the back of his head, pulling him closer. Anderson's eyes widened. Ah! This is completely different from artificial respiration. The warmth felt through the touching lips, and the cracked lips carrying a faint taste of blood. Luanen squinted his eyes as he gazed at him. Although it lasted only a few seconds, to Anderson, it felt as long as 3 months. Luanen finally parted their lips and chuckled softly. Anderson's sense of time seemed completely frozen. Lo. Luanen. What is going on? He covered his mouth with both hands, stammering as he spoke. His body was weak, and he couldn't even produce a sound. The warmth lingered on his lower lip. Anderson's face turned red as if it were about to explode. Luanen quietly looked at him and kissed him again. Ah! This sudden assault was even more fatal. Completely powerless, Anderson collapsed onto Shurju's back. The impact was too great. He couldn't control his body. I just thought you looked beautiful, Luanen said with a smile. The aurora stretching southward seemed to be guiding their way. The silently flying Shurju let out a roar. With a whooshing sound, the two of them remained silent for a long time. After flying under the aurora for about an hour, an unfamiliar, strange object appeared in Luanen's view. A massive glacier was shimmering with blue-silver light. This was no natural phenomenon. It was illuminated by magic. Luanen's mouth opened slightly. Found it. It was undoubtedly Aurora Scar. Luanen turned toward the glacier. Upon closer look, the top of the glacier had been flattened, seemingly turned into a runway for aircraft. Luanen said, "We're landing. Hold tight." This was their first conversation after the kiss. Anderson silently tightened his arms around Luanen's waist. Burying his face into Luanen's broad back, he turned his head, gazing at the aurora blazing across the sky. Such an unreal beauty made him wonder if he was still dreaming. Touching his lips, Anderson shyly smiled. Ha. This isn't a dream. Their master uncle spiraled down slowly, landing on a slide carved entirely from ice. The rhythmic sound of hammering echoed faintly from deep within the glacier. Chapter 221. Aurora Skull, Part 1. Number 221. Their master uncle descended in a slow spiral. The slide carved out of ice emitted a faint white glow. Luanen, who landed first, stomped heavily on the ground. Wow! It's really ice. Even standing on it, it was hard to believe. He couldn't help but wonder how he ever thought of such a crazy idea. After patting their master uncle's head, he reached out a hand to Anderson. Come on. Come down. Thank you. Hesitant, Anderson grabbed Luanen's hand. Though it was just a simple action, it felt completely different this time. Seeing Anderson bow deeply, Luanen asked with concern. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No. It's just. Anderson shook his head, looking down. He couldn't meet Luanen's gaze at all. He felt both happy and a little shy. And somewhat timid too. Unlike him, Luanen's demeanor remained calm as always. Even after what they had just done. He must have dated a lot of people. Although Anderson knew he shouldn't mind. He still felt a little upset. Not even having experienced love himself. Yet he. Of course. Luanen had his own troubles too. Ah. This is a problem. Once he realized it. He found Luanen increasingly beautiful. Although he tried to act nonchalant on the surface. Ever since that kiss. He had been like this. After all, across both his lives. Luanen had never experienced love for the opposite sex. So the situation was even worse. Even though part of him wanted to confirm each other's innocence. It was simply impossible. They had to shift their attention elsewhere. After taking a deep breath to calm himself. He looked around. Speaking of which. Where do we enter? Across the vast ice field, no entrance could be seen. But the rhythmic hammering beneath their feet proved. There was indeed a blacksmith shop inside. Anderson finally lifted his head and said. Let's look around first. It might take a while. Yeah. That sounds good. Luanen nodded. To keep Shirju from freezing to death. They needed to find the entrance quickly. Suddenly. A rough voice called out from behind them. Huh? Visitors? This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Luanen and Anderson turned around almost simultaneously. Standing 20 paces away. Was a burly man at least a head taller than them, wearing short sleeves. You are. What a coincidence. To find this place while traveling. You're pretty lucky. The burly man exclaimed. He was holding a large cage in each hand. Making it look more like a coincidence. Rather than a welcoming party. He continued. It's too cold here. I'll take you to the entrance. Please follow me. His fierce appearance sharply contrasted. With his friendly attitude. Just as he was about to turn away. Luanen scrutinized him closely. Raising an eyebrow. Wait a minute. Are you Didika? How do you know that name? Hearing Luanen say it, the bucket in his hand dropped. Clatter. Clear liquid splashed out. The burly man's eyes widened. Oh my God. Luanen. It really is you. Seeing his flustered reaction. Luanen became even more certain. This burly man was indeed. The werewolf blacksmith Didika who used to work in Grand Cappadocia. The eccentric who once crafted a time-altering machine. It's been so long. I heard you completed your mission and returned. Over 2 years now. Your beard has grown really well. Ha ha. Does it suit me? And the young lady beside you, long time no see. Ah, hello. Anderson, who was standing properly, bowed in greeting. It had been a long time since they last met, and Didika now appeared in human form. Sporting a thick beard. His once fierce face now looked much softer. It truly was a wonderful reunion. Luanen patted his hand. By the way, why are you here? How are things in Grand Cappadocia and with old Mr. Dolan? Dolan said this was a good opportunity for me. So he sent me here to study for 2 or 3 years. Typical long-lived race perception of time. Didika shook his head helplessly. But he wore a faint smile. He didn't seem truly unhappy about it. He gathered up the bucket. Then turned around and said. Follow me first. I'll take you to meet our master. Master? Yes. The blacksmiths here are very skilled. Give me the reins. Oh, okay. Luanen did as told. Thus, Didika, who had taken the reins, continued ahead. The two followed behind him. Because the area was so vast. They spent more time than expected. The night sea under the aurora was breathtakingly beautiful. Under the dancing, magnificent lights. The sound of waves crashing was clearly audible. They reached one edge of the glacier. Where they found a stone street leading downward. Most of the people they encountered here were humans. Different from Grand Cappadocia, which was predominantly dwarves. Luanen chatted with Didika about what happened after they parted. Didika asked in surprise. What? You guys were the ones who saved us? Then you were the ones who killed Jaeger too? Jaeger was killed by someone else. Although he was despicable. He died quite bravely in the end. Unbelievable. We heard about 2 mysterious people saving us. And it turns out it was you guys. Didika stammered as he spoke. Only about 30% of the people kidnapped were by Yeager's men. The remaining Aurora Scar members shut their doors tight. And held out for over a month. During that time, the iron smithy continued operating. Because they knew the enemy couldn't break through this glacier fortress. Didika said excitedly. If that's true, then you guys are heroes. I really don't know how to thank you. No need. Just craft us some good equipment. No problem. I'll make sure to tell them properly. Don't worry. By the way, can you help me with this? At the fork in the road, Didika encountered a young man. He handed the reins of Shirju to him. The young man skillfully took the reins. Looking at Shirju's back, he said, Don't worry about Shirju. Our horses are well insulated. Hopefully, they won't turn into ice blocks. Ha ha. Depending on body constitution. Some people still sweat even in short sleeves. All right. We're here. After a long walk, Didika finally stopped. A huge stone gate embedded in the glacier stood before them. Tall and wide enough for people to pass through without ducking. When the stone gate opened, a long passageway appeared before them. With each step forward, the sound of hammering grew louder. After exiting the passageway, the true form of Aurora Skull revealed itself. Welcome to the world's only mobile iron slurry forge. Aurora Skull. Didika announced proudly. The 2 following behind him couldn't help but open their mouths wide in amazement. A silent Anderson exclaimed, Wow! So spectacular. Luanen nodded in agreement. The space before them looked larger than the grand banquet hall of a royal palace. Although not as luxurious as a palace, it had a unique rugged beauty. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, and the pillars. Most were made of bluish ice. It looked like a 2-story battleship sculpted from ice. People bustled back and forth, loudly talking as they worked. Hey! Bring the Aurora water. We have to coat the equipment with Aurora water before this Aurora ends. Hurry! How's the weapon commissioned by the man in black? Although it was warmer inside than outside, people still wore thick fur clothing against the cold. Just looking at the bustling scene reminded Luanen of Gran, Cappadocia. The difference here was that even at night, the place remained vibrant. And they often heard terms that wouldn't normally appear in an ordinary forge. Luanen asked curiously, What is Aurora water? It's a liquid applied to metals and equipment to help them better absorb Aurora energy. What I spilled just now was this. Applying Aurora water to the equipment. But just moving the equipment outside and applying Aurora water. Oh, I see. Luanen frowned. Even after the detailed explanation, he still didn't quite understand. Didika, who was leading them, suddenly shouted. Hey, where's Mr. Catton? Catton? Maybe because he was a sailor. His voice was very loud. One of the workers chatting nearby turned his head and answered. Third workshop. Are those 2 guests behind you? Yes. But they are not just guests. They are the heroes who saved our Aurora Scar. The companions kidnapped by Yeager were also saved thanks to them. What? The workers all turned around. Their eyes were full of curiosity. But Didika ignored them. And kept moving forward. Hey, better finish the main business first before chatting. They're all chatterboxes. That's better. Luanen nodded. Crossing the square, they went up several flights of stairs and down some corridors before arriving at a room. A large sign hung on the wall. That read Third Workshop. It was a 2-story space sculpted from ice. And 3 times the size of a normal blacksmith shop. The first thing that caught the eye was the ice-forged furnace burning with a blue flame. The fuel came from special ores that produced a directed flame. Hotter than ordinary fire. Although it wasn't a problem for Didika. He still explained. Even though the furnace was blazing hot, the ice itself did not melt. It was truly amazing. 5 or 6 craftsmen were busily working around the furnace. Some were hammering iron. Some were quenching newly forged sword blades in ice water. Didika walked toward a woman standing with her arms crossed, gazing at the furnace. "Master!" Didika called out. But there was no response. She was wearing loose-fitting pants. And a top that only covered her chest. Appearing quite bold. Yet it didn't feel sexy at all. Because she had short hair. Thick, muscular arms. No less powerful than a man's. A dragon tattoo stretched across her well-developed back. It was truly stunning. Even if she were thrown onto a battlefield. She could easily take on 10 men. One look at her fists made it obvious how powerful she was. It made Luanen understand why the usually carefree Didika showed her so much respect. An awkward Didika cleared his throat. Ahem, ahem. Master. I brought guests. Is that you, Didika? Guests, huh? Yes. I brought the finest blacksmiths from Aurora Scar. They also helped repel the Kegaku soldiers. What? Only then did the woman turn around. Maria's abs were also revealed. Despite her wild physique, her features were strikingly beautiful. Didikan pointed at her and said, Luanen. This is my master, Lady Katten. She is the finest blacksmith in Aurora Scar. I won't deny it. But these young people saved us. Indeed. In other words, the woman called Katten readily admitted to being the best blacksmith. Didikan briefly explained the events to Luanen. He looked at Luanen and Andersan in turn, murmuring with admiration. Oh. It seems to be true. Though they look young. This aura. Please forgive me for calling you youngsters earlier. It's fine. He apologized swiftly. Besides, I'm already used to it. Thank you. As Didikan said. My name is Katten. First, let me thank you for saving my comrades. After expressing her gratitude, Katten extended her hand for a handshake. Luanen casually shook her hand. He chuckled inwardly. It felt like touching tree bark. It was because of the thick scars on her hand. So that's the source of her confidence. Luanen smiled wryly. From that handshake alone, he could gauge Katten's strength. She truly was a masterful blacksmith. She said, Now then. Tell me. Why have you come to see me? It doesn't seem like an ordinary matter. Actually, it's nothing special. Here, take this first. Luanen took a delicate envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. It was a letter of recommendation personally written by the elders of the Sword Festival. Katten whistled after reading the recommendation letter. Oh. It's been a long time since I've seen a recommendation letter like this. It's the first time I've seen the old men of Highland praise someone like this. What did they write? It's truly amazing. Reading it would surely make you swell with pride. So I suggest reading it when you're feeling down. Katten chuckled. It was clear the letter was written with great care. She continued. Looks like I really have to work hard. Let's start after that man in black leaves. The man in black? Yes. A guest who always comes at this time. Just now, I saw that the weapon he commissioned is finally done. We'll start after he picks it up. Hearing these unclear words, Luanen frowned. She was about to say something. When she suddenly felt an indescribable ominous feeling. A strong presence came from behind her. Damn it. What's going on? The hairs all over her body stood on end. A pressure she would never experience in daily life weighed down on her shoulders. Are you okay? Luanen? What's wrong? Andersan and Katten looked at her in confusion. The craftsmen were still working as usual. Luanen took a deep breath. And said, Are you two really okay? Yeah. What's wrong? Apparently, except for her. No one else sensed anything. Even the sensitive Andersan didn't notice. This made Katten feel a little strange as well. At that moment, a stranger's voice came from behind Luanen. Hey! Is the item I commissioned ready yet? Chapter 222. Aurora Scar 2. Number 222. Hey! Is the item I commissioned ready yet? What? Damn it. It was a heavy, deep voice unlike anything he had ever heard. Even Zifa's roar or Itargon's grasping sounds weren't this heavy. Luanen's hand slowly moved to his sword arm. He didn't know what it was. But it felt dangerous. Luonan regulated his breathing and turned around. A tall, slender man stood there with his hands in his pockets. Was he human? Pale skin and a face so perfectly handsome it looked measured with a ruler came into view. His black hair, hanging straight down to his waist, was as long as Anderson's. He wasn't wearing a leather jacket. Instead, he draped a black coat over himself, which looked far too thin even indoors. Luonan immediately realized. This must be the man in black Katten had mentioned. Luonan suddenly felt something was off. He frowned. The ominous aura radiating from the man vanished in an instant. It disappeared so swiftly and thoroughly that a blacksmith who had been hammering approached him. "Ah, you've arrived. We've been waiting for you. I'm asking, has my commission been completed?" The previously deep voice now sounded normal. The blacksmith replied with a friendly smile. "It was finished just a moment ago. Less than an hour. Sorry to keep you waiting." "What?" The man in black widened his eyes. His blood-red pupils stood out starkly against the whites of his eyes. The blacksmith clapped his hands happily. Clap clap. Several apprentices came carrying a large, heavy box. "Here it is." "Oh, it's so heavy." The box was large enough to fit Zifa's crescent blade. The apprentices were drenched in sweat, clearly struggling with its weight. Seeing this, the man muttered under his breath. Finally. There was a hint of satisfaction in his tone. He strode forward and placed his hand on the box. He said to the apprentices, "Give it to me. We can help carry it to your ship. It's heavier than it looks. So noisy." He clicked his tongue impatiently and took the box. The item that took 6 strong men to lift seemed as light as a feather in his hands. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock. "Oh my God. He's using just one hand. My goodness." Even so, the man in black showed no sign of strain on his face. He pulled out a small pouch from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. "Here's the final payment. Take it." Thank you, sir." An apprentice bowed and picked up the pouch. The man in black slung the box over his shoulder and turned to leave. Just before exiting the workshop, he glanced at Luonan and muttered quietly, "Granting a mark to a human? The first omen of misfortune." There was a hint of mockery in his tone. Luonan raised her eyebrows. But the man had already left. The sound of his footsteps faded away. After checking the pouch the apprentice brought, the blacksmith jumped up. "Wow! That's a lot. Wax flowers?" The pouch dropped to the ground, spilling its contents. Rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and other precious gems. Over 100 pieces in total. Khan shook his head. Truly extravagant. Seeing him leave so satisfied. I feel relieved too. Just who is that guy? He's the man in black I mentioned. I think the name suits him. That's not what I meant. I mean his real identity. Like his real name or his background. Luonan asked. Judging from their reactions, aside from himself, it seemed no one else noticed the man's presence. He scratched his head and said, "I don't know why I'm so tense." "Calm down. No one knows his real name. So we just call him the man in black. He came to Aurora Scar a month ago. Every midnight, he would come to ask about the progress of his commission." "What kind of equipment did he order?" How should I put it? It looked like a spear, but more like an engineering weapon. In any case, he commissioned a massive weapon. Big enough to fill an entire box. Maybe even capable of killing a dragon. Khan continued explaining. The man in black, who arrived a month ago, had ordered an enormous weapon of unknown purpose, and had been staying in Aurora Scar ever since. Normally, once the equipment was completed, it would just be sent to him. But he insisted on seeing the final product with his own eyes before leaving, and forcibly occupied a room. Though his behavior was outrageous, no one opposed him, because he paid more gold than anyone could refuse. Luonan sensed something was wrong. He frowned. Wait a minute. A month ago? A month ago was exactly when the blacksmiths were kidnapped by the Kegaku forces. And the siege battle took place. Didi-kan nodded. Yes. At that time, he didn't even blink. I asked him for help. But he refused, saying it had nothing to do with him. Even so, he still came every midnight to check on the commission progress. The more Luanen listened, the more suspicious he felt. He is definitely suspicious. Luanen frowned again. Even though he hadn't done anything yet. But his intuition told him something was wrong. The aura he sensed in that brief moment was definitely unusual. It felt like seeing a fiery volcano disguised as a small hill. Luanen was deep in thought about that man's identity. Katten couldn't help but call out to her. Hey! What are you thinking about for so long? The customer is already gone. Now we can get started. All right. Luanen nodded. Anyway, thinking more about it now wouldn't change anything. If she had sensed hostility from the man in black, she might have chased after him. But clearly, that wasn't the case. All right then. What do you want me to do? Tell me. First. I want you to help me sharpen this sword. After all, this sword is the reason I came here. It's time to carry out what I had planned. Luanen drew the Romancha sword and handed it to Katten. After merging with Ling, the Romancha sword had become a holy sword. Even normally, it gave off a faint glow. Oh my god. Katten's eyes widened. His reaction caught the attention of the other blacksmiths. They all looked over. After carefully inspecting the sword, Katten exclaimed in amazement. This is truly an incredible sword. The black part seems to be crafted by Master Dolan. But the white part, I have no idea how it was made. What kind of material is it made from? It's made from my friend's scales. Luanen said vaguely. He felt that talking more about the holy sword might become very troublesome. The blacksmiths would surely dig deeper. All sorts of things, really. By the way, I have something for you. Luanen quickly changed the topic. And rummaged through his belongings. A small metal box appeared in his hand. This box, like the recommendation letter, was something from Farzan. What's that? It's a fragment of this sword. Katten raised his eyebrows when he saw the contents. Inside the box were the fragments of the La Mancha sword. He once again marveled at the excellent materials. Then he spoke up. So, you want me to forge a new weapon from these fragments? It doesn't have to be a weapon. Actually, just a blade would be enough. Luanen pointed at the La Mancha sword. To be honest, he could defeat most enemies with just this sword. And in fact, he had. Adding more equipment would only weigh him down. All right. I'll give it a try. The material is so good that it actually makes me hesitate a little. I'm counting on you. What about Anderson? What does he want? I want something that can help with defense and survival. Is that possible? Anderson asked. Lack of defense had always been his biggest weakness. Even though his combat strength was now enough to assist Luanen, his endurance was lacking. The whip was merely a tool for restraining enemies. And while his mental control was powerful against single targets, its effectiveness dropped against multiple foes. Katten answered with full confidence. If that's what you need, it's simple. That's precisely what our Aurora chain metal excels at. Really? Of course. Trust me. Pretty lady. Katten said, winking mischievously. Her tone was a bit sticky, making her seem a little suspicious. Anderson's expression brightened up. Then Luanen seemed to remember something. He snapped his fingers. Oh right. There's also a suit of armor I'd like to request. It's for a girl about this tall. She's very strong. Almost forgot. He was referring to the armor Maria had requested. Fortunately, the note with her measurements was still in his pocket. Katten raised her eyebrows after receiving the note. Oh, isn't the chest measurement wrong? It's way too big compared to the height. Maybe so. Assam sure is lucky. It's truly surprising. Well then, give me some equipment to infuse with Aurora. I'll do it for free. Really? That's generous. Katten said he would infuse their equipment with Aurora for free, as long as they provided some gear. Luanen didn't have anything to offer. But Andershan handed over his whip and time bow. While inspecting the whip, Katten's expression suddenly turned serious. This. Honestly. It's even more exquisite than Master Dolan's craftsmanship. Who made this? It was made by a dragon named Alablack. Though I haven't met him. I've heard his skills are remarkable. Interesting. A dragon blacksmith. He clenched his fist. Judging by his expression, Alablack was not only skilled in crafting armor, but also in forging weapons. With his head wrapped in a turban, he said, "All right. I'll get started right away. The new equipment will be mailed to you. The weapons infused with Aurora can be picked up today. Thank you. You're full of energy. Didika. Take them to see the ice blocks." "All right." Didika nodded, and led Luanen and Andershan out of the workshop. It's been a long time since I've seen Master this excited. Even though he's competitive. Because there weren't many bigger or stronger than him. He gradually lost his drive. That's great to hear. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to meet Alablack and Adrian. What? Crossing the Sea of the Dead wasn't enough for you? Are we still heading to the Dragon City now? The journey won't be easy. There will always be a way. By the way, what's the dragon tattoo on your master's back? That's the blue dragon, Radahes. Legend says he created the Shield of Aurora. To show gratitude. He got that tattoo. The three of them chatted while touring the interior of the Shield of Aurora. Inside the centuries-old ice block, there weren't just restaurants and dormitories, but also recreational sports spaces and stables for vehicles. Luanen and Anderson's mentor was devouring meat. Phew. All right. Keep resting. It's so warm here it makes you sweat. It even feels more comfortable than human settlements. This place is better than most public facilities. When they felt they had seen everything worth seeing, Didikan said, "Oh right. I'll show you how we infuse weapons with Aurora." Huh. Normally, outsiders aren't allowed in. But don't worry. No one will say anything. Follow me. Didikan suddenly grabbed their wrists and pulled them toward a stone door. The moment they pushed open the stone door, a blast of cold wind hit them. It was so cold it felt like even their eyeballs would freeze. Ah! Damn! It's freezing. They had forgotten how cold the outside world was. The sound of nighttime waves reached their ears again. A wide and flat open space unfolded before them. It looked like an empty clearing. Wow! Anderson looked up at the sky, his mouth wide open in awe. The beauty of the aurora reached its peak as night deepened. Seeing this, Luanen couldn't help but smile. Such a grown man. Yet still like a child. Ha ha. The aurora had the magic to turn even adults into children. Didika burst into hearty laughter. In truth, although Luanen said that, he also felt he could never get tired of this view. Dozens of weapons and armors were lined up on the open ground, fixed on stands. People carrying buckets moved slowly among them, carefully applying a transparent liquid onto the equipment. The weapons coated with aurora sap emitted a glow similar to the aurora itself in Luanen's eyes. Seeing this scene, Luanen tilted his head in confusion. What are they doing? They're applying aurora sap. It helps the weapons better absorb aurora power. Didika explained. This is a technique only possible at the aurora shield. Weapons infused with aurora can improve their critical hit rate, and sometimes even awaken new abilities. Better than expected. Hearing the explanation, Luanen nodded in satisfaction. Adding a new ability to existing gear was definitely worth it. After listening, Andershan walked to the edge of the clearing. He gazed at a burning night sky, perhaps thinking of his homeland in the north. He looked truly happy. Beautiful. Luanen whispered as he looked at him. The surrounding scenery made Andershan look like a spirit descended from the heavens. Perhaps it was the strange glow that mesmerized him. His mind felt slightly dazed. Didika suddenly teased in a playful tone. So, what's your relationship now? Huh? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Your gazes are completely different from 2 years ago. You must be dating now, right? Are you engaged yet? He poked Luanen's ribs, making Luanen feel very uncomfortable. Hey! You furry guy. Why do you care about that? Are you a girl or something? I like hearing about this stuff. Can you understand the feelings of a man hammering iron all day floating at sea? I'll keep it secret. Come on, tell me. Luanen was about to speak, but then stopped. Although they had kissed, he wasn't sure if that counted as being in a relationship. Wait. He's been avoiding my gaze. Could it be that he doesn't like me? What exactly counts as officially dating? So. He swallowed hard. Anderson, who was mesmerized by the aurora, overheard their conversation. Just as Luanen was about to answer, a loud crash came from below. Hey! How much longer do you plan to keep us waiting? That's really unacceptable. This voyage is for collecting rare minerals. This is an insult to Durand Lahavier. Chapter 223. Shield of Aurora, 3. Alert number 223. So. This is an insult to Durand Lahavier. They didn't know who was speaking, but the voice was loud. The three of them froze, looking at each other. Luanen sighed deeply. Now what? A bad feeling rushed over him strongly. Anderson, hearing no response, bit his lower lip. Didikan's face turned stiff. Durand Lahavier. Did you just say Durand Lahavier? Seems like it. Why? Someone you know? This is bad. We're not ready with the supplies yet. Muttering to himself, Didikan rushed toward the corridor. His footsteps were hurried. It seemed the situation was more urgent than expected. Luanen said. He mentioned a poisonous dragon. Yeah. I heard it too. A dragon that spits poison? Dealing with dragons is always such a hassle. TCH. He muttered as he walked into the passage. Anderson quickly followed behind him. Although he still didn't know what happened. He didn't want to stand by and watch. The further they went, the louder the noise became. The commotion happened at the central hall he first visited here. The once tidy hall had turned into complete chaos. Are you kidding me? Huh? How could this be? Please calm down. At the center of the chaos were a huge mass of muscle and a young man. Luanen raised an eyebrow. The youth exuding a boyish vibe was the one who had led Luanen's old mount into the stable earlier. He was grabbed by the collar by a 2-meter-tall woman. Watching him swing like a hanged corpse was unbearable. The woman pulled him closer by the collar and threatened. Say it again. We clearly paid and waited for a month. Why isn't the weapon ready yet? I already said. The Craftsman's Guild took the craftsman away, causing the delay. And I also said it would take at least 3 months. Nonsense. I clearly remember it was 1 month. Right? The sneering woman looked at her companion. The burly man with a goatee nodded. 1 month. Exactly. See? So your companion is lying? That's impossible. The young man cried out in despair. The blacksmiths formed a circle, watching anxiously. The only one remaining calm was the man in black sitting in the corner, staring at a box. Luanen spotted Didikan in the front row and walked toward him. Hey, Didikan. How embarrassing. What happened? I thought something like this would never happen here, like a bunch of street thugs causing trouble. This kind of thing usually only happens at small blacksmith shops. People just stood there, helpless, watching the commotion. Didikan lowered his head in shame. You're right. But the opponent isn't easy to deal with. I didn't expect subordinates of the poison dragon to show up. Who is this Durand Lahavier? He's a dragon living in the Dragon City, Adran, and the leader of the crime organization Green Fang. A month ago, he ordered the production of laser weapons for 500 people without permission. Such an outrageous request. That's why the craftsmen are so flustered. People here can't afford to cross someone with Durand Lahavier backing them. TCH. Luanen gave a bitter smile after hearing the story. A dragon running a crime syndicate. This was a first for him. A dragon creating a criminal organization. Why would they do that? I don't know either. They used to mainly operate in the Pisanti Islands. But now they're expanding their influence onto the mainland. The Dragon King of Adran should really do something about it. Didi-Khan continued explaining. Most of Green Fang's members are humans or other mortal races. They swear loyalty to Durand Lahavier. In exchange for wealth or a mark. A mark? Yes. The dragon shares part of his power with them. It's similar to how vampires create subordinates. Those tattoos are the proof. Didi-Khan pointed at the burly men. Long dragon tattoos were etched on their necks and arms. This privilege is reserved only for Green Fang's upper ranks. Even if it's just a tiny portion of a dragon's power, it still produces significant effects. Suddenly, the words of the man in black flashed through his mind. He had mentioned something about the first fire giving him a mark. The first fire must be referring to Nualdo's. Would that also count as a mark? Luanen shook his head. If it was just a tiny portion of power, then Nualdo's wouldn't have struggled that much back then. Since he had no mark on him, it probably wasn't the same. Then who exactly is this guy? As Luanen was thinking, a massive silver bamboo tray flew toward Andershan. What? Luanen's figure blurred instantly. Bang! The flying bamboo tray stopped midair. Andershan's eyes widened. Luanen. Luanen was already standing in front of him, clenching the silver bamboo tray tightly with his fist. The woman who was grabbing the young man's collar said in surprise. You blocked it? It was him who threw the bamboo tray. Luanen said quietly. What? Lucky you blocked it. Otherwise, I would have smashed that chick's face beside you. Whenever I see something beautiful, I just want to destroy it. The woman pointed at Andershan and shouted. People stared at her in disbelief. Hey! Calm down. Even if they only have a little bit of power, they are still dragons. Luanen. I'm fine. And we don't even have weapons now. Right? Andershan also tried to dissuade him. But the thread in Luanen's mind had snapped. Just thinking about Andershan getting hurt made him unable to bear it. Rage surged. The deformed bamboo tray fell to the ground. You damn beast. Huh? What? Are you talking about me? The woman gave a bitter smile. The man with the goatee rolled up his sleeves and walked toward him. As the ground shook, Luanen's vision blurred instantly. Roar! The woman grabbing the youth's collar was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram. Stone. What's going on? Everyone's eyes widened even more. The woman who was thrown forward crashed into tables and chairs, then hit the ground hard. She barely propped up her upper body, exhaling heavily. Cough, cough. What? What's happening? Get up. You so. Luanen said. The figure that had briefly disappeared was now standing where the woman had been. The woman with the muscular frame was already dead from the fall. Her body was completely crushed. Her body was completely crushed. On the thigh of the muscular figure, a golden afterimage flickered. It was Baron's aura, used to enhance strength. The woman's abdomen, where she had been kicked, was caved in, shaped like Luanen's shoe. Against two pigs. He didn't even need a blade. Come on. You. You know who I am? Ah. The woman tried to get up, but spat out another mouthful of blood and collapsed back down. She truly couldn't stand anymore. The sensation of broken ribs spread sharply to her toes. Andershan shouted. Luanen. Watch out. Luanen turned in the direction he pointed. A goat-bearded man's fist was right in front of his face. The intense pressure from the blow lifted his hair. If he were struck by that magic-infused punch, his face would undoubtedly turn into minced meat. If he got hit, that is. Luanen smiled slightly. She easily tilted her head to dodge the punch. The goateed man showed a surprised expression. Luanen immediately turned around and kicked her in the ribs. Ah! The goateed man spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! The powerful impact sent her flying to the corner of the hall. It looked like Things weren't good over there either. The woman, barely supporting her upper body, screamed, "You! How dare you? Do you think you'll get away with this? Why did you throw a candlestick at someone's face?" Luanen spat at the woman and walked toward her. He intended to teach her a lesson, but not fatally. Panting heavily, the woman shouted angrily, "Fine. In that case, let's go crazy. Let me show you the power of Lord Delahavier." Oh! In an instant, the tattoo on the woman's neck glowed. Her face twisted. Her nose grew longer. A thick tail and rapidly expanding body burst out from her clothes. But she didn't look any uglier, because she already looked like an ugly pig. Her whole body was covered in reptilian-like scales. Seeing this horrifying form, Luanen frowned. "Ah! Ha ha! How about that?" The woman, who had completed her transformation quickly, stood up. She now looked like a giant crocodile. She was at least 4 meters tall. The wound on her abdomen had completely healed. "Looks like she's serious now." Luanen curled his lips. For a close-quarters fight, the gap was too big. Her aura had also grown several times stronger. "If I want to end this safely, I'll probably have to use a blade. Go to hell now. Because of you, this blacksmith shop is finished." TCH. What a hassle. The woman raised her arm. Luanen picked up a shard of glass from the ground. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. "Ha ha ha!" What the heck? Both the woman and Luanen paused. The sound was like someone's organs being ripped out. Everyone's eyes turned toward the source of the noise. The goat-bearded companion was kneeling on the ground, screaming in agony. "Please! Spare me! Please, have mercy!" "What?" Luanen raised an eyebrow. The man in black, who had somehow stood up unnoticed, was gripping the man's face with his left hand. The pupils in his blood-red eyes were burning with fury. He had lifted the burly man with just one hand. "You're the man in black, aren't you? The one who stayed silent even when all that ruckus happened before. Why are you suddenly furious now?" People began whispering. Even the man who had stayed silent in the smithy was enraged now. No one understood why. Luanen suddenly felt suspicious. His gaze shifted to the large box behind the man. No way. The blood of lowly scum dares to defile the offspring of Zalong. The man in black muttered in a low voice. Luanen let out a helpless chuckle. It seemed he had figured out why the man acted. There was a small bloodstain stuck to the surface of the luxurious box, along with a knife-like scratch. "Why you're..." The woman's eyes widened, as if she recognized his identity. At that moment, energy exploded lightly from the man's arm gripping the face. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed through the central hall. "My face!" The goateed man foamed at the mouth, struggling. His pitiful screams snapped the woman back to her senses. She rushed over. "Let go of him now." She moved with astonishing speed. The distance closed instantly. The man in black glanced at the woman and tightened his grip. Bang! The goateed man's head burst like a balloon. Blood splattered everywhere. "Graham!" Seeing this, the woman screamed in terror. It was obvious that Graham was that man's name. Losing her companion, her eyes burned with fury. She crouched down, roaring. "How dare you!" Her scaly body swelled, as if it would explode. It looked like she was about to launch like a spring. Was she planning to destroy everything? Just as she was about to charge forward, the man in black's hand blurred, and then returned to normal. "Huh?" Luanen's eyes widened. In an instant, he missed the movement. The woman, who had been preparing to charge, let out a deflated sound. "Ah!" Luanen turned his head. A silver candlestick had pierced through the back of her head, embedded deep in her throat. It was the same type Andershan had thrown earlier. Cough. Ah. Thud. The woman's body slowly collapsed onto the ground. The man in black looked at the two corpses and growled lowly. "Filthy creatures." Silence fell. He pulled a handkerchief from his coat pocket and wiped the blood off his hands. Luanen raised an eyebrow. For a brief moment, he felt a similar aura to what he had sensed in Katten's workshop. Wow! This is way too much. Sounds of vomiting echoed everywhere. The man in black wiped his hands clean, opened the box, and then closed it again. Of course. There was nothing wrong with the contents. He wasn't angry anymore. Luanen asked, "You're a dragon, aren't you? You've piqued my interest. Remember that." "What did you say?" Luanen asked again. But got no answer. The man in black turned and walked away from the crowd. The icy silence continued until he left the Aurora Fortress. Bang! Only after the door closed did the sounds of fear start to fill the air. Chapter 224. Confession. Return to the Guardian Monument. Alert number 224. The man in black left behind only silence and questions as he departed the Aurora Fortress. People finally began murmuring. Wow! Wow! What a strange guy. He's so strong. Yet he didn't do anything before. He blew a head apart right there. The woman and the goat-bearded man who died were still staring with wide eyes. The scene was horrifying. Even amidst the stench of blood. No one dared touch the corpses. It wasn't until Luanen and the others cleaned up that the cleanup really began. All right. On 3, let go together. 1, 2, 3. Ha! At Didikon's shout, the three of them released their grip simultaneously. The tied-up sacks were thrown into the night sea. Splash. After a small splash, the bags quickly disappeared from sight. Anderson asked worriedly. They won't float back up, will they? Don't worry. We put in plenty of magic disrupting ore. Didikon nodded. They decided to throw the two corpses into the night sea. Although it was the man in black who killed them. In Delahavier, no one cared who killed whose subordinates. No matter the explanation, everyone would still bear the blame. It was better to pretend not to know. Didikon said, "Thanks for your hard work. No need to help. Really, thank you so much." Luanen didn't answer. His mind was filled with thoughts about the man in black. His strength was one thing. But his identity was completely elusive. Who exactly was this guy? Judging by his actions, he was very likely a dragon. However, at their first meeting, only he had sensed that intense aura. It was hard for him to understand. In fact, Anderson and Didikon still believed he was human. They hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations. So he wasn't from the cult. After waiting for a while, Didikon asked again. Luanen. Yes? You've worked hard too. Luanen looked at Didikon hesitantly. And nodded. It seemed like he needed to think more deeply about this issue. The things he said with interest also made people uneasy. Yeah. Delahavier. Didikon looked worriedly at the night sea. Although they had made the best choice, he still seemed afraid of Delahavier being exposed. Luanen patted him on the back and said, "Relax. I'll talk to Lord Nawaldo. You know the Mother of Fire? That's a secret." Luanen didn't answer directly. Just smiled. If worst comes to worst, we can report it to the Emperor. Or use the Dawn's authority to resolve it. After all, they are criminals. Time passed quickly at sea. The blazing aurora gradually faded away. After getting some fresh air, they returned to the central hall, which had been thoroughly cleaned. Katten summoned them as the sky was beginning to lighten. The busy scene in the workshop was just like the first time they met him. The blue flames were still raging intensely. The craftsmen were still hard at work. Hearing what had happened in the hall, Katten widened his eyes. What? Green Fang came to cause trouble? That actually happened? The noise must have been huge, right? When I'm focused on work, I hear nothing. I should go check it out. The sword is already polished. Such incredible concentration. Katten handed over the polished La Mancha sword. Luanen accepted the sword and lightly drew it from its sheath. So, the still smooth blade gleamed into view. Not much had changed. Luanen said as he inspected the sword carefully. The blade was tinted with the color of the aurora. But it was almost imperceptible. Katten shook his finger. And clicked his tongue. Tisk tisk. It'll be different in actual combat. You're lacking confidence. Let's hope so. You'll be surprised. This is for the lady. Here you go. Ah, thank you. Anderson accepted the whip and the stone bow. Just like the La Mancha sword. Their appearance hadn't changed much. Katten handed her another bundle. Take this too. What's this? I made it on a whim. I like pretty ladies. There's not much of it. So use it wisely. Katten said this iron sword was specially made for Anderson. The sword tip infused with aurora. Shimmered with a strange light. Anderson bowed and thanked him after receiving the sword. Thank you very much. I will treasure it. Why are you so polite? If your boyfriend bullies you, let me know. I'll teach him a lesson. Okay. After a brief hesitation, Anderson nodded. Luanen didn't catch the full meaning behind her nod. Katten added that the remaining equipment would be delivered later. And then sent them off. Safe travels to you. If you head north, make sure to visit again. Thank you for everything. Luanen and Anderson once again headed toward the promenade. The people they passed thanked them warmly. Most even offered them gifts, making their backpacks even fuller. Didikon asked for a handshake. Though many things had happened, he was happy. It's always lively whenever you're around. Yeah. Next time, I'll invent something even more fun. Ha ha. I'm already working on it. Take care too, sister-in-law. Huh? Sister-in-law? What nonsense. Anderson's face turned bright red. Didikon fled back to the forge like he was escaping, saying he had a lot to do. He's gone. Yeah. After Didikon left, the promenade fell silent, leaving only the two of them and the freshly restored ship, along with the sound of crashing waves. Luanen and Anderson leaned side by side on the ship, gazing up at the sky. No one urged them to depart. In the gradually brightening sky, star-like lights twinkled. Ah! Anderson realized. Didikon had left early, to give them some time alone. He no longer hesitated, and spoke first. Thank you. For blocking the candlestick for me just now. That's what I should do. I couldn't let your pretty face get hurt. Ah. Ha. Hearing the compliment, Anderson blushed awkwardly. No matter how many times he heard such words, he couldn't get used to it. After the brief exchange, they fell silent again. I guess now's the time to say it. Luanen was thinking about how to bring up their relationship. Luanen. I like you. I like you very much. Luanen's eyes widened. It seemed he wasn't the only one waiting for the right time. He turned and saw Anderson looking at him intently. Me too. Luanen replied. At the same time, he cupped Anderson's face with both hands and kissed him. The feeling of their lips meeting wasn't bad. Not long after, their lips parted. I really like you too. Say it again. I like you. In their narrow field of view, only each other existed. As they leaned in again, a girl's voice suddenly rang out in their minds. Waking up to this scene. How touching. Ah! What the heck? What's going on? Their vision widened again. The two quickly pulled apart and looked around like guilty criminals. The corridor was completely empty. Luanen frowned, feeling the voice was familiar. Huh? He remembered now. That was indeed the voice of Sheng Jianling. It was the first time hearing his voice again since returning from Falzon. Had he regained his strength? Luanen shook La Mancha as if waking someone from sleep. Hey! Are you awake? P2E. But there was no response. The ship quietly docked as it tapped on the deck, as if saying, if you've seen enough, it's time to depart. Damn it. What's going on? Luanen couldn't figure it out either. Anderson, clueless about the situation, looked at him confusedly. An awkward silence hung between them. Scratching his thick head of hair, Luanen said, let's just go. Okay. All right. Although it was a bit disappointing. The mood had already been ruined. There was no helping it. As soon as they boarded the ship, it immediately flew south. As the world gradually brightened, Aurora Scar grew smaller and smaller, eventually shrinking into a tiny white dot before disappearing from sight. Instructor. We're here. Faster than I expected. We've arrived. Naviroye put down his wine cup upon seeing them. He was seated by the fireplace at the inn, sipping on hot wind honey wine. The weather was good, so we got here quickly. The ship is parked outside. I'm starving. Please bring us 2 servings of Swiftdew stew and water. Anderson ordered the food and water. They had arrived at Balshava at dawn. The well-rested ship had flown here non-stop. No stops along the way. Walking toward Naviroye, Luanen raised an eyebrow. A fluffy polar fox was sitting across from him. When entering the inn, they didn't see it due to the angle. Both of them widened their eyes. This was their first reunion since separating from Narian. Thank you all for watching. I'm Professor Lit. Sekret, who had climbed onto the table, grabbed Luanen's hand. He shook it a few times. Luanen asked, "When did you arrive?" "This morning. You guys really did something incredible." He spoke almost on the verge of tears. Normally a sarcastic person. This time he was clearly moved. The curse over the Toucan Plateau had almost disappeared. Although it would take time to unravel the accumulated hatred, laughter had already started to return. Sekret recounted what had happened while Luanen was away. Even though it hadn't been long, the changes were drastic. Barca's curse had lifted. Conflicts among people across various places had decreased. The long-lost concept of peace was resurfacing. Maria's Caravel caravan had just set course for the archipelago last night. Meanwhile, Zifa was busy cleaning up the mess his sister had left behind. Barca's conspiracy had dragged on for too long. But thanks to Zifa's influence, public sentiment was recovering quickly. That's really great. And what about Yade? The funeral was held 3 days ago. So many people gathered together. It was the first time since the night of the Fanged. Yeag's funeral was grand in scale. Zifa did not reveal that he had been a puppet of Barca. It was a reward for his final courage. The new Orc alliance wasn't immediately dissolved. Zifa, serving temporarily as its leader, was working hard to stabilize the chaotic north. The ultimate goal was to forge them into a force capable of resisting Nebraska Ragi. Roger, after downing a glass of liquor, spoke up. "Hope you won't get any funny ideas. Otherwise, we'll really have to kill you." "I don't think there'll be a problem," Luanen said confidently. He remembered the gratitude in Zifa's voice. Upon returning from his mission, Zifa would become the most reliable ally. Sekret said, "I plan to stay in the north for a while longer, in case there are any lingering curses. But I'll return by autumn." "Autumn? Oh, right. It should be summer now. I've been in the north for over a month. The sense of seasons has disappeared." After chatting for a while, the 4 of them got up to return to the islands. Suddenly, Anderson patted Roger on the shoulder. "Instructor, may I go out with Luanen for a bit?" "It's fine. Just make sure to catch the carriage." "Thank you." Anderson smiled slightly. Luanen looked puzzled by this sudden move. "What's going on?" "Where to?" "There's something I want to show you. It won't take long." "Oh." He took Luanen's hand and walked out of the inn. Sekret, who witnessed it all, smiled in satisfaction. "Ha ha, youth. Though they've been through a tough journey. The harsher the environment, the easier it is for love to blossom. The professor doesn't know how long I've been waiting for this moment." Naweroye chuckled softly. From the atmosphere between them, one could tell how their relationship was progressing. Their heights were about the same now, which was even more comforting. Luanen and Anderson walked out of the inn slowly. They headed towards the north side of the city. The sky was a brilliant blue, breathtakingly beautiful. As a fortress city, most buildings were made of solid stone structures. Suddenly, Anderson stopped walking. He picked some wildflowers beside an oil drum. "Why are you picking flowers?" "Everyone likes them. There's something charming about things that grow freely. You should pick a few too. Huh? Luanen froze for a moment. Holding the flowers, he raised an eyebrow. Continuing their walk, they stopped at the foot of a small hill. The terrain here was higher. They could see the full view of Balse, as well as the wasteland beyond the city walls. The Guardian Monument for the Fallen was placed there. Looking at the Guardian Monument, Andershan spoke. Mom, I'm here. Are the brothers doing well? The towering stone was a pale gray. Just like his eyes. Its tall surface was densely carved with the deepest memories of first love. And on nights when people searched, with their eyes open, they gazed at a vast ocean, at all the little hills and the misty sea. It turned out there was something even deeper. What they faced was profound. Unfortunately, before this moment of confrontation, it was like an unresolvable feeling. 1 day per iron. Sky and water 2 irons. 1 night 2 irons. 1 night 4 irons. 1 night 5 irons. 1 night 6 irons. 1 night 3 irons. 1 night 4 irons. 1 night 7 irons. 1 night 6 irons. 2 irons. You're lying again. You're just trying to put me at ease. I wish I were lying. I see. Don't make that face. Anyway, the first time is important. Luanen comforted the one glaring at him. He thought he should be more careful with his words around him. They placed the flowers they had picked earlier before the Spirit Guardian Monument. The wind might blow them away. It's fine. We can't stay forever. Otherwise, we can't grow. You're right. Luanen nodded. He was right. Standing still meant no moving forward. The two stood hand in hand before the Spirit Guardian Monument for a long time. By noon, they set foot on Turtle Land. As they moved to lower latitudes, the land gradually regained its seasonal feel. People's clothing grew lighter. Finally, 2 days before the end of summer vacation, the three of them returned to Feiliang Academy. Long time no see. Luanen took a deep breath. The moist scent of grass filled his lungs. In the shade of green trees on campus, the sound of cicadas echoed one after another. Chapter 225. Autumn Comes at Night. 1. Alert number 25. At night, the greenery at Feiliang Academy was lush. Perhaps it was the last sound of cicadas of the year reverberating through the air. Some faculty members and students who returned early were wandering near the school gate. Yilier gazed out the window and murmured to herself, "The school term is about to start." Humming a little tune, Yilier changed the flowers in the vase. The bunch of yellow daffodils was something she never tired of seeing. Suddenly, she recalled something from 3 years ago, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. It was the first time she had received a gift from her usually sharp-tongued brother. It was daffodils too back then. The daffodils that a shy Luanen had handed her were more beautiful than any flower Yilier had ever seen. Thinking back, it was the day her brother decided to attend Feiliang Academy. She had been so touched she cried. "I really hope they come back soon. They already contacted us yesterday, saying they would arrive today or tomorrow." "Ah, really?" At that moment, a low, calm voice came from behind her. Yilier turned around, her eyes wide open. Cleaning had already been going on for 2 hours. But Shulafin was still wiping. "Mr. Shulafin, you don't have to work so hard. I can do it." "No. The Grancia family's motto is to do everything to the best of our ability. Moreover, inhaling too much dust could lead to lung disease, so it must be cleaned thoroughly." Ah! Despite Iliel's dissuasion, Shulafin stubbornly stuck to his ways. The sight of him scrubbing the floor with a headscarf had now become a daily routine. He's really grown up. When they first met, Shulafin had still seemed so young. Now, he already looked like a young man. He had also grown much taller. Rolling up his sleeves, he lightly cradled Iliel, who quietly watched him. Clapping her hands, she said, "By the way, Mr. Shulafin, you're the same age as our Luanen, right?" You'll be graduating from the academy next year, won't you? Yes. Why do you ask? Hee hee. I'm just curious. I'll get lunch ready right away. Let's eat together. After saying that, Iliel headed downstairs. She walked briskly, but suddenly turned at the kitchen door and entered her own room. Iliel's room was decorated in a fresh and cute style, and she had never let anyone else inside. She slowly walked to the bed, lay down on the floor, and reached under the bed. Wow! It's not easy. She stretched her arm to the limit, and finally touched a small box. It fit neatly into her palm. Sigh. I should have put it somewhere else. Iliel brushed the dust off the surface of the box and opened it. Inside was a device resembling a compass, called the Boundary Dispeller Needle. Once it touched the target's blood, it would point to their direction. The red paper needle was fixed in one direction. Iliel quietly stared at the Boundary Dispeller Needle and murmured, "There's not much time left." She closed the box again. Push it somewhere out of reach. Out of reach. Yllir, as if making up her mind, patted her cheeks and stood up. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the foyer. "Sis, I'm back. And Senior is here with me too." "Ah!" Luanen. Ylier's expression immediately brightened. She opened the door and rushed out, hugging Luanen, who stood at the doorway. It was a reunion after nearly 2 months. Behind him, Andersson covered his face and waved. "Ah! Hello. Miss Yllir. Long time no see, Andersson. Why are you covering your face?" "Ah. Well, we just got back and we're a bit dirty. We haven't had time to wash up yet." She's right. After a long journey, the two of them did look a bit scruffy. But Yllir didn't mind at all. "Hey! It doesn't matter. We missed you." "I missed you too," Luanen replied briefly. She looked up and grinned broadly. "My little brother. The one and only in the world. This smells so good." As expected, nothing beats Sis's cooking. "Hee hee. That's great. Eat lots." Then I'll have another bowl." Luanen helped himself to another bowl of potato stew. It was already his 4th bowl. Although there were no special ingredients, the dish had a surprisingly appetizing flavor. She pointed at Shulafin sitting across the table. "By the way, has this guy done anything weird?" "Weird things? You know. Like suddenly asking if he could take a bath in the bathroom. Or walking around shirtless asking for workout help." Hey! Shulafin chuckled as if he couldn't hold back his laughter. Fortunately, he didn't have food in his mouth. Only a bit of saliva splattered out. He wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief and stuck out his tongue. So vulgar. Completely nonsense. Good. Don't try any sneaky tricks. Follow the rules. As soon as Luanen and Andersson returned to the academy, they went straight home, just in time for lunch. At the long dining table, the 4 of them sat facing each other. Iliel sat up straight, gently stroking Andersson's hair. "Andersson, you should eat more. It's not dirty at all. Don't mind it." Thank you. "Thank you. I'll eat well." Andersson nodded, even though he knew they were biological siblings. In front of Iliel, he couldn't help but feel a little stiff. After all, across the whole continent, there was no woman more beautiful than her. Andersson stared at Iliel's face and continued, "It's not dirty. It's even more beautiful. Hee hee. Did you get a boyfriend?" That. All. Andersson stammered, unable to get the words out. She wasn't sure if she should tell the truth. What if Yllir gets angry? After all, she dotes on her brother like a child. Although Ylier's personality wouldn't normally be like that, she still felt afraid. Just as she hesitated, Luanen suddenly spoke. "She might. Because I'm dating her." "What?" Luanen. He spoke calmly, without any hesitation. Andersson hurriedly shouted, but it was too late. The dining table instantly fell silent. With a clatter, Schulafin, who had been quietly listening, dropped his spoon on the floor. Yelier suddenly stood up, grabbing Andershan's face with both hands. What? Is it true? Why, yes. That's right. Exactly. Andershan nodded frantically like a woodpecker. She looked even more beautiful up close. Luanen and Andershan took turns glancing at Yelier, who suddenly squealed with excitement. Wow! That's amazing. You two are perfect together. I think so too. When did you start dating? Who confessed first? Have you held hands? Have you kissed? Questions poured out like a barrage of bubbles. Every time Andershan stuttered in response, Yelier would kick her legs like she was swimming. She was overjoyed. Watching the two of them, Luanen smiled gently. This kind of atmosphere was truly nostalgic. Although the past 2 months of entanglement with the beastmen in the north had been fun, this moment of peace was far more precious. The food in the pot was gradually disappearing. Luanen suddenly spoke up. Sis, I want to ask you something. What is it? You said you have no memory of father. Right? Iliel's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. She nodded hesitantly. Yes. Because I left home when I was very young. Why do you ask? It's nothing. Just curious. Luanen shook his head. Originally, he had hoped to get information about the savior or Abel from her. But it seemed like a vain hope now. After all, she herself had been affected by the curse. If someone who looks like you says they're your father or a relative, do not open the door. Got it? Okay. Though I don't really get it. Iliel blinked, looking puzzled. Luanen, in a tone like scolding a daughter, repeated his safety warning. It was the most dangerous time for the internal Rackrage family. A wounded tiger was the most dangerous. Even though they were already very careful, accidents could still happen. If the cult discovered her existence and planned a kidnapping, it would be the biggest disaster. This is just a reminder to stay alert. Oh right. I bought you a gift from the north. Ah. A gift? After ending the serious topic, Luanen brought up the gift. In the end, he was just overthinking. After finishing lunch, Luanen and Andersan left the house. The food was great. I'll just drop off my luggage at the dorm and come back. All right. Take your time. Andersan, you must come visit again. Yelier smiled as she saw them off. As soon as the door opened, several figures quickly dispersed from the corners. Luanen looked straight ahead and asked, How many are there? 23. There are another 7 a bit farther away. Andershan answered. Every time he witnessed her detection ability, it was impressive. Luanen's lips curled into a smile, as she chuckled lightly. Very good. You really kept your promise. This is a reward for past achievements. The mansion guards sent by the Emperor. Originally, they expected maybe 6 or 7 guards at most. But surprisingly, there were 30 of them. And judging by their movements, their skills were not to be underestimated. How long until school starts? 2 days. This whole vacation was spent in the north. Yeah. What should we do? Luanen fell into deep thought. She sighed. Although the long journey had just ended, there was no time for rest. Andershan looked at her in confusion. Why? No. I'm just troubled about who to bring with me. Senior, you're the student council president. And a final year student. You should be focusing on academy matters, right? Yeah. Actually, the next destination has already been decided. It's just that the place is extremely harsh. So choosing the right time and companions was a major concern. Luanen's worries continued, even as she walked Andershan back to the dormitory. After making sure no one was around, she kissed her on the cheek, and then went home. Before sleeping, the matter was still lingering in her mind. And even after waking up, she spent time organizing the materials she had collected from the north. If she had just sent them directly, it would have been much more convenient. However, considering there might be spies within the order, she decided to organize and report them personally. Luanen handed the 7th report to Saida, saying, "This time, it's this. Please take care of it." "Got it." Saida flew out the window. Reporting this way. He usually received a reply within 3 hours. By the way, he also had to make a trip to the royal palace. In any case, the busy days made 2 days pass quickly. At the opening ceremony, many familiar faces had gathered. Maria, who was chatting with classmates, spotted her. She waved enthusiastically. "Luanen. When did you get back?" Maria. Can't catch my breath." Fortunately, both of them returned safely. Maybe it was just his imagination. But they seemed closer than before. Ophelia, Bloom, and Elizabeth also looked more mature. Not to mention Shulafin. Where had that kid gone off to anyway? However, Luanen was searching for someone else. He wandered around the campus for a long time, until he finally found the blonde-haired boy at the training ground. As he opened the door, a blast of hot air mixed with ash hit him. It looked like the training scarecrows had already been engulfed in flames. It seemed that from the very first day of school, he had been training hard. Luanen called out to him. "Hey! Who dares to call me that?" "Luanen?" Itargan turned his head around. When his eyes met Luanen's, he flashed a smile full of challenge. "Long time no see. Are you here to train too? If you'd like, we could spar a little." "Of course, I'd love to. If you're up for it. I can beat you until you piss yourself. But before that, I have a question." "What question?" Itargand raised an eyebrow. After brushing the ashes off his clothes, Luanen spoke. "Tell me how to get to Dragon City, Adran. Preferably, a way to get there alive." Chapter 226. Late Summer to Early Autumn, Part 2. Alert number 226. Tell me how to get to Adran. Preferably alive. What? Itargan frowned. It was a completely unexpected question. He asked suspiciously. "Why are you suddenly heading to Adran?" "Simply put," Luanen continued explaining. "Anyway, he was Nawaldaj's son. He could talk about it. There were many reasons to go to Dragon City. First, Baka's words at the Sea of the Dead had left a deep impression. The High Priest had mentioned Adran during a meeting. But that was months ago. By now, some plot must already be underway. Even in the documents on Baka he reviewed in the last 2 days, he found information that some followers had already infiltrated Adran. He didn't know what was happening there. But considering the High Priest's words, he himself might still be there. Obtaining blood from High Priest Abel was Luanen's most urgent task now. His father, Cain, had less than a year left. It felt as if the world was forcing him forward. Even if he couldn't meet the High Priest, it wasn't a complete loss. Because one of the early members, Alabalihe, was there. It was said that he was still within the order. So it was highly likely. He knew the whereabouts of the cult leader and details of the Great Bald One's descent plan. Itargan said, "This isn't an ordinary matter. At a time like this, the military should really step in." "I think so too. But the problem is whether Adrian will even accept us." "True. In fact, after the Order's conspiracy was exposed, Luanen immediately requested the Empire's army to dispatch troops to Adrian. As a secret agent, he had the authority to mobilize soldiers related to Neproclagy. It would surely be rejected. It would be lucky if the envoy wasn't killed outright. But Luanen already knew Adrian would refuse the request. That city was built by the world's most powerful races and their forces. They didn't care about the Empire's fate, especially after Nawaldoye left Adrian to fight against his natural enemy. He had once called the current Dragon King extremely dragonish. Dragon, meaning extremely fierce and bad-tempered. Itargan said, "Actually, getting there isn't that hard. Other than space magic, all transportation methods to the checkpoint are allowed. The real issue is immigration screening. Of course, there's no way anyone can just walk in." "Exactly. Only dragons and their dependents are allowed passage. If there's even the slightest suspicion, you'll be instantly burned to ashes. Probably enough corpses piled up at the checkpoint to form a nation. Damn it. Luanen cursed. They're too ruthless. It's almost unbelievable. After all, it's where the Dragon King and young dragons live. Their security measures are extremely strict. Damn it. What should we do? He racked his brains but couldn't come up with a way to pass the inspection. Just as he was deep in thought, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Wait. I just need to temporarily become your servant. Only during the inspection. What? Just put your mark on me. I really don't know why you're so worried about this. Looks like you don't understand what becoming a servant really means. A mark isn't just a symbol. It's a magical contract that binds master and servant. Don't tell me. As he spoke, Itargon's eyes widened in shock. He finally understood what Luanen meant. Luanen smiled and patted his own chest. Exactly. Magic. Contract. I can sever magic. Once the inspection is over, I can remove the mark. That's ridiculous. You think that's even possible? I think it is. Hold on. Luanen suddenly walked out of the training ground. When he returned, he was holding a large crow. The crow had been napping on a tree. But he grabbed it. Ka! Ka ka! Here. Try putting a mark on him. Luanen handed over the crow. Itargon frowned deeply. This is so humiliating. Hurry up. Sighing, Itargon placed his hand on the crow's wing. In an instant, a red light glowed from beneath his palm. The crow, which had been struggling, calmed down. Ka. Done. Itargon withdrew his hand. A geometric-shaped mark appeared. It looked somewhat like a burn. But it wasn't weak at all. The crow froze for a moment. Then it spread its wings and screeched. Ka! 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 Startled, Luanen quickly grabbed the crow. It almost got away. Maybe it had absorbed some of Itargon's power. Because the crow had become as strong as an ostrich. You bird brain. Can't you calm down a bit? Ka! Ka ka! The crow struggled and flapped wildly, even dropping a load of bird poop. Luanen couldn't take it anymore. He gripped the sword hilt tightly. So, a sharp flash of the blade lightly swept over the surface of the mark. Straight. The power within the crow vanished. It stopped struggling. Itargon frowned even more deeply. He could feel his connection to the crow had been severed. My God. The miraculous swordsmanship hadn't left a single trace on the crow. Only black feathers remained where the mark had disappeared. Itargon muttered. This is unbelievable. Yeah. Agreed. Luanen was just as surprised. Although he thought it might work. He hadn't expected the mark to be removed so easily. He scratched the back of his head. And said, It's done. Time flew by. The sound of cicadas gradually faded. Mature fireflies started to drift across the campus. As the heat of summer receded, the sky became an even deeper blue. The season of harvest, autumn, was approaching. Luanen did not immediately depart for Adrian, considering the importance of the location and the involvement of the cult leader. He decided to make thorough preparations before setting off. Moreover, the equipment he commissioned from Auroraskal hadn't arrived yet. Rather than rushing recklessly, it was better to be cautious. He decided to prepare as much as possible and provide the Empire's military with intelligence regarding Neprokladji, and reinforce the security around Yilie's house. News kept coming in about small enemy outposts being wiped out. Of course, personal training was not neglected either. Sparring among Emergency Adventure Society members never stopped. Luanen dodged Maria's sweeping attack, tapping her hand lightly with his sword. Ah! You've definitely improved. But you're still a little slow. HMPH. This time, we won't lose. Everyone, attack. At her shout, the surrounding members charged forward. Assam's frost, Elizabeth's flames, and Ophelia's blood magic rained down one after another. Bloom quickly moved to the right position, raising her shield. Oh! Watching their smooth teamwork, Luanen admired. Looks like everyone made great use of their summer vacation. All the friends he hadn't seen for almost 2 months had grown a lot. Maria, not only as a merchant, but also gained a reputation among nobles as a prosecutor. Assam and Elizabeth, as students, received invitations from all the magic towers for the first time. Bloom, about to graduate, had already decided on her path. She was set to take her first step into the elite Imperial Knights. Ophelia had successfully deciphered an ancient blood magic spell. As for Shulafin, no more words were needed. Facing the fierce attacks coming his way, Luanen smiled slightly. It's really good to see you all. And he meant it. Luanen gripped his sword tightly. All right, time to get serious. The sword drawn from the Aurora blade felt much lighter than before. Luanen responded to their efforts with all his strength. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword aura tore through the incoming spells. Before long, the defeated members were rolling on the ground. Ha ha! Why can't we hit him? Oh. What's the point of doing this every day? Oh. Complaints filled the air. Except for Shulafin. The other members' win rate was almost 0. Although they had indeed improved rapidly, Luanen had grown just as much. So it was only natural for things to turn out this way. Even though the results hadn't changed, it didn't mean it was meaningless. Luanen looked at the exhausted team members and nodded. All right. I've decided. Decided what? I've decided who will accompany me for the next club activity. Assam. Come with me. Me. Me? Wait. Assam's eyes widened in shock. Luanen didn't answer. He simply hoisted him onto his shoulder. Assam, drained of magic, couldn't resist. Please. Have mercy. Ah. Assam. Damn it. His miserable cries echoed all around. Bloom was about to say something, but passed out instead. The exhausted members felt sorry for Assam, but also relieved they hadn't been chosen. What does that mean? Adrian. Exactly what it sounds like. You might not know this, but I struggled for a long time deciding who to bring. Luanen explained his plan. About 3 hours after dragging Assam to his room, he waited for Assam to recover his mana and stamina, so he wouldn't faint. Gasping for breath, Assam continued. Adrian? That's the Dragon City. Why do we have to go somewhere so terrifying? Well, there are lots of reasons. How can a genius mage be scared of something like that? TCH. Genius. I'm not like that. Don't deny it. If you're not a genius, then most mages should just kill themselves. Besides, Maria already told me about how you performed in the north. Luanen patted Assam's back to show his praise. In fact, what he heard from Maria about Assam's deeds was nothing short of heroic. He had almost single-handedly protected the Carabel caravan, even against the relentless attacks of savage natives and Jag's men. Day and night, Assam's willpower didn't allow them to leave a single mark. After several days of joint training, Luanen realized Assam would be very useful in Adran as well. Luanen continued. Think about it. It's a city inhabited by the race most skilled in magic. Wouldn't you gain some inspiration from there? Much more valuable insights than what the old geezers at the magic towers can teach. Star spells. In that instant, Assam's eyes wavered. Even though he was scared, the mention of star spells still sparked a reaction in him. Looks like mages are all the same. Luanen nodded. Exactly. This short trip will help you grow quickly. Maria will be happy too. But why did you suddenly bring that up? After you came back from the north, that girl started to have feelings for you. It's true. Besides, Maria's opinion of Assam had also changed. Luanen remembered her subtle expression when talking about Assam. This guy still hadn't noticed anything. Before, she treated Assam like a same-gender friend or a cute pet. But now, it was clearly different. At the very least, he believed she was a trustworthy partner. Assam's eyes widened. Maria? Really? I wouldn't lie about something like this. If you don't want to, it's okay to refuse. But to be honest, Luanen's voice suddenly grew heavy. The shift in atmosphere made Assam hold his breath. After a brief silence, Luanen spoke again. I need your strength. Assam. Lo. Luanen. This trip felt different from any previous ones. He had a strong intuition that he needed a companion. Luanen bit his lower lip. It wasn't a decision he made lightly. If they were merely caught up in events by chance, it was one thing. But dragging a friend into danger was a heavy burden. However, you really can refuse. This trip might be more dangerous than anything before. This is just my request. Not by coincidence. I. Assam was just about to answer. When? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted them. Maid Lucy entered, carrying what looked like a sturdy box. Hello. Mr. Luanen. Ah. You have a package. Oh. Just leave it there. Where is it from? It's from Aurora's Edge. Sent by someone named Catan. Ah. It's finally here. Thank you. Lucy. Lucy smiled. And nodded in response. After she left, the room fell into an awkward silence. The originally serious atmosphere became a bit uncomfortable. Luanen scratched his chin and pointed at the package. Let's open this first. Chapter 227. Late Autumn Evening 3. Alert number 227. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Luanen pointed at the box and said, Let's open this first. This. What is it? Equipment sent from the north. What exactly? I'm not sure either. The box sent from the Aurora Blade was much smaller than expected. It could probably only hold something the size of half a watermelon. What exactly was inside? They couldn't guess at all. Could it be something like a small axe? Luanen opened the box. Inside was a black glove. The glove extended up to the wrist and was made of an unknown metal. Assam looked at him in confusion. A glove? That was unexpected. Luanen raised an eyebrow. He thought it would be a dagger. Or maybe a set of throwing knives. He didn't expect it to be a glove instead. Still, it wasn't bad. Just as the agent had said. It's more convenient to rely on a single weapon than to carry multiple types around. The craftsmanship is excellent. Luanen nodded as he inspected the glove. It was clear at a glance that this was a piece that had been crafted with extreme care. Thousands of tiny metal plates were fitted together tightly. Luanen couldn't see a single gap. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. Why is there only one? Did they run out of materials? Luanen, there's a piece of paper here. Assam called out to him. There was a thick piece of parchment at the bottom of the box, pressed underneath the glove. So he hadn't noticed. Luanen slowly read the text written there. It was originally a glove meant for only one hand. Please don't misunderstand. Try injecting magic power. What does that mean? Maybe there's a magical seal on the glove. It feels unusual. Magic. Luanen leaned in for a closer look. Sure enough. There were geometric magic patterns on the surface, extending all the way to the fingertips. The intricate magic lines seemed carved with strands of hair. They reached each fingertip. He tried it on. The glove fit Luanen's hand perfectly. The soft texture pleased him greatly. Let's try injecting magic power. Following the note's instructions, Luanen infused it with magic. In an instant, the magic lines emitted a faint glow. Hook-shaped claws extended from the glove's fingertips. Crack! The claws, made of black blades, pierced right through the parchment just from their growth. Luanen's eyes widened. He immediately realized the claws were crafted from fragments of La Mancha. He hadn't expected them to be used like this. Moreover, it seemed each claw could be extended individually. Once he stopped the magic flow, the claws instantly disappeared. This thing's incredible. The more I look at it, the more I like it. To Luanen, it was a piece of equipment suitable for multiple purposes. Its solid design also made it a reliable defense tool. He looked at Assam and said, If I knew it would turn out this good, I would have gotten one for you too. Sorry. I'm fine. For now. I haven't thought about needing anything like that. I'm fine. This is enough for now. Alright. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Now, let's continue where we left off. I'll go with you. Before he could finish speaking, the answer came back. Luanen raised an eyebrow. Assam had already calmed down, his expression equally serious. Luanen asked again. Are you sure? This isn't a joke. Yeah. I'm actually happy to help you. You're my first friend. Assam answered without the slightest hesitation. Suddenly, he remembered how he was before entering Fleein Academy. Back then, he couldn't even understand people. The boy who once ran away crying from Leonard Goblin had now grown into a proper mage. Time really flies. Luanen twisted his lips slightly. He didn't know how to describe this overwhelming feeling. In the end, unable to find the right words, he simply said, Yeah. Thank you. So, can we really go? Didn't you say humans weren't allowed there? What if we get hit head-on by a dragon's flame? Assam immediately started to panic again. The touching moment just now instantly vanished. Luanen couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. I've already made preparations. Don't worry. Besides, it's not just the two of us going. There's one more person. Another person? Who? Well, just as Luanen was about to answer. Knock knock. The door opened. Along with a quick knock. Seeing the familiar young man, Assam's eyes widened. Shulafin? I was wondering who it might be. Turns out it's Assam after all. I figured as much. Shulafin seemed to have anticipated this. He nodded. On the back of his left hand was a red dragon-shaped mark, symbolizing him as Itargon's vassal. So, this mark is considered obtained now? Although it doesn't hurt, it feels really uncomfortable. Can this mark really be removed? Are you doubting me? I can remove it for you right now. No thanks. Let's just finish quickly. I don't want to be away from Iliel too long. Shulafin said. Such a consistent guy. From the moment Luanen decided to head to Adrian, he had wanted to bring him along. In a way, Assam and Shulafin were a bit similar. When asked for help, Shulafin agreed without hesitation, even though no mention was made of Iliel or revenge. When asked if he was really okay with it, his answer was astonishing. What kind of weird question is that? You're the one who asked for help, right? This guy was hopeless. Luanen chuckled. Even with a destiny full of hardships, it seemed he was still blessed with good people around. He informed Assam about the mark and continued. We'll depart in 3 days. We'll use a teleportation scroll to reach Tandrygon, the southernmost point of the continent. Then sail to Adrian on a ship Itargand lent us. Any questions? How? How long will it take? That, I can't say for sure. But it shouldn't take too long. If we anger the dragons or Neperklaji, either we die, or they do. We'll know the outcome quickly. Luanen said calmly. Assam's face turned pale. After that, no one asked further questions. Luanen announced the meeting dismissed. All right, let's do that. Assam. You go to Yale and get the mark. Got it. The two of them left. Besides saying goodbye, there was only one thing left to do. Luanen took the prepared documents and went out. Since Warren wasn't in his office, he searched for a long time. Finally, he found him near Autumn of 4 Seasons, among fallen maple leaves. Oh. Warren, whom he hadn't seen in a while, was walking side by side with Major Nemia, Zifa's adjutant. They were walking together, looking quite close. Such a perfect match. A couple of 19. Luanen quietly approached and gently patted his back. Long time no see, Warren. Ah! R.O. Luanen. Warren and Luanen locked eyes. And Warren suddenly jumped back. Maybe it was his feline nature, but his leap was incredible. Luanen handed him the prepared documents. No need to be so surprised. Sorry to interrupt your date. Help me check this document. Date? It's not like that. Me and Nemia are just. Warren stammered incoherently, making him look so foolish. It was almost comical. Nemia stared at him, her brows furrowing. I thought we were on a date. Ah. Oh, of course. But. Nemia looked at him, disappointed, and let out a sigh. Sigh. He could hardly believe the man before him was the same one who had once matched wits with Zifa at the royal palace. Luanin stuffed the documents into Warren's overcoat pocket. I'm heading off now. Look at it when you have time. Wait. I'll check it right away. Enjoy your date. Bye. Luanin mumbled like a drunk and fled the scene. But it was actually a good thing. This was the application form for the club trip to the Dragon City. His little heart really couldn't handle the pressure. The plan proceeded steadily. Luanin, Assam, and Shulafin each prepared their gear. 3 days later, at dawn, they gathered on the field in front of the dormitory. The sky was still dark. The campus remained shrouded in darkness. Anderson, who secretly came to see them off, asked worriedly, "You're leaving again right after coming back from the north? Please be careful. We'll be fine." What about Itargand? He went south ahead of time to prepare the ship, even though they said their goodbyes yesterday. Knowing Luanin's full plan still kept him awake all night worrying. Anderson asked, "Are you sure you don't need me to come too?" "Don't worry. Focus on handling student council business. Besides, against dragons, mental control wouldn't work anyway. Even so, I still feel uneasy. It's time to go now. We'll really be fine. Go back and get some more sleep." Luanin leaned over and gently kissed Anderson's cheek. His once tense face immediately turned as red as an apple. "Why, you really? Everyone's watching. Who cares?" Luanin laughed. Since childhood, whenever he greeted Yelier, he would do it like this. After they started dating, it simply became a habit. Assam, watching from the side, clenched his fists tightly. So envious. So disgusting. Ah. Unable to watch anymore. Shulafin spat on the ground. He never thought he would be deceived by a guy who looked so serious, like a thunder god. He said sternly, "While I'm away, you're in charge. Protect Miss Yelier properly." Understood. Seta will be able to fly. No need to worry about things. The two of them living at Yelier's house had already built a deep bond. They both liked cleanliness and order. And they both liked Yelier. "Come on." After speaking, Luanin walked over. She was holding a stack of very expensive-looking teleportation scrolls. They were for traveling to Tandril. Originally, she wanted to ask Kratil for help, but she was away on a business trip, so she had to prepare them herself. To cross the south, each person needed 7 scrolls. Although it couldn't compare to the cost of renting ghost horses, this astronomical expense still made Luanin and Assam feel a bit distressed. Luanin looked at Shulafin with a slightly apologetic tone. "Isn't this a bit too much? Even though the Glancia family is wealthy, it's fine. Saving time is more important. Assam is really worried about you." "Miss Iliel." "Yes. She said you mustn't get hurt and return safely." Shulafin suddenly turned his head, his lips slightly trembling. Assam felt uncomfortable, regretting that he had said it. Overwhelmed by betrayal and frustration, Assam lowered his head. Oh right. Assam." At this moment, Anderson seemed to remember something and snapped his fingers. He walked up to Assam and handed her a small wooden box. Assam had to look up to see her face. He stammered and asked, This. What is this?" "It's something entrusted to me to pass to you. I almost forgot. Here." "To me?" "Yes. This is for you. Wishing you a safe return." Assam, hands trembling, opened the box. Inside were neatly arranged a dozen tiny glass bottles. He realized they were specially prepared miniature potions for mages. His eyes widened in shock. This is... His face instantly brightened. This was a gift prepared in addition to the potion for the three of them. That unpleasant feeling immediately vanished. Luonan said with a smile. Well then. Let's really depart now. Be careful. Andershan waved goodbye with a smile. The three of them simultaneously unfolded their scrolls. Oh. With the fluctuation of magic. The distorted space swallowed their figures. When Andershan opened his eyes, the three of them had completely disappeared. Chapter 228. Heading to the City of Dragons by Sea. 1. Number 228. Oh. Luonan felt nauseous. It was as if everything in his stomach had been wrung dry. Even the fresh sea breeze smelled like sewage and was disgusting. Next to him, the staggering Shulafin wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. It really puts a heavy burden on the body. Oh. Assam clutched a tree and threw up everything in his stomach. Not one of the three managed to avoid vomiting. Luonan spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with bile and said fiercely, When we get back to the academy, I'm going to break the legs of the guy who made this scroll. Oh. It's unbearable. This is just two. Assam gasped. In less than 10 minutes, they had arrived at the southern port of Tandre. All 5 prepared scrolls had been used up. Every time they opened a scroll, the afterimages of the shifting scenery still danced before their eyes. However, even though they had arrived early, they still groaned in agony at the same spot for 30 minutes. This was the side effect of continuous space transfer magic. Luonan once again felt the terrifying power of Klatterna and Nawaldaj's space magic. How exquisite it is. Of course. Even considering the side effects. This method of travel is still far more convenient than others. Anyway, we've arrived. He barely regained his senses and brushed his hair back from his forehead. Under the deep blue sky at dawn, the full view of Tandrel's dock spread out before them. The nighttime sea and coconut trees, and the air even warmer than the archipelagos, told them they had reached the right destination. Are those guys still like that? Where does it hurt? No. I mean, we suddenly appeared in midair. Why won't you believe me? Some people noticed Luonan's group and started loudly talking. Although it was still early, the harbor was already bustling with people. From their rugged clothing, most of them appeared to be fishermen. Meanwhile, some women, presumably their wives or daughters, were passing by. Their charm was indeed unique. The uniform tone and texture of their skin. Luonan muttered thoughtfully. I really should have been born in the south. Maybe that wouldn't have been bad either. Arthur didn't deny it. That's the tacit understanding between men. Only Shulafin kept his eyes closed, as if trying to shake off the troubling thoughts. Noble blue blood. They quickly made their way to the most secluded part of the dock. Although they were eager to experience the southern nightlife, they had no time for leisure. Soon, Luonan spotted a familiar face. He waved his hand. Hey, ill? Didn't I tell you not to call me that? Itargan frowned deeply. He stood tiredly in front of the dock, having arrived early to deliver the boat to them. Let me ask one last time. Are you really sure you don't need me to come along? Really? Let's leave it at that. This is enough. You should focus on your studies. Luonan waved his hand. He had never intended to take Itargand along. Xinsheng was still busy adapting to the new environment. Moreover, he was a descendant of Nawaldoye, which would draw attention in Adran. Sensing his meaning, Itargand nodded. Understood. This was indeed the wise choice. He was grateful in his heart. So, is that the ship we're taking? Luonan pointed at the sailboat behind Itargand. It was a small unit sailboat that could accommodate only about 20 people. Compared to the red galleon he had taken before, this ship was like a fledgling eagle. The taste had become more modest. But the previous ship had indeed been too flashy. Don't underestimate it. This ship is worth far more than that big ship from before. My red whirlwind can operate automatically, without needing any crew at all. Itargan said proudly. He explained that this unit's sailboat, called the Red Whirlwind, was the crystallization of magical engineering, and the best choice for sailing. Although he didn't fully understand, judging by its appearance, it was indeed a good ship. Luanin patted him on the shoulder. Thanks for lending us such a fine ship. Just treat it like your own ship. But if you scratch it, I won't let you off. All right, don't worry. Luanin waved his hand. Of course, I won't treat it roughly. It will take about 8 days to reach Adran. There shouldn't be any trouble in such a short time. Just as they were about to board the ship, Itargan spoke up. Wait a second. There's something I want to remind you about. What is it? Although I haven't been to Adran in a long time, for now, it's best not to go around bragging that you're my servant. His expression and tone were both very serious. Luanin tilted his head. Why? Childish political issues. The current Dragon King, Akitahaka, has a deep inferiority complex toward his mother. With his mother absent for so long, he might pick trouble with you. The Dragon King stirring trouble? That's terrifying. Luanin curled his lips. Such things are quite possible, which makes it even more dangerous. If it were just refusal of hospitality, or forced expulsion, that would be fine. The Dragon King. That's not good news. Hearing this, the two also reacted. Although there was nothing they could do, they silently boarded the ship. The departure was very quiet. We'll be back. As servants? Don't disgrace my honor. I hope you achieve your goal and return. Luanin waved goodbye to Itargan. The moment the ropes were untied, the boat slowly moved forward. The rising sun turned the surface of the sea crimson. Adran was located at the center of the so-called Platinum Sea. Unlike the beautiful southern waters, here the waves were fierce. The sea showed a vast, dark teal color. On the morning of the 5th day after setting sail, Luanin and his companions entered the Platinum Sea. The intense sunlight blazed down on the deck. Massive crimson clouds, like ancient castles, floated along the horizon. Damn! This weather is unbearable, Luanin complained. He had already stripped off his shirt. The idle sea breeze brushed against his skin, but it did nothing to relieve the heat. His skin had turned a bronze color, similar to Navaraj's. Unlike the reddening archipelago, the southern seas were in full summer. Arthur, reading beside a pillar of ice he had made, spoke up. Come over here and cool down. Atmosphere? Luanin pouted. He had never experienced such a long voyage before, so he wanted to enjoy the journey as much as possible. Looking at the sail billowing in the tailwind, Luanin marveled. In any case, this is really amazing. That young lord certainly had reasons to be confident. Yeah, indeed. Arthur nodded. Just as Itargan had said, this truly was an incredible ship. Whether it was routine operations, like steering or adjusting the sails, or handling sudden situations, like storms or giant waves, the ship handled everything with ease. Since the destination, Adran, had already been set, they only needed to be wary of potential enemy attacks or disruptions in consciousness. Let's hope it stays this way. Yeah, exactly. Arthur murmured. Luanin also nodded. Their initial determination had gradually loosened after seeing the same scenery for 5 days. Even the occasional fishing boats or deserted islands had disappeared. Only when encountering whales or schools of flying fish would there be some excitement. The three of them enjoyed this tranquility, because they knew a tough battle awaited them in Adran. At the very least, they hoped to maintain this peace on their way there. Just as the sun was about to reach its peak, Shulafin, standing at the bow, suddenly spoke. An island. What? Really? Luanin, lying in a hammock, got up and walked to the railing on the west side of the ship. Sure enough, he could see several dark green islands in the distance. Yeah, really. And they're pretty big. It looks like a well-known group of islands. These islands formed an archipelago. Unfortunately, they weren't on the course of the Red Whirlwind. Arthur opened up a map and said, Pasanti Archipelago. Pasanti Archipelago, huh? Luanen raised an eyebrow. It was a name he had heard before. Soon he recalled something related to Auroraskar. He snapped his fingers. That's the stronghold of one of Venom Dragon's subordinate organizations. The organization's name is Green Fang. Looking at the island, Luanen frowned. Luanen spoke up. These troublesome guys. Just thinking about a crime syndicate originating from Dragon Ridge Island was disgusting. He explained the story of Green Fang and the Poison Dragon to the others. Then he said, in short, this island has a complicated background. To avoid trouble, we should quietly pass by. Yeah. I think that's best too. Arthur quickly nodded. Anyway, the ship was heading toward Adran. As long as they ignored it, it would be fine. Luanen patted Arthur's pale back. And smiled. Don't be so nervous. What could possibly happen? Yeah. That's true. Arthur finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luanen went back to what he was doing. Shulafin wiped his sword. Luanen was doing handstands. Doing push-ups. Arthur was about to continue reading his book. When suddenly a loud explosion rang out. The ship violently shook. Ah! Sword demon. What's happening? Arthur screamed and jumped up. Luanen and Shulafin turned almost simultaneously toward the source of the noise. The central mast looked like it had been bitten by an invisible beast. It had caved in. Thick smoke scattered in the sea breeze. A bubble bomb. Arthur stammered. At that moment, the mast suddenly collapsed onto the deck. A pillar thicker than a massive tree smashed through both the deck and the lower cabins. Luanen covered his forehead with his hand and could almost hear Itargon's voice echoing in his ears. If you scratch my ship, I won't forgive you. Sword demon. What is that? Where did it come from? Assam barely managed to steady himself emotionally. He looked around like an alert kitten. So, a whistling sound came from somewhere unknown. Shulafin reflexively turned around and swung her sword. Boom! An explosion occurred in midair. About 20 meters away from the ship. He, who had been watching the sea, spoke up. It came from the island. Their ability to hide their presence is impressive. What? Luanen ran to his side. Sure enough. 3 sailboats were breaking through the waves from the direction of the Pasanti Archipelago. These ships were several times larger than the Red Whirlwind. Each ship's prow was decorated with an ugly dragon head statue. Luanen immediately recognized who they were. He cursed. Ah! Sword demons. This is the territory under Dulong Delahavig. The ship ahead immediately stopped. Just as he had expected. Deafening noises erupted from the enemy's ship. Even though they had tried to remain quiet, they were still discovered. The cannonball earlier clearly came from them. In that case, we either take them out or shake them off. Assam panted heavily, struggling to repair the broken railing. Luanen sighed and turned to Shulafin. Huff. Should I do it? Or will you? I've already taken care of one, she said. Luanen frowned. He quickly lowered his gaze and saw that Shulafin's sword was stained with blood. Just as Luanen was about to speak, a strong gust of wind blew by, and the sailboat ahead was split cleanly in two. Chapter 229. Sea Route, Dragon City. 2. Number 29. The bisected galleon slowly separated and began to sink. As graceful as a butterfly spreading its wings. Shrill screams echoed over the sea. The ship! The ship! Ah! Help! Those lucky enough to avoid the sword strike jumped overboard. People escaping through the wreckage looked like rats fleeing before an earthquake. Looking at the sinking ship, Shulafin said calmly. Didn't expect it to be this fragile. That kid. Luanen smiled slightly. Both the power and the range had significantly improved. The sword blade that had turned into wind returned to its original form. A genius is a genius after all. He had thought Shulafin had grown slack from chatting with his sister. But it turned out to be a complete misunderstanding. Without a doubt, this guy was the continent's greatest swordsman. And the Empire's rising star. If they fought seriously now, the outcome would be uncertain. At that moment, Shulafin looked at the remaining sailboats and said, "They're still approaching. I thought sinking one would make them stop." Luanen shifted his gaze. The remaining 2 sailboats were quickly closing in. The survivors cried out for help. But the ships didn't slow down at all. Clearly, rather than rescuing their companions, they were more eager to deal with us. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared at the front of the 2 galleons. So, the sound of a whistle echoed again. "Oh, you still want to try?" Luanen whistled back. This time he could see clearly. Exactly 23 cannonballs came flying toward them. They had suffered earlier because of the ambush. But now there were no surprises. He gripped the sword hilt tightly. A red crescent slash swept out. The fan-shaped sword aura intercepted the cannonballs. Rumble! A barrier of flame and smoke appeared between the 2 galleons and Luanen. Panic shouting came from the other side. "Damn it! What is that?" The barrier quickly dissipated in the sea breeze. The 2 galleons came closer. There was no time for them to reload. Shulafin immediately took a stance. Swinging her sword, the sword of wind struck the 2 galleons head-on once again. Boom! The slashed ships tilted and sank into the sea. "They're even more fragile than expected," Luanen said, lowering his sword. Although he had some expectations. This wasn't even a proper warm-up. At that moment, several black figures from the sunken galleons shot up into the sky like fireworks. Huh? Noticing the movement, Luanen squinted. They didn't look like cannonballs. But the sunlight was too dazzling, making it hard to see clearly. The objects followed a steep parabolic trajectory. Finally, they reached a distance where they could be identified. Both young men frowned. People. Looks like it. Fully armed men were falling like a meteor shower. This kind of airborne assault was something they'd never seen before. Each of them looked extremely heavy. Luanen knew that a collision would be disastrous. Seeing them, the burly men roared angrily. "You bastards! All of you, die! In the name of Lord Delaha!" Judging by their voices, they were clearly furious. After all, they hadn't even had a chance to act before their ships were completely destroyed. Suddenly, Luanen noticed a bald man with a tattoo on his head. It was the Venom Dragon's emblem he had seen before in Auroraskar. "Damn it!" Luanen muttered. "They can transform. Get ready. These guys are pretty strong. Looks like there are at least 20 of them. Though it won't be hard to deal with them. If they crash into the ship directly, this little sailboat might catch fire. It's troublesome. But we have no choice. If we can repair the mast, maybe we can prevent Itargan from collapsing from hypertension. Slice them into pieces. Distributing the weight should hold the ship together. The key is to knock them all down. As long as there are no large pieces, the ship will just get dirty. But we'll have to deal with it." "Got it." Shulafin nodded, understanding the plan. The sword blade turning into wind began to dance. The condensed sword edge seemed ready to tear everything apart. He's really quick to react. Luanen gripped his sword hilt. A crimson hue like sunset spread along the blade. He was about to move when the burly men falling toward them suddenly stopped mid-air. Luanen and Shulafin froze. It was like flies caught in a spider web. Exclamations echoed from all around. "I can't move. You despicable bastards. What trick did you use?" Judging by their reactions, it didn't seem intentional. Suddenly, Luanen sensed a shadow overhead. He turned to look. The mast? The broken mast had somehow been restored. Standing upright again, a cold aura gathered at the spot that had been shattered by cannon fire. "This is..." Luanen's eyes widened. Although rough, the mast's function had been restored. A frightened young voice came from below. "Ah! Don't shout." Hearing the shouting from the burly men, Assam flinched slightly. His left hand stretched up toward the sky. Shulafin blinked in surprise. Luonan smiled helplessly. As expected, I wasn't wrong about you. Luonan. Got them. Assam shouted. Though he looked fragile, his strength was astonishing. And now it even seemed effortless. Perhaps he was the strongest among them. Good job. Assam kept it up. Yeah. Just like that. Assam was about to say something, when Luonan and Shulafin exchanged a glance. They swung their swords simultaneously. Red and blue sword energy swept across the big men suspended in midair. The blades of energy sliced through their bodies without hesitation. Splatter. Blood and entrails rained down on the young warriors' heads. Thud. A severed head landing at Assam's feet made him scream. Ah! Calm down. Don't let go. Wait. Ah! An eyeball got into my back. Eyeball? Assam struggled, but didn't release his telekinesis. The one-sided slaughter continued. Those warriors with the green fang insignia didn't even get the chance to transform. Most of them died without even letting out a dying scream. So despicable. Ah! Mercy. Arg. Delaha. Ag. Scalding blood splattered on their heads. The pungent smell of blood spread like wildfire. Thick blood rained down onto the deck, the sails, and the crew, making this small sailboat even more worthy of the name Red Whirlwind. The sound of severed limbs hitting the deck echoed like raindrops, just as Luonan had predicted. After slicing them into pieces, the impact on the ship noticeably decreased. Of course, the ship still suffered some damage, but Itargan should be able to forgive these scars. The blood-soaked sails could just be washed clean. The corpses dangled like ribbons from the mast. A few seconds later, all the attackers had been killed except for one. An old man bound and suspended alone struggled and shouted. Wait! Please! Please spare me! We really will spare you. Luonan nodded. Meanwhile, the red aura around the sword faded. Just as Shulafin was about to unleash his storm sword, he asked. Are we asking for information? Yes. Assam. I'll leave it to you. Luonan instructed Assam to lower the old man. While vomiting, Assam lifted the magic binding the old man. Thud. The old man fell to the ground with a painful groan. You. Who exactly are you? That's none of your concern. Old man. If you want to spend your remaining years in one piece, you'd better tell us everything you know. Why did you attack us? What kind of dragon is Drahavier? Things like that. But. Luonan stepped on him as he spoke. Even though the wrinkled old man looked pitiful toward those who tried to kill him, Luonan showed no pity or courtesy. The struggling old man barely lifted his head. I'll tell you everything. So please take your foot off. I can barely breathe. Fine. Thank you. Thank you so much. Luonan moved his foot away. Noticing this, the old man slowly got up. The mark carved into his neck was particularly striking. What a strange place, Luonan thought. Since they had been delayed anyway, they might as well gather some information first. Didi Khan had once said that boss Direhavig had dealings between Adran and the outside world. Although the specifics were unclear, having that mark meant the old man must know a lot. Since his life was on the line, he probably wouldn't try any tricks. The old man, stroking his neck, finally spoke. I'll tell you everything as promised. You what? I mean that. Go to hell. Suddenly, the old man lunged at Luonan with both arms. His muscles swelled, turning him into a monstrous figure. He seemed to want to overwhelm Luonan with his size. But Luonan was confused by the sudden attack. He couldn't understand it. Normally, with such a difference in strength, the weaker side should just surrender. Luonan easily dodged the attack and swung his sword once. A red slash appeared across the old man's left arm and left leg, confirming the hit. Luanen turned swiftly. Splurt. The old man's left leg flew off. So much for a peaceful old age. Why did he have to do something so pointless? The legless old man spewed blood and collapsed to the ground. Luanen stomped hard on the back of his neck again. This time the resistance was much fiercer than before. Despite heavy bleeding, the old man still struggled desperately. He cried out in pain. Get off! I must either kill or capture you. That's probably easier said than done. Even if we can't catch you, we have to try. It's for your own good. Otherwise. The old man was about to say something. When suddenly, the mark on his neck began to glow. In an instant, his wrinkled face was filled with despair. He clutched at his own neck. No, no way. Ah, uck. The old man suddenly choked, letting out a strangled sound. The mark emitted a green glow. And it flickered faster and faster. This doesn't feel right. If you don't want to talk, then shut up. Luanen instinctively sensed the danger. He hurled the old man off the ship. The old man's body shot out like a cannonball, splashing into the sea. Ka! Ka! Greenish-purple smoke spewed from his facial orifices. Ah! Ah! The most pitiful scream heard all day echoed across the waters. Not only from his nostrils and mouth, but even from the gaps of his eye sockets gas leaked out. The color looked ominous. Ah! What is that? This is... Assam and Shulafin widened their eyes in shock. The old man's teeth melted on contact with the smoke. His eyeballs shriveled into dry sockets. His body withered rapidly like a dried-up flower. Realizing the situation, Luanen shouted urgently. Damn it, it's poison. Everyone, cover your nose and mouth. Ah! He grabbed Shulafin by the neck and rushed toward the mast where Assam was. Without an antidote, getting poisoned would be a huge problem. They had to get out of the area before the ship got contaminated. The poisonous cloud wasn't dispersed by the wind. Instead, it spread upward into the sky. Luanen suddenly felt a chill. Wait a second. It didn't disperse. This wasn't just a simple self-destruction attack. Something was wrong. The old man's attitude before activating the mark on the vast ocean. The towering cloud was flashing with vivid colors, as if trying to signal someone. Before long, Luanen understood its meaning. He opened his mouth. Assam. Get us out of here. Ah. 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 Damn it. No time. Use telekinesis or whatever you can. Luanen grabbed Assam by the shoulder. Terrified, Assam did as he was told. An invisible force pushed at the stern of the ship. Above the dense forest of the Pasanti archipelago in the distance, a massive shadow rose into the sky. Chapter 230. Sea Route, Journey to Dragon City, 3. Number 230. Above the dense forest of the Pasanti archipelago in the distance, a massive shadow was rising, both in size and aura. It far exceeded any of the enemies they had faced before. Sensing the danger, Luanen cursed. Damn it. What? What is that? The young men, sensing the killing intent, turned around in unison. But the shadow had already disappeared from view. Only the chilling aura was rapidly approaching. Shulafin suddenly swung her sword upward. Slash! The low-hanging clouds were sliced apart, revealing the blue sky. The black shadow that had just appeared vanished back into the clouds. Missed. Shulafin clicked her tongue. The other two also looked around. But they could no longer sense anything. Just as they were wondering if it had really passed, a heavy shadow was cast onto the deck. Assam's face turned pale. Ah, ah. The sound of massive wings beating rhythmically filled the air. A more intense murderous aura pierces my entire body. It feels like rolling in a cactus farm. It's come to this after all. Sighing, Lo Nam speaks up and asks. Is it Duck Lap Ha Dui? I am Lan Du Hai Duck. Is it a mortal who knows my father's name that did this? Judging by how you refer to my father, you must be the son of the poison dragon Duck Lap Ha Dui. Lo Nam continues. It seems there's a misunderstanding. Clearly. You were the ones who attacked first. Turn around and look at me. Only then does Lo Nam turn his head. The others turn around as well. A massive green dragon hovers overhead. Its sharp, flattened head resembles a snake. Especially a venomous jungle snake. Its long neck twists in all directions. Its scales are an unsettling dark green. It's a chilling dragon. Barely holding back from fainting, a Tatmo sighs. Dragon, dragon, dragon. So powerful. Tu Lap Fan whispers. Facing a hostile dragon. It's the first time for all three of them. Though still young. Its size isn't too large. But its presence is still overwhelming. Clearly, it has lived longer than Ythap Nyi Can Duck. Around the silent Jia Lakan. Survivors are still screaming. With every crashing wave, someone disappears. The scene is unbearable to watch. Lan Du Hai Duck looks at them and Lo Nam's group. He speaks. As mortals. You seem very young. Did you do this? And if we did? Lo Nam places his hand on his sword hilt and retorts. Lan Du Hai Duck falls silent. If handled well. He quickly exchanges glances with his friends. Understanding his intent, a Tatmo and Tu Lap Fan stiffen. Really? Is this the right call? In what was perhaps the quietest strategy meeting in the world, Lando Heidel finally spoke. I'm very satisfied. Become my father's servant. Not only will you live, but you'll also enjoy a life of unprecedented luxury. The young men's eyes widened. It was an unexpected proposal. Even after destroying 3 galleons. As long as they had ability, they could still be accepted. They thought it might not be a bad offer. Really? Dragons don't lie. And if we refuse your offer? You already know. You'll become unrecognizable corpses. Lost forever at sea. Just like the trash who brought me here. Lando Heidel glanced at the old man's corpse floating on the sea. Now completely polluted by poison. Looking more like some kind of seaweed. Can I discuss it with my friends? Merciful Lord Lando Heidel? I'll give you 2 minutes. Thank you for your generosity. Given that brief window to speak, Luanen and the other two pressed close together, communicating silently with their eyes. Their strategy was swiftly exchanged. After about a minute of whispered conversation, Luanen looked up. We talked it over. We all disagree. How unfortunate. Then we can't go with you. Then you shall die. Any last words? Screw you. Luanen gripped his sword tightly. At the same time, Lando Heidel opened his mouth. His jaw split almost vertically, spewing out poison gas. Boom. The purplish-blue poison gas engulfed Luanen and his companions, along with their unit sailboat. What a shame. My father might have liked you guys. Lando Heidel felt a sense of regret over this absurd ending. Until now, no one had ever survived after touching his poison. At the moment of contact, blood would spurt from every pore and they would die instantly. He thought that once the poison weakened a little, he could go save those foolish subordinates. Just as the poisonous cloud began to disperse, he sensed a presence within the purple mist. Lando Heidel tilted his head in confusion. Could someone have survived? He stretched his neck and poked his head into the cloud. He saw that the sloop was completely unharmed. How could this be? Lando Heidel's eyes widened. It was simply unbelievable. Looking closely, he noticed a transparent barrier surrounding the ship. A mortal could resist my dragon poison? His gaze landed on a red-haired boy. Assam was chanting desperately. Suddenly, he jumped up. Ah! We've been spotted. What a skilled magician. But the opponent was no easy foe. Lando Heidel opened his mouth again. Assam sensed that this time he couldn't stop it. He took a deep breath. At that moment, Luanen charged out from Lando Heidel's blind spot. The mask he wore was something he had seized earlier from a poacher of Cariboro. From Arendelle. It could neutralize toxins. What? Lando Heidel cried out in shock. He couldn't react fast enough. As he just turned his head, Luanen was even faster. In an instant, he slashed toward his lower neck. A red gash diagonally crossed Lando Heidel's long neck. Blood spurted out violently, dyeing the sky red. Ah! Damn it! Lando Heidel staggered backward. Luonin frowned, realizing it wasn't a fatal wound. Because Lando Heidel had moved at the last second. He had only slashed part of the neck. Still, the sneak attack was a success. Shulafin, who was also hiding in a blind spot, launched his own attack with an arrow. The howling wind scattered all the now useless poison. Luonin murmured in surprise. He seemed to finally understand why the blacksmith Katten had been so proud. The blade of La Mancha was sharper and faster than ever before. The blood-stained blade radiated a fierce aura. The strange colors flowing along the blade resembled the aurora of the northern skies. Lando Heidel was still writhing in pain. Just as he was about to take off, Luonin leapt over the side of the ship and slashed at his wings. Where do you think you're going? This time, Luonin was faster. The bat-like demon was torn apart. Blood sprayed out once again. Lando Heidel's massive body plunged into the sea. Ah! You bastard! Assam! Right! Luonin shouted. Waiting nearby, Assam chanted a spell. An invisible hand pulled the falling Luonin back onto the deck. Thud! Lando Heidel crashed into the water. The massive splash almost drowning the ship. Splash! Seawater washed over the blood-soaked deck and the youths' bodies. Before long, Lando Heidel raised his head, letting out an angry roar. I will never forgive you. His voice was so loud that the ship shook. He was about to spread his wings and take off, when a cold breeze blew by, brushing past Lando Heidel's eyes. Slash! Blood splattered across his eyes. Arg! It was Shulifin's storm sword. Though he would regenerate quickly, it was enough to temporarily blind him. Feeling the sensation at his fingertips, he muttered unhappily. So tough. Not even his eyeballs could be fully severed. A dragon really is a dragon. What kind of treatment had Luonin's sword undergone to make it so sharp? Thud! With his eyes closed, Assam suddenly slammed his palm onto the deck, chanting. This was the critical moment of Plan B. The name of a high-level spell slipped from his lips. Ice. Frost Domain. Bloom. The chill emanating from the small palm spread forward. The advancing white frost covered Lando Heidel. Crack. The surrounding seawater instantly froze. It shackled the struggling dragon. At the same time, huge ice spikes struck Lando Heidel. Arg! Lando Heidel let out a painful shriek. Most of the ice spikes failed to pierce his scales, but thinner areas were penetrated. What was more serious was the white frost spreading over his body. If it continued, even his bones would freeze. He would be immobilized. Leaping onto the frozen surface, Luonin lunged at him. Stretch out your neck. You bastard. Lando Heidel's eyes widened. The human's arrow was the only weapon that could pierce his scales and end his life. The distance closed instantly. The rainbow-colored blade once again slashed at the previous wound. I am the son of poison dragon Drahavir. Do you think I would fall so easily? Boom! The wings buried in ice suddenly burst open. Shattered ice flew everywhere. The intense shockwave blasted Luonin away. He slammed into the bow of the ship. Fearless struggle. Luonin gritted his teeth. Lando Heidel, now free, soared into the sky. Even though his body was tattered, he could still barely fly. Seawater and shards of ice, mixed with poisonous blood, poured down like a waterfall. Focusing his mind, Luonin shouted loudly. Come down! Flower wax! The blade of La Mancha was dyed with the colors of the sunset. Just as the light was about to reach him, Lando Heidel suddenly twisted his head and breathed dragon poison downward. A purple aura envelops the sky. Damn it! My vision is completely blocked. I can't aim. Lo Nam hurriedly unleashes his strongest sword aura. A red star moon-shaped sword aura tears through the mist. A brief stumble echoes from behind the purple clouds. Ah! Looks like it hit. Raising his arm quickly, a Tatmo defends against Tu Lo Bo. As Tu Lap Fan swings his sword, a strong gust completely disperses the poisonous gas. Searching for Lan Du Hai Duck, Lo Nam curses. Damn it! Lan Du Hai Duke's figure has become a small green dot. He's drunkenly flying north. A massive chunk of flesh floats on the sea. It's probably his tail, likely severed by the earlier sword aura. Hurrying over, Lo Nam tightly grips the helm. He shouts, "Chase him! Everyone, help out! Chase him down! It looks like he won't last much longer. It's better to finish this here, since we're already enemies. A clash with the poison dragon is inevitable, rather than facing him and his father later when they've regained strength. It's better to end it here for good." Convinced, a Tatmo nods. "Why yeah, you're right. Then hurry up and help. Catch him before he calls for allies." Lo Nam turns the helm. The ship's bow tilts, though it's his first time manually steering. He should manage. With Tu Lap Fan's wind power and a Tatmo's telekinesis, Tu Lo Bo moves forward at the speed of wings. The weather is clear. Visibility is good. Just follow the blood trail. The pursuit is smoother than expected. The blood trail left by Lan Du Hai Duck is clearly visible on the sea. About 3 hours later, the distance gradually closes. What was once just a dot, now gradually reveals the outline of a dragon. It pierced through Lando Heidel. Ah! Damn it! What's going on? Luanen bit his tongue in shock. It was as if a black bolt of lightning had struck down. Lando Heidel plummeted like a small bird hitting a window. He fell right onto a small island below. No splash at all. Quickly! Something feels off. They accelerated the boat. It took them over 10 minutes to reach the spot where Lando Heidel had fallen. For some reason, the nearby seawater had turned a vivid purple. Countless fish floated belly up on the surface. The group's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this? Oh my god. Assam covered his mouth with both hands. Even Shulafin couldn't hide his astonishment. The place where Lando Heidel fell wasn't an island. It was a massive dragon lion floating on the sea. 3 times the size of Lando Heidel. Lando Heidel's body lay draped over one of its wings. Luanen muttered in a daze. Drahavier. The dragon's smooth scales were as deep as a tropical rainforest at night. The long neck and snake-like head hinted at its relation to Lando Heidel. Lando Heidel's corpse rested atop the giant dragon's wing. Who did this? The poisonous fumes distorted the air over the sea. There was no doubt, the dragon was Poison Dragon Drahavier. Wearing his bear mask, Luanen walked toward the bow. Both corpses had giant holes pierced through them like tree trunks. Suddenly sensing a familiar aura, Luanen raised an eyebrow. This is... Black magic power surged along the edges of the wounds like burning flames. That indescribably savage aura was impossible to forget. The face of the black-cloaked man he had encountered at Auroraskar flashed through his mind. That vicious aura was unmistakable. It was the same magic as the man he had seen at Auroraskar. A chill ran down the arm holding his sword. Could he still be here? Not knowing the enemy's true identity could be extremely dangerous. Luanen anxiously looked at Assam and Shulafin and said, "Please help me scout the surroundings. Quickly. And now." "Yes, hurry." Although the two were puzzled, they still followed the instructions. Andersan and the most advanced detection network of Phi Leyang Academy spread out around them. With his eyes closed, Assam groped around and said, "There's no one within a 5-kilometer radius." Confirmed. 3-kilometer radius. Shulafin, about to continue speaking, closed his mouth. He seemed to glare at Assam with some annoyance. Obviously, Assam's detection ability was superior. Fortunately so. After hearing the report, Luanen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had completed his task and left. Looking at Delahavi's corpse, he frowned. Damn it. What happened here? At the connection between the neck and body, there was a clearly visible large hole. Blood and seawater kept spilling from the hole. Other than that hole, there were no other wounds. It was obviously a fatal one-shot kill. Whether in terms of size or scale thickness, Landahazel was far inferior to this powerful dragon race. And yet, it had fallen so easily. It was unbelievable. He was about to examine it more closely. Goo, shit. Scared me half to death. Delahavi's head lying in the distance twitched slightly. There was a sound like a whale spouting water. Startled, Luanen cursed loudly. He had thought it was already dead. But it turned out there was still breath left. Stepping over Delahavi's neck, he moved toward the other wing. He leapt onto it. The left wing was right in front of him, allowing him to observe it face to face. It truly was a gigantic dragon. Giant, pale yellow eyes like coconuts were staring at him. From here on, it's crucial. Clearing his throat, Luanen spoke up. Lord Delahavi. Are you all right? Yes. What exactly happened to you? Oh. Thank goodness. Is that guy gone? Luanen calmly imitated the demeanor of the Green Therapy Organization members. Assam and Shulafin swallowed nervously. Delahavi, lying on the ground, still hadn't noticed the state of his son, who had collapsed under his wing. After coughing up blood, he continued speaking. Tell my son, Randa Hyde, to stay away from Adrin. That gun. What? Gun? That guy wants to use it to kill His Majesty. Maybe he'll do even worse. His Majesty. You mean the Dragon King? Please speak louder. Luanen asked, but got no response. Soon after, Delahavi started rambling like a senile old man. That venomous dragon. Butterflies in the sea. He seemed completely delirious. Death seemed near. Gun. Suddenly, the matter of Aurora Scar flashed through his mind. That box. According to Didikon, the man in black had commissioned a weapon that was hard to tell whether it was a pillar or a gun. It took 6 people just to barely move the box containing the weapon. Luanen remembered he had once killed 2 members of the Green Fang, just because a drop of blood had stained the box. Was it his doing? Since he had never seen what was inside the box with his own eyes. He couldn't be certain. But if that assumption was true, then it was indeed an extremely brutal weapon. One that could pierce through one of the hardest materials in the world. Like paper, dragon scales. With an urgent tone, Luanen asked, Do you know the name of that man in black? Who is he? The great night loomed ahead, yet it was full of hatred. Hey! Poison Dragon. Lando. Hater. Luanen urged him. But there was no response. In the end, Delahavi uttered the name of his son. The light in his eyes gradually faded. Scratching his head, Luanen spat on the ground. What the hell is going on? Damn it. The current situation was beyond his comprehension. The man in black, the unknown weapon. The plan to assassinate the Dragon King. All this information came flooding in, making it impossible for him to make sense of it. The only thing certain was that he had to head to Adrin. At that moment, Shulafin, who was inspecting Lando Hader, shook his head. This one died instantly. Even his heart is gone. There was no time to even scream. Yeah. Not seeing his son die might be considered a small mercy. Lando Hader's heart and the area around it had been completely crushed. Although he was much smaller than Delahavi, the wound was the same size, making it seem even more severe. Gazing at the 2 dragon corpses, Luanen clicked his tongue. Sigh. Damn it. Although it was good that the targets they had intended to deal with were gone, there was still an unsettling feeling in his heart. Father and son dying together. Even if they were enemies. This was also an extremely tragic death. Of course, we still had things to do. After examining the body, Luanen spoke up. Assam. If there are any empty barrels or buckets, bring them over here. Why? To collect some toxins. And a few teeth, too. I just checked. They should be useful. Demons. Otherwise. Are you planning to hold a funeral for them? Asam's face turned pale. Regardless. Luonan picked up his knife and began dissecting the dead venomous dragon. Opportunities to obtain dragon materials were rare. With the sea surface boiling with poisonous gas, only Luonan could handle the task. He collected enough venom to fill 5 oak barrels, as well as teeth, leather, and other miscellaneous parts. While Shulafin was dispersing the poison with wind, a voice sounded behind her. As expected, interesting. The voice was so soft it was almost like a hallucination. Shulafin hurriedly turned around. But there was no one on deck. Even when heightening her senses, it was the same. Did she mishear? Hey! Keep blowing. The poison gas is rising again. Shulafin turned back around. About 3 hours later, the work was done. When the red cyclone set sail again, the aura of the man in black had disappeared. Luonan and his party aboard the red cyclone sailed on for another 2 days. They encountered a sudden storm along the way, causing a day's delay. Although the ship was badly damaged, the fierce rainstorm completely washed away the bloodstains on the deck and railings. After the storm passed, the weather remained clear. On the evening of the 7th day of sailing, the ship suddenly came to a halt. What's going on? Why did we stop so suddenly? Looks like we've arrived at our destination. We've arrived? There's nothing here. Luonan looked around. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see any land. Only a huge sunset hanging on the horizon, setting the sea ablaze. Am I hallucinating from the poison? Luonan and his companions checked the map drawn by Itargand again. If none of the 3 were blind, this should be the right place. Gradually, suspicious looks turned toward Itargand. Wait a second. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Luonan's mind. Almost all dragons have wings and can fly in the air. He slowly lifted his head. A massive red cloud covered half the sky. Though it appeared very high up, its sheer size made it impossible to estimate its true scale. No way. Lo. Luonan. Could it be what we're thinking? Looks like it. The 3 looked at each other, sharing the same instinct. Though the thought was absurd, they had no other choice. Luonan patted Asam on the shoulder. This concerns all our lives. Be extremely careful. Ah. Seriously? What other choice do we have? If we didn't bring you, we'd have no idea what to do. Asam looked like he was about to cry. But Luonan's attitude was firm. Although they thought there would be a special entrance, counting on a dragon's thoughtfulness was clearly a mistake. Then I'll do my best. Asam finally sighed helplessly. He staggered over and sat cross-legged under the railing, seemingly preparing for fine control. As he closed his eyes, the ship began to gently rise. Luonan turned to Shulafin and said, "Let's get to our part then." Shulafin gripped the hilt of her sword in response. The ascending twin-masted ship soon entered the red clouds. Within the thick cloud layer, nothing was visible. Both of them stayed on high alert, fully focused. If they were attacked mid-air and Asam was distracted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Their weapons were ready to unleash sword energy at any moment. After about 20 minutes of ascent, the highly concentrated Asam groaned softly. The rising twin-masted ship shook slightly. What's wrong? I sense a powerful presence. It should be Adran over there. Upon hearing that, Luonan focused his senses. The airflow around them had indeed changed. Voices, wing beats, and faint roars drifted through the red clouds, striking their sensitive ears. Fortunately, there was no danger. Just a few minutes later, the surrounding cloud curtain suddenly vanished. An open space unfolded before their eyes. The stagnant sunset bathed the deck in light. Luonan and Shulafin widened their eyes in shock. Oh, sword demon. A massive island floated at the center of the sky. Majestic structures gleamed under the twilight. The sight reminded Luonan of Delamore he had once seen. But it was dozens or even hundreds of times larger. Various dragons were freely flying around the floating island. Assam opened his eyes, utterly amazed. What a sight. Good job, Assam. Luanan ruffled Assam's hair in satisfaction. This view never gets old. I didn't expect the dragon race to have such aesthetic sense. Assam clumsily steered the ship, muttering awkwardly. Which way is the line going? We need to go through an immigration inspection. I know this place. There's only one immigration checkpoint on the north side of Itargon's reclaimed island. As Assam moved his hand, the ship turned its bow. Some young dragon hatchlings were flying around the ship. The children laughed. Ha ha, humans. Humans. Hello, hello. After sailing through the clouds for a while, they finally arrived at their destination. A wide and long stone dock jutted out from the center of the north side. Looking like a bridge, a 5-story tall white building stood there, signifying it was a special place. The immigration checkpoint. Many flying vehicles were lined up on the dock, apparently transportation powered by creatures like lion doves. At the end of the dock was a giant gate, large enough for an untransformed dragon to pass through. Assam landed the ship on the dock. Although the ship leaned awkwardly, there was no helping it, it wasn't a real flying vehicle. After disembarking a week later, they slowly made their way toward the gate. Luanan raised his eyebrows. Looks like there are others besides us. Several human immortals were standing in front of the gate. About 5 or 6 of them. They wore luxurious and unfamiliar clothing, looking like foreign envoys. 2 burly guards blocked the gate, while an old man wearing a long hat sat nearby. He was clearly the inspector. After observing carefully, Shulafin spoke up. The atmosphere isn't good. Huh? Luanan tilted his head in confusion. He focused and listened for a moment. Sure enough, he heard sounds of an argument. Get lost. We're not accepting outsiders right now. But how can that be? This was agreed upon 6 months ago. No means no. You cannot enter. This is outrageous. I formally protest. The man who looked like an envoy began venting his anger. The inspector was either a dragon or a servant of dragons, but he showed no fear. However, the guards kept mechanically repeating themselves, telling them to leave. A few minutes later, a prosecutor stood up and walked over. He walked through the guards and looked at the envoys, saying, I am Prosecutor Barnaltier. Still not planning to leave? Finally, someone who can talk appeared. We are here under orders from the king. The envoy raised his voice when he saw the prosecutor. Barnaltier quietly listened to his complaints. The envoy gestured animatedly as he voiced his grievances. This isn't a trivial matter. This is a diplomatic insult between nations. Our king. All right, I get it. Suddenly, the prosecutor opened his mouth wide. The guards turned to look. Boom! Flames burst from the prosecutor's mouth, engulfing the envoy. Luanan and the others were stunned. Ah! Assam screamed. The jet of flames only lasted a few seconds before dying down. The envoy's upper body, once lively, had completely vanished without a trace. Thud. The scorched envoy collapsed onto the ground. The burnt lower half could no longer utter a word. Other companions who looked like envoys were so terrified they nearly fainted. After a brief stunned moment, they screamed and fled. No one cleaned up the body. The charred lower half remained where it had fallen. The prosecutor coldly looked at Luanan and his group and said, Next. Kill. Luanan gave a wry smile. So this is the infamous border inspection after all, he said to Assam and Shulafin. Don't worry, we have the mark. Are right? Exactly. That's right. We are the servants of the renowned Lord Itargand. No need to be afraid. Assam asked shakily. Shulafin calmly nodded. Luanan patted both of their shoulders and said, Let's double-check before we go. Show me your marks. Here. Assam rolled up his sleeve. Shulafin silently showed the back of his hand, where Itargon's emblem was clearly engraved. Finally, Luanan lifted his shirt. Alright, I'll show mine too. To look cool. He had deliberately had the emblem engraved on his back. The inspector suddenly looked at him. Luanen's face stiffened. Ah, did I really have it engraved there? What are you talking about? You all saw it yesterday. Why do both of you look so uneasy? Frowning, Luanen reached behind his back. There was a slight bump where the mark should have been. He could feel it with his hand. Touching his back, he furrowed his brows. The mark is gone. All he could feel was skin and muscle under his fingertips. Assam and Shulafin stared blankly at Luanen's now bare back. The inspector spoke again. Didn't you hear me? Next. Chapter 232, Immigration. Checkpoint 232. Didn't you hear me? Next. Damn it. The inspector urged them. Luanen kept groping his back as if trying to catch a bug. But he could no longer feel the mark. He realized something was wrong. He swallowed hard. Damn it. What's going on? The mark that had been fine before had vanished. The reason was unknown. He still remembered proudly smiling at it in the mirror. The other two continued to stare at his now smooth back in confusion. Assam said. The mark. It seemed a little faded before. I didn't expect it would disappear completely. What? It's my fault. I should have told you back then. Assam clutched his head with both hands. A few days ago, when he accidentally saw Luanen's exposed back. The mark already looked a little blurry. At the time, he thought it was just his imagination. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Choking with guilt, he said. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Forget it. There's nothing we can do about what's already happened. Luanen shook his head. Since we can't find the cause. Knowing in advance wouldn't have helped anyway. He bit his lip. And sighed. Let's go. Really? Will it be okay? It's fine. There's no other way anyway. Are you planning to seduce them? Assam shut his mouth tightly. Luanen walked toward the checkpoint with the two of them. Other than trying their luck. There were no better options. At least they had once borne the mark. Maybe some trace of it still remained. If they were driven out, they would have to sneak in. In that case, they had to prepare for the worst. Luanen and his party unconsciously found themselves standing before the prosecutor. The scorched lower half of the envoy's body was still rolling at their feet. You two go first. Okay. Without hesitation, Assam and Shulafin stepped forward. After seeing their marks, the prosecutor said in a low, interested voice. So you're servants of Lord Itargand. How rare. Prosecutor sir. You mentioned Lord Itargand. The guard's eyes suddenly sharpened. They quickly surrounded the three of them. Hey, why? What's going on? Assam shrank back in fear. Hunching his shoulders. Shulafin placed her hand on her sword hilt. The pressure from the other party was overwhelming. Suddenly, Luanen remembered that Itargand had told them not to reveal their relationship with him. Luanen frowned. There was no way out here. Damn it. Although he had expected it. Encountering trouble. Right from the immigration checkpoint. Left him at a loss. He had hoped at least the entry process would be fair. But that hope became a luxury. The inspector, stroking his beard, continued. I didn't expect the heir of the Fire Dragon clan to come of age so quickly. Time really flies. You may enter. What? However, please do not mention the master's name everywhere. The timing is not good. Luanen and the others widened their eyes. They were let through so easily. The guards asked in surprise. Lord Benaltier. His Majesty had clearly ordered. How can you allow this? You should know. Such an order is unreasonable. Lord Nawaldos has long wielded power in this land. Even before Adran was founded. Do not let greed make you forget your principles. The inspector reprimanded them sternly. The guards lowered their heads and retreated. Fortunately, not everyone supported the Dragon King's political struggle. The inspector turned to Luanen and asked, Now then. Whose servant are you? Ah. How should I put it? I am. Fuming with rage. Images of that mouth. Spitting flames kept flashing before his eyes. This is the worst. No matter what, he couldn't think of a solution to their current predicament. As he hesitated whether to take off his shirt to show his back, the inspector carefully looked at Luonan and sighed softly. Good heavens. What's wrong? Facing the sudden reaction, Luonan tilted his head in confusion. The inspector slowly walked forward and suddenly knelt on one knee. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Old Dragon Barnaltir salutes the proxy of the Mother of Fire. Proxy? Yes. Aren't you carrying the original flame seed? Please forgive me for realizing it so late. Hearing the term original flame seed, Luonan raised an eyebrow. He had almost forgotten. Within his heart was a fragment of Nawaldaj's power, stronger than any ordinary mark. He hadn't expected to benefit from it now. Thinking back, the mark of Itargand had disappeared in just a few days. Perhaps it had been absorbed here, like a small flame consumed by a greater one. Scratching his head, Luonan spoke. Aside from me, were there other proxies? Long ago, there were. But this is the first time for a human. You are neither a dragon, nor someone who inherited that lord's bloodline. Yet you bear the original flame seed. It's truly awe-inspiring. The inspector's attitude became extremely respectful, to the point it was unsettling. It seemed that being a proxy of the original flame seed was highly significant. He hadn't expected that this old dragon would act so humbly. Once again, he felt the tremendous status held by that alluring dragoness. Now then. The inspector slowly stood up, gazing at the gate and murmuring softly. Rumble. With a sound like a landslide. The gate slowly opened. He pointed toward Adran, visible through the crack, and said, Please, go inside. However, as I said before, be extremely cautious. Most dragons and commoners still respect Lord Nawaldos, but they also fear the Dragon King's oppression. Thank you. Can we leave our ship here? Luonan pointed to the crimson sailboat. It lay slanted at the end of the dock, looking rather pitiful. The inspector smiled and waved his hand. Ah. We'll take care of it separately. No need to worry. Thank you. That ship is very precious. To Lord Itargand. The guards looked at them blankly. After saying that, Luonan stepped forward. Well then. Let's go take a look. Though the gap was narrow, because the gate was still open, the three of them managed to pass through smoothly. Unexpectedly. Everything went so smoothly that it felt a little unsettling. But at least they had successfully entered. That was something to be grateful for. You will not get your way. Nebrakragi. Luonan once again steeled his resolve. Just as they passed through the gate, which might have been 5 meters thick, a breathtakingly magnificent cityscape unfolded before their eyes. Wow! It's truly amazing. So this is the City of Dragons? Assam and Shulafan exclaimed in awe. This city inhabited by dragons was astonishingly exquisite and beautiful. Overall, most of the buildings were adorned with gold or gemstones. This decorative style perfectly reflected the innate greed of the dragon race. People wearing human clothes or shape-shifted dragons walked freely alongside animals in the streets. The afterglow of the sunset added even more beauty to the scene. It's magnificent. Luonan muttered quietly. But he didn't have time to admire it for long. He brushed his hair back from his forehead and turned to the others, saying, Let's head to a crowded place first. We need to gather information about the altar. A crowded place. A plaza. A tavern. Probably somewhere like that. We don't know where the enemy might be. So we must stay alert. Luonan warned. They headed deeper into the city. A majestic tall tower stood in the center of Adran, overlooking them. Damn. It's so heavy. And we have to haul a human ship inside too? Is this really okay? If His Majesty finds out, he definitely won't be pleased. The young soldiers grumbled. About a dozen of them were struggling to move the red cyclone into the hangar. Normally, visitors were supposed to handle their own transportation. But due to Prosecutor Barnaltier's orders, they had no choice but to do it. Something that should have been moved by water now had to be hauled manually. It wasn't an easy task. It took them nearly an hour to finally get the heavy vessel into the hangar. One of the young soldiers who had inspected Luanen's group wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Phew. Damn it. It's finally over. It's just too unfair like this. Even if the other side are dragons. And we're just low-ranking soldiers. This is still too much. How about this? I'll secretly report to His Majesty. And then we can share the reward. That Nawaldos is a generous person. He'll definitely reward us handsomely." Oh. Sounds good. By the way, who exactly were they praising again? It's been almost 100 years since we left Adran. The young soldiers laughed awkwardly. They were discussing how to make Banaltier look bad and get rewards from the Dragon King. Creak. The door to the ship's cabin slowly opened. A voice came from the deck. "Something feels off. What's wrong?" The young soldiers all looked up. Just now there was clearly no one. But now there was someone standing on the deck. They hadn't seen this person when they searched the overturned ship. It was a man with long, flowing hair, wearing a tattered black long coat. He looked at the young soldiers and asked, "Let me ask you a question. Who rules Adran now?" "Why you? Who are you? Has Nawaldos already abdicated?" The man in black ignored the young soldiers and continued speaking. Receiving no answer, he observed their reactions. The man let out a deep sigh. "So that's how it is. Indeed, a long time has passed." His attitude provoked anger. The panicked young soldiers' faces gradually twisted with rage. One soldier drew his spear and pointed at the man in black, shouting, "Looks like a stowaway. How dare you act so arrogant? Get down. If you surrender quietly, we won't tear you apart." Before long, the anger spread among all the young soldiers. As servants of the renowned dragon race, they were merely watchdogs in Adran. But in front of humans, they were practically superhuman. "Get down." At that moment, one young soldier hurled his spear. Swoosh! The spear flew toward the man's head, cutting through the air. However, the man in black simply tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the attack. His hands remained casually in the pockets of his long coat. Thunk! The spear embedded itself deep into the rear railing. The young soldiers widened their eyes in shock. He dodged it. He dodged it. The spear was fully buried in the railing. Given the strength behind it, it was incredible that a human could dodge it. Simply unbelievable. The man in black glanced at the spear, then growled lowly, "How dare you bare your fangs at me?" The young soldiers shrank back. Their bravado from earlier was completely gone. It was obvious this was no ordinary enemy. They quickly made a decision and simultaneously activated their emergency powers. "This guy is dangerous. Take him down immediately." As seasoned fighters, they didn't waste any time. With the sound of armor bursting, bodies covered in scales were revealed. A few seconds later, the young soldiers transformed into half-human, half-beast monsters. As if they were hybrids of wyverns and humans. They roared and lunged at the man. "Kill him! Do you know where you are?" The young soldiers leapt forward, jumping onto the ship. Bang! 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 Every time their heavy boots hit the deck, a deafening noise echoed out. The man in black reached his hand into his pocket. Click! In an instant, the upper bodies of 10 out of the 11 soldiers were torn apart. T10. What? It all happened so fast. They couldn't even see it clearly. The only surviving soldier turned pale. Blood and chunks of flesh rained down from above like a storm. The man in black stood there quietly, drenched in blood. He looked as relaxed as if he were out for a stroll. Just as the surviving soldier instinctively felt utter defeat and turned to flee, something long and sharp pierced through his back. Ah! Ah! The soldier slowly lowered his head. The spear he had thrown earlier was now protruding from his chest. The man in black tapped the spear embedded in him and spoke. "Tell me everything you know about Adrin and Nawaldos." "Oh, okay. Okay. I'll tell you everything. Please spare me." The man in black said nothing. The terrified soldier, forgetting the pain of being impaled, began pouring out everything he knew. The explanation went on for a full 20 minutes. "I see. Nawaldos and his clan suddenly disappeared." "Why, yes. Yes, sir. No one knows exactly where they went." "Really? Now please spare me. I've told you everything. All right?" The man in black responded indifferently. Judging from the young soldier's attitude, he didn't seem to be lying. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. "You can go now. Go. Get lost." "Wait." Just as the young soldier turned his head, the man in black raised the spear in his hand. Slick. The spear pierced through the young soldier's chest and out the top of his head. There was no scream. Blood spurted everywhere. Thud. The corpse split apart like a starfish, collapsing onto the ground. The man in black wiped the blood off with a handkerchief and casually walked away. "What a hassle. The situation has gotten a bit troublesome. I must find someone who knows Nawaldaj's whereabouts. But the entire clan has vanished. Where should I even start?" Ah! As he pondered, a face flashed through his mind. The name was Luanen, if he recalled correctly. Although he wasn't sure of his goal, Luanen was probably still wandering somewhere in Adrin. Originally, he thought it would end once he boarded a ship. Might as well grab a drink first. The man in black muttered to himself and slowly walked away. The evening glow seeping through the hangar doors illuminated 11 corpses. Chapter 233. The Man in Black, 1. Alert Code 233. Good heavens. Inspector Barnaltier sighed. The hangar resembled a scene from hell. The stench of blood was dizzying. 11 unrecognizable corpses floated in pools of blood. Who did this? He had entered the hangar about 3 hours after Luanen's group passed through the checkpoint. Because the sentries he dispatched never returned, he grew worried and came to check, only to find this horrific scene. Following the trail of blood, he proceeded forward. The sentries, even after activating their marks, were killed instantly. This was no ordinary event. Most of the bodies had fallen near the small sailboat that Luanen's group had used. Was something hidden aboard the agent's ship? The red clipper that had just been cleaned was once again stained with blood and entrails, looking like a ghost ship. The inspector walked into the cabin in a daze. He checked the bedroom, the dining room, and the cockpit one by one, but found no obvious clues. Finally, while continuing to search the bottom storage level, his eyes widened. In one corner of the storage room was a black mark. It was a sign of lingering magic. Without careful observation, one might mistake it for mold. But his years of experience as an inspector allowed him to recognize. This was a trace left by something hidden. The faint but dangerous aura was something he could never forget, no matter how much time passed. With a trembling voice, he said, "Has it returned?" A rang. The inspector rushed out of the cabin. He crashed into a wall and nearly tripped over the stairs. But none of that mattered now. Bursting out of the hangar, he shouted at the waiting sentries. "Emergency. Report to His Majesty immediately. And mobilize all forces." The sun had set. The dying sunlight cast dim rays between the buildings. But under the dark night sky, Adrin still shone undiminished. The entire Adrin Grand Plaza, paved with crystals, continued to glow beautifully under the night. The streetlights gradually lit up, heralding the arrival of Midnight City. People who had finished a day's work strolled freely across the plaza. Most were human, though elves and beastkin could occasionally be seen. If you gathered the best-off people of the entire continent into a village. This was what it would feel like. Looking around, Luanen said, I think we could live here. It's just too delicious. He was holding a giant turkey leg. Its skin crispy. And the inside juicy. With an absolutely amazing flavor. The seasoning was absolutely delicious. Giving their long hungry stomachs immense satisfaction. This flavor is just. Beside him, Assam nodded. Taking small bites from a waffle as big as his head. With cream smeared at the corners of his mouth, proof of how delicious it was. What a luxurious city. I've never seen a place like this before. Shulafin also marveled. Unlike the other two. He wasn't holding anything in his hands. Because he had already eaten 3 bowls of stew earlier. Luanen spoke up. You guys didn't notice anything suspicious either, right? No intel. Nothing at all. Same here. I see. Hearing Shulifin's reply. Luanen scratched his head. He too hadn't gathered any useful information. Even though he had stayed vigilant all along. He hadn't sensed any trace of Nebulaker. Although they had only wandered around for a while. This city was much larger than he had imagined. They had already been in Adran for several hours. Realizing they hadn't eaten all day, his companions were now enjoying their dinner. Adran was a city built on greed. Most of the citizens were servants supported by their masters. The dragon race. The dragons only invested their leftover wealth into Adran's welfare after satisfying their own desires. But even that was enough to make Adran wealthier than any other nation. In Adran, food, clothing, and all daily necessities were provided for free. Although there were vendors, they were more like props used to draw in customers. If you needed food or other supplies, you only needed to show your identification to take them. Though the variety was limited, it was still sufficient. Luanen continued speaking. That's a good thing. Looks like we'll need more time. Yeah. The people here are friendly too. It's different from what I expected. We're lucky. The citizens' manners were surprisingly good as well. Originally, he thought that those living in Adran would have an air of superiority. But most of them were just ordinary, kind people. Of course. Just like Phileyang had its delinquent students. The City of Dragons would have its bad eggs too. But so far, they hadn't encountered any. If they revealed any information related to Nawaldos, who knew what would happen? After finishing the last piece of meat, Luanen stood up. We'll split up this time. Meet back here at midnight. Things were urgent, they had to move quickly. The cult's plot was still ongoing. The savior might be suffering right now. Assam. Go check near the library. That's also a place where crowds gather. Got it. Shulafin. You head toward the tower where the Dragon King lives. That's the plan. Assam and Shulafin nodded. Both were strong enough to protect themselves. So there shouldn't be a problem. They each went off in different directions. Leaving the Grand Plaza, Luanen walked into a dim alley where the lights were not yet lit. The inns and taverns scattered throughout the city were his area of responsibility. He deliberately chose places without dragons. It was a strategic judgment. Based on the reactions of the sentries and the inspector. Only dragons who were not servants could recognize a primordial seed. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they had to act carefully until they gathered enough information. Noble dragons were unlikely to visit shabby bars like these. Of course. To ask naturally. He would have to drink a few glasses. After wandering the streets for 2 hours, Luanen cursed. Damn it. How are there so many taverns? After filling up on food and drink, people began their night of heavy drinking. After all, both alcohol and side dishes were free. There was no better pastime. Unknowingly, Luanen found himself in the western suburbs of the city. Are these ruins? He muttered to himself as he gazed at the buildings before him. The night scenery of Luanen felt completely out of place. The sign had only one Chinese character. Jew, liquor. Through the window, light and voices could be seen and heard. It seemed to still be open. Better be cautious. Unexpectedly. Valuable information might be obtained even in a place like this. The moment Luanen pushed the door open, an interior just as calm as the exterior came into view. The unique bustling noise of a tavern greeted him. Ha ha! So I'm telling you. Yesterday, I heard from a friend who works at the tower. The Dragon King will make a major announcement soon. Whoa! This really is the best place to be. Luanen raised an eyebrow slightly. The tables were wide, and there were plenty of guests. Counting the bar as well. There were about 20 people inside. The rich aroma of alcohol tickled his nose. Hello. Welcome. It's your first time around here, right? Come on in and have a seat. An elderly man, who seemed to be the owner, greeted him warmly. As he wiped glasses behind the bar, Luanen sat down at the bar and ordered a drink. I'm from out of town. Give me your most popular drink. I thought so, you're an outsider. Then you absolutely must try our brandy. It's a specialty you can only taste here in the Dragon City. Sounds great. Luanen smiled slightly. Other than that, no one was paying attention to him. This relaxed atmosphere made him feel very comfortable. He planned to take his time drinking, then naturally inquire about the cult and Arabalike. As Luanen slowly scanned the tavern, his gaze suddenly landed on the owner's left arm. The movements of the arm hidden under his shirt seemed slightly unnatural. Sir, your left arm. Oh, good eye. Just as you thought. It's Jaji. Jaji? The shopkeeper answered casually, placing a glass in front of Luanen. Inside, the amber-colored brandy swirled gently. Luanen repeated the word. Jaji. That word. The Kadri Alabalihe he was searching for was also a master of making branches. Luanen thought to himself. Perhaps this person was somehow connected to that artisan. So he asked. Do you know who made that branch? It might be a strange question, but it didn't hurt to ask. Well, that was a long time ago. I don't really remember clearly. But I do clearly remember the pain of branching. Sorry. I didn't mean anything by that. It must have been terrifying. If you want, I can tell you about it. Meaning. The shopkeeper was about to speak. When, creak. The sound of the door opening came from behind. The shopkeeper glanced toward the entrance and showed a friendly smile. Welcome. Judging by your attire, you must be from out of town? No response. What a rude guy. Luanen thought, while taking a sip of the brandy in front of him. His eyes widened. It was unbelievably good, counting both past and present lives. It would rank in his top 5. Such a rich flavor was unforgettable. A dense aroma filled his mouth. Truly something to be proud of. At that moment, footsteps stopped right beside Luanen. A silent guest spoke up. Give me the strongest drink you've got. No ice. Got it. The owner nodded. Luanen's hand, which was about to raise his glass again, froze in midair. The voice was familiar. Very familiar. Before he could turn around, the guest was already seated next to him. Ha! Look who it is. Saved me the trouble of finding you. It's you. Luanen turned his head. A man in a black coat was staring at him. His pale face was tinged with red. He must have had a few drinks already. It was the man from Aurore's car. Although there was no killing intent, an oppressive air still lingered. Luanen slowly moved his hand toward his sword. The long-haired man brushed his hair back with one hand and leaned against the bar. So then, tell me, where is Noaldoye? Chapter 234. The Man in Black, 2. Alert Code 234. So then, tell me, where is Noaldoye? The man in black said. Maybe he had drunk too much, because his tongue was slightly slurred. Luanen gripped the hilt of his sword and spoke. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I know it. You've obtained that woman's power. Ha! At first, I thought it was a mark. But looking closely, it's actually a transfer of the flame seed. Luanen's eyes widened. He openly declared Luanen's connection to Noaldoye. Luanen hurriedly glanced around. Fortunately, the shop was noisy, so their conversation didn't leak out. Who is this guy? Only one person could hear their conversation. The shopkeeper, who had been silently wiping glasses. Suddenly, he began rummaging through the storage cabinet. After searching for quite a while, he gave an awkward smile. Ah, oops. Where's Ladian? I want to drink a little more. This is our most popular side dish. Can't help it. I'll be back soon. Here's a whole bottle. Drink as much as you like. There was no time to stop him. The owner placed a bottle of Ballanday on the counter and left the shop. Luanen bit his lower lip. Damn it. He's definitely going to report it. Probably to inform someone related to Nualdo's. Luanen hurriedly stood up and said to the man in black. Have you had too much to drink? I don't know what you're talking about. I have urgent business. I'm leaving. Don't go. Sit down. There's still so much wine left. You drink it first. I'm leaving. There's still so much wine left. I said I have urgent business. Stop messing around. I won't say it a second time. Sit down. Suddenly, the man's voice changed. An oppressive force, like a wildfire, pressed down on his shoulders. Luanen frowned tightly. You bastard. You've got some nerve. So. Luanen reflexively drew his sword, pointing it at the man's throat. The speed was so fast that the opponent couldn't react. The sword tip stopped just a paper-thin distance from his throat. The man looked down, tapping the blade with his finger. Good sword. You long-haired guy. Stop pretending and act. Wanna give it a try? Luanen growled lowly, even though he looked strong. But he didn't want to cause trouble, so he kept enduring it. But as the other party kept going, he decided not to tolerate it anymore. The man laughed for a while. Then he spoke. As expected, interesting. You actually dare to point a sword at me. And even dare to challenge me. I'm not joking. Say another threatening word, and I'll kill you. Hey. I'm in a good mood now. I'll forgive your rudeness. Sit down first. The man in black gestured downward with his finger. Luanen helplessly sat down again, calming down to think. Cooperating might not be bad. This guy must be a lunatic. Maybe he could extract some information. Luanen quickly calculated. He had to act rationally. He couldn't catch up to the shopkeeper now. Moreover, from his search for Nualdoye, there seemed to be some reason. Nualdoye and Adran also seemed closely connected. Maybe from this, he could gain useful information. Luanen poured a glass of Bearlandy and handed it to the man. All right, let's have a chat. That's more like it. The man in black took the glass. He kept thinking. The atmosphere here was completely different from when they were in Auroraskal. Does drinking change a person's nature? The man took a sip of Bearlandy. This drink is really good. Ever since I came here, this has been the best experience. Glad you like it. When did you arrive in Adran? I came with you all. The ship was quite comfortable. Feels pretty good. What's going on? Luanen frowned. The man wiped his mouth after drinking. He told Luanen. He had stowed away inside the red whirlwind. Smuggled over here. Damn it. How did you even get in? Who knows? Anyway, I'm grateful to you. Because of special circumstances, I can't enter Adran. But this guy is really strange. No idea why. He's banned from entering. Now we can get to the point. Luanen refilled his glass and continued speaking. Nualdo's. Nualdo's. Why do you keep looking for him? To be banned from entry like that. You're probably not one of the Dragon King's people. I don't even know who the Dragon King is right now. And I'm not interested. Probably just some insignificant little dragon. Then why? To kill him. Is there any other reason? The man said plainly. In the brief silence, the surrounding sounds became especially loud. Luanen slowly opened his mouth. You want to kill Nualdo's? You asked twice. Yes, to kill him. He's my biggest obstacle. Do you really think that's possible? Have you even seen Nualdo's? Maybe the alcohol was kicking in. He couldn't help but laugh. What the hell is this guy saying? Luonan was certain. Although the drunkard in front of him looked strong, he was definitely no match for Nualdo's. That lady was an extraordinary being. Like Cain and Abel. The man in black shook his head. I haven't seen them yet. But I did kill a member of their clan. His name was Gargalans. Gargalans. Luonan's eyes widened. He remembered that name very clearly. In the memories of the voyage to Cain, he had seen the red dragon. One of Nualdaj's kin. The incompetent dragon who lost to the concubine and fled. Yeah. He came looking for trouble. So I killed him. That legless guy could still put up a fight. Did they punish you for it? HMPH. What punishment? Anyone who dared provoke me. I killed them on the spot. The man in black finished his drink. He didn't know why Nualdoye hadn't punished him. Maybe because Dremiel's matters kept him busy. Or something else had happened. This guy really was formidable. But being able to kill Gargalans was still astonishing. Even if he had lost his legs. A red dragon was still a red dragon. Of course. Nualdaj's case was different. You seem pretty strong. But you still can't beat Nualdoye. Seriously speaking, his chest muscles are tougher than yours. We'd have to fight and find out. But I have a secret weapon. Secret weapon? Yeah. You've seen it too. Luonan realized he meant the weapon he had made in Aurora Skull. A spear that looked like a giant pillar. He had no idea where he was hiding something that big. But it was nowhere to be seen now. Suddenly, he recalled the two venomous dragons that were brutally slaughtered. You used that secret weapon to kill Delahavier and Landorheidel. Della. What? I don't remember the names of those bastards. That's too much. Those two green dragons. Oh. Right. They came looking for trouble. So I tested my weapon's performance. Not bad. The man in black chuckled. As expected, he was the one who killed that toxic dragon father and son. Hearing that, Luonan grew a little worried. Although the thickness of the scales between Delahavi and Nualdo's differed greatly. That weapon could pierce through dragon scales and body in one shot. Luonan asked. Then why do you want to kill Nualdo's? Do you have a plan? I want to destroy the 8-Dragon Empire. What? To be precise. My goal is to throw everyone who enjoys that land into an endless abyss. It took a long time. Nualdo's is the Empire's most powerful ally. So I want to deal with him first. Luonan couldn't say a word. It felt like his head had been smashed by a sledgehammer. The man's attitude of treating Nualdo's as a mere obstacle was already outrageous. But the goal itself was even more absurd. Why would the Empire suddenly be after me and... It's a personal grudge. Oh. There's something I've been curious about. Suddenly, the man grabbed the entire bottle of Balande and downed it. With each gulp, the liquid in the bottle rapidly decreased. After 5 gulps, he emptied the whole bottle. Then he opened his mouth and said, Pooh-ha! Where did you get that sword? Sword? This one? Luonan raised the sword La Mancha to show the man. The man roughly threw the bottle onto the table. Crash! The bottle shattered into pieces, scattering glass shards everywhere. But he didn't care at all. Let me see it. Your attitude is really pissing me off. Shut up. Give it to me. I need to confirm something. In an instant, the man's gaze turned ferocious. A murderous aura emanated from his black coat. It engulfed the entire tavern. The oppressive feeling was even stronger than when he had made him sit down earlier. Thirsty. Hey! Stay awake. Several guests couldn't withstand the pressure. They collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The whole tavern descended into chaos. Luonan's expression grew extremely grim. What are you trying to do now? I won't say it a second time. Give me the sword. Luonan gripped the sword hilt. But the man remained stubborn. That murderous aura made all his bones feel numb. Why did he suddenly snap? As Luanen was thinking, some of the tavern guests began to stand up. They could also feel the killing intent radiating from the man's shoulders. You've gone too far. We're sober now. If you want to fight, take it outside. What do you think you're doing? Several men, who looked like boxers, slowly approached. They had prominent tattoos on their arms. The man growled in a low voice. Stay out of it. You deaf trash. Do you want to die? Luanen was startled. Now the man's demeanor was just like when they were in Auroraskull. The stunned guests awkwardly chuckled. What? Deaf trash? How dare you call my master, Lavientravi, a mongrel? That's outrageous. It's obvious you're an outsider. How dare you cause trouble here? Grab him. Beat him up. A brawl finally broke out. The furious guests charged at him one after another. Except those in the front. People from all directions charged in like a herd of bulls. The man in black looked at them coldly. He spoke. If you want to die, then so be it. What a bunch of lunatics. In an instant, the man's hand blurred and disappeared. Luanen cursed and gripped his sword tightly. Crack. A sharp metallic sound rang out. The leading man's eyes widened in shock. Ah! La Mancha and the man's hand clashed right before their eyes. The pale hand gripped the sword blade like a shark biting its prey. Thud. The man collapsed to the ground. Yellow urine flowed between his legs. If the young man hadn't blocked it, he would have been dead. The aurora-colored sword blade lightly pierced into the man's palm. So tough. Luanen frowned. Even when clashing with Shuleifen's mithril longsword, it wasn't this hard. The man in black stared at La Mancha and said, It really is a holy sword. I never forgot about me for a second. Who the hell are you? Luanen asked, looking incredulous. He had never seen anyone instantly recognize a holy sword. One burning question after another surfaced. But there was no time to deal with them now. Damn it, this isn't easy. Luanen gritted his teeth. The sword blade gripped by the man felt as stuck as if wedged between rocks. It seemed there was no way to avoid a fight. Luanen tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The sword turned deep crimson. Crack. With a fierce pull. Blood splattered from the sword. The man in black let out a short grunt and staggered back a few steps. Tisk. I warned you already. Either you die, or I die. Luanen growled lowly. Blood dripped from the man in black's hand. A long wound had appeared on his palm. It actually broke my skin. As expected. The man in black slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Even though the wound hurt, he showed no sign of pain. The guests who had rushed in all froze. As Luanen took a deep breath to prepare for another attack, a girl's voice echoed in his mind. Run away. Ling. Luanen's eyes widened. There was no doubt, it was the voice of the holy sword Ling. It was the first time he had heard her voice again since awakening her in Auroraskull. You're no match for him right now. Run. Ling's tone sounded a bit anxious. Her sudden appearance left him confused. Is this guy really that dangerous? Wait a second. Suddenly, a name flashed through Luanen's mind. All the pieces fit together. Strange powers. A black coat. Hatred for the Empire. You. Could it be? Keep going. I'll question you properly after I break Nawaldaj's 4 limbs. Luanen seemed to have figured out the man's identity. Red eyes glinted with hatred beneath his hair. Just as Luanen was about to speak. Boom! The tavern ceiling suddenly shattered. A giant dragon claw reached through. The terrified guests screamed. Ah! What is that? A dragon! A dragon! The massive palm covered in blue scales loomed above them. The tense atmosphere instantly shattered. The dragon claw, moving like the wind, grabbed the man in black. Found you. Grr. The man gritted his teeth. The massive claw carried him away. Through the hole, a massive blue dragon's body could be seen. Damn it. What the hell happened? Luanen barely regained his senses. He rushed out of the tavern. Bang! As he kicked open the door, dozens of soldiers and 3 dragons, along with the owner who had gone to buy cheese, appeared. The owner saw Luanen and shouted, "Young man, are you all right? What on earth happened?" "Oh dear. I rushed back as fast as I could. Good thing you're safe. I never thought that guy would come into our shop." The owner breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and saw a blue dragon about the size of Delahavi, grabbing the man in black. The man, caught in the blue dragon's grasp, gritted his teeth. "Let go." Struggling was useless. The blue dragon said calmly. Looking closely, not only the hands, but several geometric magic seals were wrapped around the man's body. It seemed to be some kind of binding magic. At that moment, a white dragon standing behind the soldiers stepped forward. "How dare you barge in so boldly? If you intended to sneak in, you should have concealed yourself completely. Your arrogance caused all this." "Inquisitor." Luanen's eyes widened. The snow-white dragon's voice matched that of the old Inquisitor. The highly tense soldiers pointed their spears at the man. Barnalti, having returned to his original form, shouted at the man in black. "Demon Dragon Orser! You are under arrest for illegal entry and the murder of junior soldiers." Chapter 235. Man in Black, 3. Alert 235. Demon Dragon Orser. Under arrest for illegal entry and murder of junior soldiers. Under arrest for illegal entry and murder of junior soldiers. You're under arrest here. Barnaltier's shout was deafening. The noise on the street immediately quieted down. It was like mice hearing the bell of a cat. Ah! Oser was still being gripped by the blue dragon's hand. He struggled and let out a roar. The sound echoed in the silence. The soldiers holding spears gripped their weapons tighter. "Oser! Is that really the demon dragon I once knew? I thought he was already dead." Even seeing him now felt unbelievable. Oser, who was defeated by the first emperor of Baron, abandoned his studies and fled westward. Nearly 1,000 years had turned Oser's tale of defeat almost into legend. Luanen silently watched him, a faint cold smile on his lips. As expected, just as he had predicted, there was only one suspect who fit the conditions. But the existence was so absurd. It was almost unbelievable. "You were able to talk so calmly with that demon dragon. You've got guts." "What? You knew he was Oser?" "I noticed it the moment he entered the hall. Though black dragons are good at concealing their aura. Once you've experienced Oser's aura, you'll never forget it." "That's true." Luanen nodded. Oser's ferocious magical power was unmistakable. The shopkeeper continued. 1,000 years have passed. Why is he only showing up now? What kind of atrocities is he planning? Speaking of which, why was Oser forbidden from entering Adran? Because he killed too many. The decisive incident happened with Oser, when Oser rebelled against the Empire. To recruit him, Adran sent 5 dragons there. He ripped them to shreds. It was a true tragedy. A madman. Luanen shook his head, seeming fed up with the man. This guy was even nastier than he had imagined. Although, judging from his earlier sudden outburst, he had somewhat expected it. Suddenly, a question flashed through his mind. The old man in front of him seemed to have personally experienced events from 1,000 years ago. Could he also be a dragon? But he didn't look like one at all. The tense atmosphere from earlier still lingered. Orser's body, struggling, suddenly sagged down. He seemed to have lost consciousness. Was completely exhausted. The blue dragon holding him let out a chuckle. The silent soldiers began to stir. Did he pass out? Well, he had 5 weakening spells and binding spells cast on him. Don't let your guard down. Surround him carefully. They slowly closed in, aiming their spears at Orser. As they approached, Inquisitor Barnalti frowned. Just as the noise on the street grew louder again, a sinister voice came from beneath Orser's hair. "I've woken up. You bastards." "What?" The blue dragon's eyes widened. At that moment, black magic on Orser's shoulders flared up like a wildfire. The magic circles binding him flickered as if about to break apart, like candles in the wind. Hey! Strengthen the bindings, quick! Barnalty noticed something was wrong and shouted. Boom! A surge of magic condensed and exploded instantly. The blue dragon let out a painful scream. Ah! Boom! The fingers gripping Orser fell to the ground. The fingers, covered in scales, each as thick as a tree trunk, had burnt black at the slanted cross-sections. This is... Luonan frowned. The marks were identical to those he had seen on the venomous dragon corpses. At that moment, Orser, still bound, landed on the ground. In his hand was a massive spear, almost more like a pillar. It resembled Zifa's crescent blade. That guy has sobered up. Everyone, back to position. Back to position. Orser. The soldiers assumed combat stances. Barnaltier gritted his teeth. That pitch-black spear was reminiscent of a cavalry lance. The spiral design of the shaft reflected the owner's savagery. If you want to die, I'll gladly oblige. But first, I need to find Nwaldoye. Orser muttered to himself. The murderous aura and magic swirling around him wrapped around the spear like a vortex. A strong sense of foreboding washed over the battlefield. The blue dragon, missing its left arm, groaned in pain. Raising its right arm. Ah! You bastard! Crack! Blue lightning crackled from the massive hand. The electric currents expanded and contracted like vines. It was clear it had enough power to destroy a dozen buildings. That's the problem. Barnaltier shouted in frustration. Wait! Laritasian! If you use magic like that here, in such a cramped space, you'll wipe out even our own forces. But the dragon named Laritasian ignored him. His severed fingers rolled across the ground. What does that matter? Die! Laritasian roared. At the same time, his lightning-wrapped hand slammed down. Orser didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his spear to meet it. Boom! The collision shook the surroundings like a mountain collapsing. Laritasian's hand was torn apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Ah! Laritasian froze. His right hand was completely gone. The lost conductor caused electricity to scatter everywhere. Then Orser leapt up and thrust his spear. Squelch! The spear pierced through Laritasian's chest and exploded from his back. Black light shot into the night sky. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Orser's lips. You blue-skinned bastards. Your skin is still so fragile. La. Laritasian! Barnalty screamed in horror. Through the hole in his chest, the nightscape of Adran could be seen. Boom! Laritasian's body slowly tilted and collapsed onto the street. His horn smashed down and completely destroyed the small tavern the old owner had run. Ah! The shop owner held his head in despair. The soldiers, following orders, began to swell, transforming into half-dragon forms. About 30 half-dragons charged together. But Orser didn't care about them at all. Bang! Kicking away the blue dragon, he leapt straight toward Barnalty. Orser's speed, spear in hand, was almost impossible to track. Luonan shouted. Hey! Inquisitor! Crap! Barnalty gasped, barely sensing the attack. White light flashed under his feet. 7 layers of defensive barriers formed between the two dragons. Each layer was a high-level magic that would normally take a high-ranking mage tens of minutes to cast. Impressive! Luonan exclaimed in admiration. However, Orser's power wasn't limited to that. So, in an instant, his figure disappeared like mist. Then he passed through the defensive barriers and appeared in front of Barnalty. Barnalty's face twisted in shock. Teleportation magic, normally used by lowly creatures. He had spent a lot of time mastering it. Without hesitation, Orser thrust his spear. At this distance, it was impossible to dodge or block. Luonan instinctively grabbed his sword manual. Damn it! What a hassle! Vivid sunset-colored light rose along the blade. The spirally twisted spear tip was about to pierce Barnaltier's heart. So, A ball of crimson light enveloped Osur's body. He was pulled toward Luonin. His eyes widened. What? Osur hurriedly turned to counterattack. However, Luonin's sword, wrapped in a red afterimage, was already flying toward him. As the blade slashed through skin, blood splattered. Osur clutched his wound and retreated. Arg! Grinding his teeth, Osur staggered back 10 steps. A sharp wound stretched from his chest to his left ribs. Blood gushed from the torn coat. Luonin didn't immediately attack. Instead, he assumed a stance that allowed flexible offense and defense. Pointing his sword at Osur, he said, "This is the end. You used a special ability." Osur gritted his teeth. It was his first time seeing such power. And he failed to respond in time. The eerie sensation unique to holy swords awakened old memories within him. The structure of his polymorph magic collapsed, and scales began sprouting across his body. The white around the red demon gradually darkened. Barely regaining his composure, Osur roared in fury. "How dare you? That. Touch my body. Damn it. You're acting. Like I did you a favor by detoxifying you." Luonin smiled slightly. However, despite his composed demeanor, he was extremely tense inside. Even though he swung with all his strength, the blade barely cut through the muscle. A demon dragon was still a demon dragon. A formidable foe. Far beyond any venomous dragon. At that moment, the soldiers seized the opportunity and charged at Osur. Humanity had created an opening, and Osur's scaled body surged to meet them from all directions. Their armor and weapons were enhanced by Barnalti's magic, radiating white light. Just as Osur's figure was about to be obscured. "Move aside." An angry roar came from behind the soldiers. Gripping his spear with both hands, he slammed it into the ground. Sensing the threat, Luonin raised his sword. Damn it! At the same time, a surge of black energy exploded outward from Osur. Boom! Shattered buildings and walls turned to powder and scattered. The soldiers' bodies scattered like grains of rice. Barnalti's magic current was split apart when it touched La Mancha's blade. The explosion didn't last long. Barnalti sighed. My God. The once bustling alley had become an open space about 10 meters wide. The mutilated bodies of the soldiers were still clad in their magically enhanced armor. In the gradually clearing dust, Osur still stood tall. In an instant, a blurry figure appeared in front of Luonin. "Get that filthy piece of iron out of my sight. I knew you'd say that. You bastard." Luonin didn't panic. Boom! Spear and sword collided. The clash of metal echoed over Adran. Neither side gave an inch. They exchanged blows fiercely. Luonin showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He's strong. Really strong. On the surface, it seemed they were evenly matched. But that wasn't the case. The divinely bestowed artifact blocked Osur's attacks, occasionally allowing minor scratches. But the true difference in strength was overwhelming. Damn it! I'm really fighting a demon dragon. Ah! Moreover, as the battle continued, Osur became even more violent. Black horns grew from both sides of his head. As he gradually returned to his true form, his spear strikes became faster and more powerful. As they clashed again, a massive magic circle appeared beneath Osur's feet. Stop! A woman's voice echoed out. Inside the magic circle, spikes made of steel suddenly rose up. These curved spikes, like the talons of a raptor, each stood taller than an average building. HMPH. Osur leapt straight upward, dodging the attack. Crash! At his original position, the intertwined spikes clashed together with a metallic clang. And just as his ascending body slowed slightly, the steel spikes shattered into hundreds of fragments. Crack! The flying fragments latched onto Osur's hands and feet. Arg! It was like being shackled in iron cuffs. Unable to bear the weight, Osur crashed to the ground. At the same time, dozens more identical magic circles appeared above his head. Clang! Clang! Steel spikes rained down like a storm, piercing the ground around him. Forming a makeshift prison. The voice rang out again. This is the end. Oh sir. Luanen turned toward the source of the voice. A woman in uniform stood there, hands behind her back. She was an extremely cold and beautiful woman. Her silver-gray hair gleamed under the moonlight, as if it were covered in a layer of icy steel. Luanen's eyes widened. He realized that this woman was another dragon who hadn't joined the battle yet. Just from sensing her aura alone, he could tell she was stronger than Barnaltier and Laritasian. The immobilized Oser spoke up. I remember your face. Your nickname was the Steel Spear, right? Once a queen. Now serving another. Thus abandoning that title. Is that so? However, do you think such a petty trick can trap me? Oser sneered. He casually swung his massive spear like swatting a fly. Crash! The dense steel spikes shattered instantly. TCH. This thing looked impressive but was useless. Just as Luanen was about to mock her incompetence, the woman slowly shook her head. Of course, that's not what I think. I was only here to stall for time. What? The puzzling words made Oser frown. At that moment, a golden beam of light pierced through her chest from the night sky. HMPH. The intense light nearly scorched her retinas. The shadows on the street vanished instantly. Ah! She had no time to react. Luanen reflexively turned his head. The heat wave lifted his bangs. Damn it! What was that? The light quickly faded. A head-sized hole appeared in Orser's abdomen. Luanen searched for the source of the light, and saw a blurred light trail streaking across the night sky. Dragon King. Luanen's eyes widened. The afterimage connected to the tall tower at the city center. He knew that was where the Dragon King resided. Ah! The staggering Orser coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bright red blood splattered onto the street. At that moment, another beam of light shot from the center of the tower. This time, having seen the trajectory, he barely dodged it. Boom! Orser glared at the tower. How dare you? His red pupils burned with fury. Even though he was seriously injured, his aura remained fierce, but his body seemed unable to hold up anymore. Luanen and the woman exchanged glances, and whispered, Just watch. You really think you can get away? It looked like he intended to escape. Of course. Luanen had no intention of letting her go. Just as Luanen was about to cast a spell, the woman beside him grabbed his shoulder. Wait. What is it? The sudden intervention made Luanen stop. Oser's figure became blurry. By the time he turned his head, the opponent had already disappeared. Luanen shook off the woman's hand, and said angrily, Damn it. He got away. We can organize a pursuit, can't we? The entire defense barrier of Adren has been activated. He won't be able to escape. Besides, there's a more urgent matter. The woman said calmly. Although her reasoning was logical, Luanen's anger slightly subsided. After taking a deep breath, Luanen asked, What is it? Our king wishes to see you. Chapter 236. Dragon King. 1. Number 236. Our king wishes to see you. What? The king? Luanen raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit confused. The dragon lady continued. Yes. Ever since you started fighting Oser, he has been observing here. Of course. Even now. After all, this is no ordinary disturbance. Her once dignified voice softened considerably. Oser was the same, adjusting his tone depending on the situation. Unconsciously, warnings about Adren's political problems surfaced in Luanen's mind. The situation seemed rather bad. Luanen gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and asked nonchalantly, Why would such an esteemed person want to see me? He was impressed by your performance during the battle with Oser. It seems he intends to commend you. She explained. Throughout the entire battle, the Dragon King had been communicating with her. The final intervention was also for this reason. I also admire your swordsmanship. Even though you were in a transformed state, for a human to stand evenly against a dragon, it's truly incredible. It's no big deal. The woman praised him sincerely. Luanen scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Though the words sounded nice, he felt there was something more. He asked suspiciously, "Is that all?" "As far as I know, yes." The woman nodded. Whether she was deliberately hiding something about Nawaldo's, or genuinely unaware, it was hard to tell. At the very least, she should know. Luanen hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What if I refuse? It would be recorded in Adran's history as an act of great rudeness. But I believe you wouldn't do something so unreasonable." "Why not?" "Because your companions are already waiting for you in the tower." Upon hearing the word companions, Luanen's expression immediately stiffened. The woman continued to look at him expressionlessly. Her pale pupils were as calm as a windless lake. "What did you say?" "Exactly what I said. One is in the library. The other near the Sky Tower. After confirming they were your companions, we invited them to come. The locations where the two were found matched the areas assigned to Luanen. It didn't seem like a bluff." Suddenly, Luanen noticed the woman knew his name. He tightened his grip on his sword. "If you did anything to them, we did nothing else. Time is short. Please answer quickly. Are you now willing to come with me to the Sky Tower?" Although it was phrased as a question, it didn't sound like she was asking. It was practically a threat. Luanen thought for a moment. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. No matter how he looked at it, breaking through head-on seemed the only option. It was a situation where he had no choice. He sighed. Luanen nodded. "All right. Let's go and see." The woman's name was Nalansonia. She introduced herself as one of the 5 dragons guarding the king. She led Luanen toward the tall tower at the center of Adran. "At least say goodbye first. Please be quick." Before officially following her, Luanen briefly greeted the people present. The servants who had been dispatched were already starting repairs on the streets damaged by Osir. In the alleyway that had become a plaza, there were corpses of soldiers killed in the battle everywhere. They were all horribly mangled, barely recognizable. The only relatively intact one was the corpse of the blue dragon, Laratasian. Even though both hands had been severed, and there was a massive hole in his chest, it felt somewhat ironic. Laratasian's massive body still lay sprawled across the shattered alleyway. Suddenly, an old man's figure appeared in Luanen's line of sight. It was Barnaltir, the adjudicator, who had returned to his human form. Adjudicator. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the corpses of his comrades. Luanen walked up beside him. Barnaltir didn't turn his head, but spoke. "Although we tried our best to give first aid, it was no use. It seems Osir created a kind of energy that shouldn't even exist." Luanen didn't respond. He just looked at the corpse of the blue dragon. The wounds on the arms and the massive hole in the chest had all turned black. Luanen glanced at Nalansonia and said, "Yeah. If someone hadn't interfered, we would have caught him already." "No. I think not rushing to chase was a wise decision." As Natlan Tatnie said, "A cornered beast becomes even more ferocious." He explains, "If Ao Nyi Tat had undone his transformation and kept fighting, our losses would have been multiplied." Turning to face Lo Nam, Ba Nap Ni De says, "Thank you. I never thought a human could save the people of Dai Va Ni Da Trak." "Don't mention it. What's there to thank?" Lo Nam waves his hand. Suddenly, Ba Nap Ni De's voice echoes in his mind. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect His Majesty to notice." The sudden telepathic voice makes Lo Nam raise an eyebrow. His tone is full of apology. Clearly, he feels guilty for exposing Lo Nam's identity. Quite respectful, huh? Like Dai Va Ni Da Trak and Y Ni Jia. Not all dragons are bad. Lo Nam blinks to signal it's fine. He knows the other didn't betray him. If you need to escape a Duck Luan, use the sewers to head to the drainage outlet on the north side of the island. I'll have a ship ready there. All of a Duck Luan's sewers are connected. It should be the same under the Sky Tower. Lo Nam's eyes widen. This is extremely valuable information. Nap Lan Tat Nie, who had been quietly waiting, calls out to him. Mr. Lo Nam. Ah. Coming. Right away. Urged by her gaze. Lo Nam has to leave immediately. Ba Nap Nyi Dae's voice comes from behind. Until we meet again. This debt will surely be repaid. Lord Emissary of Fire. What debt? See you next time. Lo Nam leaves the ruined street. The heavy smell of blood mingles with the cool night breeze. A lot of people died. Strangely. The old tavern keeper was nowhere to be seen. Maybe the shock from the tavern's destruction caused him to collapse? When asked. The people around also didn't know where he had gone. There was nothing to be done. What a pity. The ruins of his tavern still lay crushed over the blue dragon's head. Luanen clicked his tongue. It really was a fine white-blue dome. Following Nalansonia for a while, Luanen arrived in front of the sky tower where the Dragon King resided. No matter how far he craned his neck, he couldn't see the top. It's so tall. Luanen murmured in amazement. A massive support connecting the sky and the city. It had stood there since Adran was founded. Its long shadow stretched beyond the city's borders. The main gate seemed built to accommodate even giant dragons. Standing before the gate, Luanen sighed. Sigh. When am I ever going to climb this thing? You don't have to worry about that. Go greet your companions first. Luanen tilted his head in confusion. At the same time, Nalansonia opened the door. Looking closely, there was a small door for humans above the large gate. As they crossed the threshold, a magnificent space that would make any royal palace hall look shabby unfolded before them. Nalansonia said, We've arrived. This is the reception hall. Nalansonia said again, We've arrived. This is the reception hall. This is why I don't like magic. Luanen gave a wry smile. It felt like a ghost pulling at his legs. Is this some kind of space magic? He slowly surveyed the reception hall. Two young figures came into view. You're slow. Assam was reading through a pile of books, while Suli was sitting cross-legged, meditating. Upon seeing Luanen, both of them stood up. Lo Nam. You're still alive. As expected, they were lying. Seeing them unharmed, they don't seem to have been injured at all. But their reactions are a bit strange. Still alive? Why would you say that? Lo Nam faces them. He's afraid. Nap Lan Tat Nie, behind him, claps twice. Then, in 10 minutes, we'll head to the audience hall. Just open that door and walk out. She points her index finger at a door in the corner of the reception room. Then she exits through the door she came in. After confirming there's no movement around, Lo Nam speaks up and asks, You idiots. What's going on? What's this about, still alive? Well, it's because a dragon suddenly rushed over. If we didn't come quickly, you'd be in danger. So, that's how it happened. Hearing a Tat Mo and two Lap fans' response, Lo Nam rubs his forehead. Looks like they were tricked. The Dragon King's subordinates used the excuse that Lo Nam was in danger to bring them here. Seeing Lo Nam's expression, a Tat Mo takes a deep breath. Could it be we were deceived? We shouldn't have come after all. Forget it. What's done is done. What can we do now? Lo Nam shakes his head. Thinking about it, fighting Ao Nyi Tat was indeed dangerous. Their words weren't entirely baseless. Even if we refused, we'd have been forcibly brought here. These cunning reptiles. So, any useful clues? Right. Sorry. There wasn't anything useful in the library. Assam lowers his head. He says he has searched the entire library, but couldn't find any information about Neburaklas. Even so, it wasn't completely fruitless. Though, it's not much. But I learned some magic that could help with the investigation. That's good. Good work. Assam says he learned several spells, including invisibility. Though it's usually impossible to learn magic like that. Rakunin knows geniuses are hard to understand. In any case, Invisibility should be very helpful. After patting Asam's shoulder to encourage him, Rakunin turns to Shurifin. How about you? There's one thing. I heard someone saw a person in a white robe wandering around the tower. As expected. What? Rakunin and Asam's eyes widen. Because Shurifin's voice is too calm. They thought he hadn't found anything. Are you sure? Who did you hear it from? A merchant who runs a shop near the Sky Tower. He chased away some troublemakers. They told him about it to thank him. It doesn't seem like a lie. Ha! Rakunin instinctively clenches his fist. As if he's found a clue to an unexpected event. Asam is about to say something. Z's. Suddenly, a door in the corner of the reception room opens automatically. Asam jumps back in fright. Ah! What's that? You're too jumpy. Rakunin frowns. He glances up at the clock. Exactly 10 minutes have passed. He adjusts his hair. And says to the two. Let's go. Calm down. Okay. All right. Hope nothing goes wrong. Listen to me. If something feels off. Since we're already here. There's no room to escape. Lo Nam quietly tells a Tat Mo and two Lap Fan. The plan for emergencies. Then he takes the lead and steps forward. Beyond the open door. Golden light pours out. The emanating aura feels unsettling. The moment they step through the door. The sound of metal scraping comes from beneath their feet. All three of their eyes widen. Damn it. What the hell is this? Whoa, whoa. This is incredible. No one could suppress their awe. Treasures of gold and silver never seen before. Fill the entire space. Countless priceless gold coins. Are mere pebbles paving the floor here. Even if you looted all the banks in the empire. You might not gather this much. As they advance through the shimmering golden desert. Rumble. Suddenly, a trembling sound echoes. A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, resounds. Finally. You've come. The voice is as deep as a pulsing volcano. Clatter. The mountain of gold before them collapses. 32. 0. System. Is nearly the length of an average dragon's entire body. As Lo Nam ponders which one is the Dragon King. The four eyes of the dragon heads turn and speak in unison. Welcome. I am the Dragon King who rules Yadrin. Idahaka. Welcome. I am the Dragon King who rules Yadrin. Idahaka. Luanin and his party were stunned. The mere presence of that colossal form was enough to instill fear. Such majesty could even rival Nawaldoye. Silence blanketed the area. The Dragon King Idahaka gazed down at them, as though awaiting something. Realizing what he should do, Luanin lowered his head. I am Luanin, he said, nearly forgetting to respond. He felt he ought to be more respectful. But it was already too late. Asam and Shulafin hurriedly bowed as well. I am Asam. Place. Please bless us. No. I beg you. Homage to the sovereign of Yadrin. Shulafin. Zinabon. Grancia greets the Dragon King. Only Shulafin managed a proper salute. Realizing her lapse, Asam turned pale. Only then did the Dragon King lower his head. To meet their gaze. He was unimaginably tall. Up close, the sight was even more overwhelming. His beautiful scales, as though sculpted from gold. Each larger than an adult's palm. Each dragon head bore a pair of horns. And his four legs were wrapped with gem-inlaid bands. Nawaldaj's splendor had seemed striking. But compared with this, it was hardly worth mention. Though the two faces looked almost identical. They could be distinguished by the leg ornaments and their voices. The two dragon heads spoke simultaneously. You fought well. A human managing to injure our knee tat. Truly. Admirable. Unexpectedly. They didn't criticize the greeting. I think the Dragon King's voice subtly deepened. I think so. Right? Why did I summon you here? What do you think? The two heads separately look at a Tat Mo and two Lap Fan. Noticing the lingering mark of Ythap Ni Kan Duck on both of them. The right head slowly approaches the trio, coiling around them like a snake. The voice of these two dragon heads. I think so. Right? Why did I summon you here? What do you think? The two heads separately look at a Tatmo and two Lap Fan, noticing the lingering mark of Y Thap Ni Can Duck on both of them. The right head slowly approaches the trio. Something feels off. Lo Nam. Wait a second. Lo Nam feels his heart race. He gestures to calm a Tatmo, who's nervously watching him. Two Lap Fan's hand slowly moves to his sword hilt. The left head turns to Lo Nam again. As I suspected, all three of you bear the power of Nap Va Nyi Datu and his son. What connection do you have? With the Fire Dragon clan? Lo Nam furrows his brow. Just as he expected. But he has no plan. The worst-case scenario has come to pass. Damn it. Even ordinary dragons can sense Nap Va Nyi Datu's aura. The Dragon King is no exception. Lo Nam doesn't respond. He's quickly scanning the surroundings, looking for an escape route. Being honest would be better. It's in your best interest. Suddenly, both heads open their mouths at once. Roar. The light rising in their throats begins to swirl in their mouths. The gleam from the tips of their teeth is as if they've bitten the sun. It's not hard to realize this is the beam that sank Orser. The desert of gold coins glitters under the reflected light. This situation is really bad. With his hand on his sword hilt, Rakunin glances back at Assam and Shurifin. Just as he prepares to give the prearranged retreat signal, the two heads close their mouths. What? Rakunin frowns. All three of them freeze. In this unsettling silence, the Dragon King bursts into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The laughter shakes the entire tower. Voices, both male and female, echo in the air. Unable to hold back, Rakunin speaks up and asks, "What exactly do you want?" Ha ha. Sorry. It's been a long time since anyone stood before me. So, I played a little joke. A joke? Rakunin's frown deepens. Both heads nod simultaneously. Yes. Just a joke. I'm not the type to harm warriors protecting Orser. So, you can relax. You went too far. Assam collapses onto the ground. Rakunin clenches his fist. Though he's experienced all sorts of pranks, this is a first. Suddenly, the Dragon King, buried in a pile of gold coins, shifts. The shaking from its laughter causes the pile of coins to collapse. Rakunin notices a hidden detail. The roots of the two heads are connected like an index and middle finger. Not two beings, but one with two heads. This is his first time seeing a two-headed dragon. He's heard that dragons with multiple heads are rarer than those with multiple wings. He never expected to encounter one here. Luanen suddenly felt something strange. He looked up. The left side of his neck bulged, as if something was growing. And if he wasn't mistaken, the cross-section was wriggling. Luanen narrowed his eyes slightly. I see. Bang. Sensing that his body was exposed, the Dragon King dove into the pile of gold coins. The golden waves rolled. Tisk. There was clearly something there. But Luanen sighed, unable to confirm it. He felt as if he had just missed an important clue. The Dragon King finally stopped laughing and spoke. No matter what you heard outside, I don't care about Nawaldos. What? Luanen was stunned. It was completely unexpected. Even he himself hadn't thought he would say that, admitting that he had cared about Nawaldos in the past. Anyway, I will reward you for your achievement in expelling Orser. And for being his friends, you deserve recognition. You may freely take the gold coins here. Take them. Everyone's eyes widened. They hadn't expected that not only Luanen, but even Assam and Shulafin would be rewarded. Truly worthy of being the ruler of Adrian. Such generosity. Ah, thank you. Leave Adrian tomorrow morning. Because of Orser, the public order is unstable. Entrance should originally be prohibited. For a while. What? Luanen was dumbfounded. It was like a bolt from the blue. He had thought he would either be rewarded or killed. But he didn't expect to be driven away. He hurriedly said, But Orser hasn't been captured yet. Shouldn't we stay until he is caught? Ha ha. A human worrying about a dragon? How touching. But it's unnecessary. This audience is over. It ends here. The Dragon King turned his head after speaking. Assam and Shulafin also looked troubled. Lo. Luanen. What should we do? This is troublesome. It doesn't look good. The Dragon King's head was already buried in the pile of gold. We can't leave without learning anything. It's impossible to be driven away like this. Luanen said. Your Majesty. May I ask a question? Speak. The Dragon King stopped moving. Since that's the case, there's no choice but to ask directly. After taking a deep breath, Luanen asked, Are you aware of the organization Nebula Clahe? Luanen asked. He himself thought it was a bold move. After a brief silence, the left head spoke. I know of it. But why do you ask? Why? Hearing that they knew, Luanen's face lit up. Since Nawaldoye personally wrote the letter, it couldn't be ignored. He continued. Mr. Nawaldoye said he sent a letter to Yadrin, warning you to be wary of them. All the dragons involved are under your Majesty's jurisdiction. That is an unnecessary concern. No matter how they fly or crawl, they are nothing more than insignificant insects. However, the good times didn't last. The Dragon King left only those words behind. He turned and left. Wait. Go back. There's nothing more to say about this. Luanen, still confused, wanted to say something. But the opportunity was already gone. Both heads had completely disappeared into the pile of gold coins. The Dragon King's voice echoed in the empty space. Please escort the guests back to their room. Nalan Sonia. Yes, Your Majesty. Nalan Sonia appeared immediately. The door to the reception room was already open. He said to the three of them. Then, please follow me. Although there's not much time, I will help you rest well. Luanen and the others did not resist much, and left the matter behind. They knew causing trouble here would bring no benefit. Getting information was already a stroke of luck. Not being killed by the Dragon King was fortune enough. Nalan Sonia led them to a luxurious bedroom. He said he would come to pick them up the next morning, and warned them not to leave the room without permission. Luanen sighed as he sat on the bed. This is bad. Assam and Shulafin nodded silently. It was already close to midnight. There were less than 6 hours left before their expulsion. Each bed had a grand, ornate chest beside it, filled with gold and treasures gifted by the Dragon King. They hadn't come to Adrian for wealth. Luanen said, Looks like we'll have to sneak out around dawn. Even if it means getting caught. Is that really okay? If we're caught, we'll either turn to ash, or get beaten to a pulp. Why bother asking such an obvious question? Ah! Assam's face turned pale. But Luanen remained calm. Even without solid proof, he felt something was off. The Dragon King said he no longer cared about Nawaldo's, and the lump-like growth on his body made him uneasy. No matter what, we must go. They must be hiding something. Agreed. Shulafin said the same. The usually silent Shulafin also nodded. It was clear he also sensed something was wrong. Assam was still in a state of panic. But Luanen didn't mind. He was always like that anyway. But he would still do what needed to be done. Shulafin said, Let's rest a bit first. I'll take the first watch. Oh. What a good kid. Luanen smiled faintly. It was indeed a sound decision. After a long day, some rest was necessary. Especially for Luanen and Assam, who had fought a demon dragon, and completed the difficult task of lifting the sailboat. All right. Let's move out around 3 o'clock. Luanen said before collapsing onto the bed. Arthur, who had been observing them, also clumsily lay down. The moment they touched the bed, they fell into a deep sleep. Shulifin's voice came. Luanen. I noticed it too. Luanen opened his eyes. And immediately sat up. He had already woken up. Before Shulafin called him. He didn't know how long had passed. Arthur stammered. El Lunan. This is. Arthur was awake too. Sitting on his bed. It seemed he had only just woken up. Luanen asked. What time is it now? Exactly 3:05. Looks like my intuition is still sharp. Luanen murmured. It wasn't Shulifan's voice. That woke them first. It was the overwhelming presence with an unknown source. Even without paying attention. They could feel an immense power. Moving on the upper floors. Damn it. Is the Dragon King dancing? Hard to say. But with this level of presence. Before Arthur could finish speaking. Even though they didn't know the specifics. Something was clearly happening. Luanen was more certain than the others. Because the unique shimmering of a nebulous storm was filling the air. He muttered to himself. What on earth are they doing at the top of the tower? Chapter 238. Dragon King 3. Alarm number 238. Those guys. What are they doing at the top of the tower? Luanen frowned. The moving presence was simply too hard to ignore. Even though the source was far away. It felt as clear as if it were right before their eyes. Could the dragons be having an orgy? This is bad. The shimmering magic filling the air showed how serious the situation was. It was a phenomenon only Luanen could see. Proving the existence of the nebula storm. No doubt about it. He was inside the tower. He hadn't expected to find proof so quickly. No matter what they're doing in the tower. They must gather information before it ends. Luanen got out of bed and spoke. All right. Let's head out immediately. But there's a problem. Problem? Luanen looked at Arthur, confused. Arthur pointed toward the door in the corner of the room. The door was tightly shut. That's the only exit. There's nowhere else. So, there are dozens of magical artifacts on the door. They might have expected us to leave midway. Arthur stammered. Luanen frowned deeply. As he got closer, he could indeed sense strange lingering magic on the inside of the door handle. Can I just break down the door? Well, if you do, the door might disappear. But its function might also be lost. And it could trigger an alarm. Magical devices like this are designed very intricately. Arthur hadn't even finished speaking. When they unexpectedly ran into such a big problem. Even if we open the door, it would likely expose us. Since they took such measures, there are probably guards nearby. Arthur continued. Maybe I can break the magic in an hour. Should we give it a try? That's too late. Damn it. Is there another way? Luanen sighed. They had to come up with another solution. He slowly scanned the room. His eyes stopped at one spot. Luxurious curtains covered the west wall. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Luanen's mind. Why? Why like this? Wait a minute. No way. The room had been dim earlier. So he had overlooked it. Luanen slowly walked toward the wall and pulled back the curtains. Wow! Soft moonlight spilled into the room. Outside the tall arched window, a bright full moon hung in the sky. Luanen's lips curled into a slight smile. We should have looked properly earlier. There was an exit right here. No way. Arthur's face turned pale, as if he sensed what was about to happen. Luanen smiled and walked over to him, patting him on the shoulder. Do you remember how we entered Adrian? Has His Majesty not come down yet? No, not yet. It's already been a whole month. What is he doing at the top of the tower every night? There are also people in white clothes with him this time. The voices of the sentries echoed under the moonlight. Their mission was to guard the staircase on the 73rd floor of the Sky Tower. Because anyone going up or down had to pass through here. It was an important post. Of course. The boredom unique to guard duty couldn't be erased by a sense of mission. A sentry with a scar on his face grumbled. To be honest, I don't like those people. They seem really suspicious. What if they intend to harm His Majesty? What don't you like about them? He was about to continue when a familiar woman's voice came from below the stairs. The panicked sentries immediately stood at attention. Tap, tap. Soon, a woman appeared before them. Speak. I am Lady Nolan Sonia. No, wait. The terrified sentry stammered. The moonlight through the window illuminated her beautiful face. Of all people, it had to be Nolan Sonia. Known as the Steel Queen, she was famous for her loyalty and strictness. Our duty is to obey His Majesty's will. Am I wrong? No. It was my mistake. The sentry lowered his head obediently. He knew many Dragon River people had been punished by Nolan Sonia for insulting the Dragon King. Fortunately, there was no further scolding. She quietly looked at the staircase. And then moved forward. Move aside. Ah! The sentries quickly stepped to the sides. Nolan Sonia waved her hand. Click. Huge steel spikes sprouted from the floor and ceiling, completely blocking the stairs leading down. It wasn't hard to realize it was a safety measure. One of the sentries asked in panic. Is this really necessary? We must ensure absolute security. After His Majesty's ceremony is over, I'll remove them. Keep patrolling. Even outside of this area. Leaving those words behind, Lansonia went upstairs. Click. At the same time, steel spikes grew from the stairs leading up as well. Let's go patrol. Yeah. The sentries spoke quietly as they walked away. Once they disappeared from sight, Luanin shook his head helplessly. Sigh. What a ruthless woman. We almost got caught. Yeah. True. Arthur nodded. Shulafin remained silent, but agreed. They had listened to the entire conversation between Lansonia and the sentries. Not from inside the building, but from outside the window. Since they were far from the city, even whispers could be heard clearly. All right. Let's head up now. Whatever you do, don't look down. Okay. All right. Arthur nodded. Whoosh. A cool mountain breeze brushed through their hair. Following Arthur's hand gesture, the three of them floated upward again. They escaped the bedroom through the window. This was the plan they had thought of upon entering Yadrin. Unlike the sealed doors, the windows had no magic cast on them. After all, no one would have expected them to escape from such a height. The invisibility magic Arthur learned last night cloaked their bodies. Therefore, even though the three of them were huddled together, they couldn't see each other. Luanin marveled at the astonishing effect of the magic they had learned in such a short time. Every time he saw it, he was impressed. How long did it take you to learn this? Around 2 hours or so. That's enviable. Luanin shook his head, momentarily forgetting that geniuses couldn't be understood by common sense. He patted Arthur on the shoulder with satisfaction, and asked, By the way, do you have enough mana? Ah, I'm fine. There's still some potion left that Maria gave me. Focus. If you mess up, we're all done for. Luanin solemnly warned him. Arthur, swallowing nervously, nodded. Although he felt sorry, he had no choice but to put pressure on him. If Arthur lost focus or ran out of mana, everything would be over. Luanin looked down and added, Hold on tightly. Adrian had already shrunk to a visible size. Beyond the city stretched a vast sea of clouds. From this height, falling would leave nothing but a bloody stain on Adrian. Aside from Arthur's mental state, there was no real danger. After ascending for another 20 minutes or so, Shulafin, looking up at the sky, spoke. This feels awful. You feel it too? Luanin nodded in confirmation. The closer they got to the top, the denser the mana became. Even in the bedroom, the faint sense of ominousness had grown stronger. The shimmering magic was the same. The intensifying glow almost hurt their eyes. This must be what entering the Milky Way feels like. At that moment, the sight of the tower's summit came into view. Luanin's eyes widened. Damn it! He froze. Though the other two couldn't see, they surely had the same reaction. The scene before them was shocking. A vast, cylindrical, indestructible dome. A plaza as large as File One's main square. At the center, the Dragon King Idahaka sat, gazing at the sky. The fully revealed two-headed dragon was massive and heavy, as if the tower itself struggled to support its weight. Luonin clenched his teeth as he observed the surroundings. These bastards. About 20 people in white robes were gathered there. Luonin's hand tightened on the sword hilt. It was undeniable. The aura they emitted was unmistakably from Nebula Clahe. The number was one thing, but each individual looked formidable. It made Luonin uneasy. He furrowed his brows as he continued to observe. Why did so many gather here? 5 of them had snow-white hair and blood-red eyes. 3 others wore star-shaped emblems on their sleeves. The former were members of the church leader's assassination unit, Trichophos. The latter were bishops, each one a top-tier powerhouse within the cult. Could the church leader himself be here? Though he searched around, he didn't see Abel's figure. Of course, even the current gathering made it clear this wasn't any ordinary event. What are they doing? Looks like we need a closer look. Luonin and the others approached as quietly as possible. The Dragon King's posture resembled a wolf gazing at the moon. The 2 heads held high, as if awaiting something. At his feet, there was a gigantic magic circle, large enough to hold his entire body. It pulsed slowly, as if it were breathing. The shimmering magic covering the entire tower was radiating from there. Luonin's gaze suddenly landed on the Dragon King's body. His eyebrows raised. A lump of flesh was wriggling and growing beside the left neck. What is that? The lump was covered in scales. It looked like another head of the Dragon King, but not golden. Instead, it shimmered with a bluish-white, star-like glow. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed at the strange and mysterious sight. The Dragon King, gazing up at the night sky, spoke. It's always so astonishing. The power is surging. Who is it that grants me this power? Hearing his still mighty voice, Arthur shrank back in fright. Fortunately, his concentration was not broken. A bishop waiting at the side spoke up. As mentioned before, it is the power of the great stars. Indeed. Although I hear it, it's still hard to believe. Such overwhelming power could even exist. Ha ha. The world we live in is but dust from a macroscopic perspective. We are borrowing power from beyond that distant sky. Upon hearing the word stars, Luonin narrowed his eyes. The faces of those bald giants flashed through his mind. Was there a connection between them and this ritual? The Dragon King continued. So when will this ritual be completed? At most, in 2 more days. When the 3rd head is completed. Something to truly look forward to. I can be certain. Nowaldo's will be no match at all. The bishop bowed and stepped back. The Dragon King seemed very pleased by these words, and smiled slightly. Ajdahaka's wings slowly lifted. Truly something to look forward to. My era is about to begin. His golden wings spread wide without limit. The light of the night sky cast wondrous colors on the shimmering scales. The Dragon King's voice echoed above Adrian. The war will begin in 2 days. Chapter 239. Dragon King. 4. Alert 239. War. Hearing the Dragon King's words, Luonin frowned. The urgency in his voice showed that this was no idle talk. Suddenly, something a bishop had said flashed through his mind. After the new head grows, Nowaldoye will no longer be a match for him. Luonin quickly processed the situation. The attitude that didn't match the rumors. The suspicious absence of precautions. And the contact with Nebula Clahe. Putting it all together, he cursed. Damn it. That 2-headed dragon. Lo. Luonin. What's wrong? Arthur asked in a panicked voice. Luonin didn't answer. He just clenched his fists. That 2-headed dragon was preparing for war against Nowaldoye, using the power of the bald giants. Was that why he had dropped his guard? Those insignificant creatures had ultimately united for power, teaming up What Luonan was witnessing now had never happened in his previous life. The contact with Yadrin was originally a special measure, taken by Abel due to the cult's recent struggles. Thinking about it now, it was all because of him. Too dangerous. He genuinely thought Nwaldoye might be in danger. Even if the Dragon King wasn't stronger. If he gained the power of the strange stars, it would be a different story. That was an extraordinary alien force. Moreover, the Dragon King was not just any dragon. He was the king of dragons. The sovereign of Yadrin. If he allied with the cult, it would mean that his subordinates and followers might also join those bald fanatics. It would be a very tricky situation. He didn't even know where to begin. He hadn't expected that even the topmost ruler had been bought out. The light of the magic circle under the Dragon King's feet gradually faded. The bishop speaking with the Dragon King said, "Let's end it here for today. We'll continue tomorrow." It seemed today's ritual had come to an end. The Dragon King, gazing at the sky, retracted his wings and lowered his head. The third head, covered in white scales, had already grown halfway. It could still continue. What a shame. The two heads clicked their tongues. The fanatic believers bowed their heads. The light spreading across the night sky slowly faded away. The believers began to pack up the ritual tools. Luonan, who was contemplating their next move, finally made a decision. He pointed his finger toward the believers. "Arthur, wait a second. Follow those guys." What? He didn't see where he was pointing. "I mean those fanatic believers." I got it." Arthur's eyes widened. Shulafin silently watched the faces of the believers. Luonan continued. "Those guys need to sleep too, right? There should be bedrooms in the tower. If we search, maybe we'll find something. If we can't find any clues, we'll prepare for interrogation. At the very least, we could get information on Alabalihe or one of the bishops." The problem was the believers were numerous and strong. They might have to resort to assassination or picking them off one by one. Since there was no better option, Arthur and Shulafin had no choice but to accept Luonan's plan. Arthur took a deep breath and was about to lead them to move. Suddenly, a bishop extended his hand toward the three. He chanted a spell. "Spear of Wind." What? Luonan's eyes widened. In an instant, several small magic circles formed before the bishop. Dozens of spears made of wind shot toward the three of them. Arthur gasped sharply. Damn it. Luonan bit his lower lip. There were too many to dodge. Even if we're exposed, we must cut it down or deflect it. Just as he reached for his sword hilt, Shulafin was faster, swinging his sword. His movements were swift and precise, as if he had been prepared all along. The strong wind created by the sword altered the trajectory of the spear. I had a feeling. You kept sneaking glances this way," Shulafin said. "Phew. The wind spears that should have hit them brushed past the three. It caused no discomfort at all. In the eyes of others, dozens of wind spears had simply pierced through empty space. Was it just an illusion?" The bishop who had cast the spell hesitated. Even the Dragon King looked at him strangely. He said, displeased, "Just now. What were you doing?" "Forgive my rudeness. I merely sensed the presence of someone nearby." The bishop knelt on one knee to admit his mistake. However, his gaze lingered on the spot where he had fired the spears. He clearly sensed something. Impossible. Who would dare defy my orders and wander near the tower?" The Dragon King laughed, his confident voice sounding overwhelmingly arrogant. Arthur trembled as he spoke. Luonan. We should hide for now." "All right." Luonan sighed. It was indeed an extremely dangerous situation. Even though their invisibility hadn't failed, and they made no sound, they were still almost detected. Damn it. To avoid being noticed by the bishop, and to prevent the same mistake from happening again, they had better relocate. While thinking about where to go, Luonan pointed at a window 2 floors down. "Get inside first. We'll wait there to track them." All right. There was only one staircase from the rooftop to the lower floors. Arthur carefully led the group to move. Fortunately, the bishop's gaze didn't follow them. They re-entered the tower through the window. No one was inside. Phew. Thud. After everyone landed, Arthur collapsed onto the ground, his frail body trembling. He wiped the corner of his eye, mumbling to himself. That was so close. Good job. You were amazing. Luanen gave him a thumbs up. In truth, the kid had practically done all the work. Even when a blade grazed his cheek, he still maintained his telekinesis. I can't believe this is the Assam I know. Patting him on the back, Luanen then looked over at Shulafin. You're the second best. Thanks to you, we weren't discovered. There can only be one best. Shulafin answered blandly. Normally, he would have used some crude analogy to lecture them. But today he didn't. Had he not responded properly, they would have been discovered. Perhaps beaten to death by the Dragon King and the fanatics. Or fallen to their deaths. All right. Let's rest a little before we move again. Found them. Those rats. Just as Luanen was about to say something, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. They slowly turned their heads. In front of the staircase 20 paces away, a middle-aged man in a white robe was standing there. It was the same bishop who had fired the sealing blades at them earlier. I know you're there. Show yourselves obediently. Several dozen magic circles had already formed in front of him. The sealing blades and swords he had fired earlier were stirring restlessly. Although the invisibility magic was still active, they had clearly been discovered. Luanen felt a chill. Looking up, he saw magic circles glowing on the ceiling. As expected, the sealing weapons were poised to strike. Damn it! Luanen bit his lower lip. Even though he was filled with doubt, the bishop had clearly followed them. Strange colors rippled around him, as if he already knew. Dispel it. Lo. Luanen. Hurry. Luanen sighed and patted Assam's leg. After the invisibility magic was dispelled, the three of them became visible. The bishop smirked slightly. How sensible of you. I was about to attack immediately, if you didn't all reveal yourselves. Luanen said nothing, his eyes moving quickly, scanning the surroundings. It seemed the bishop had come alone. The earlier feeling hadn't been wrong. You don't look like one of the Dragon King's men. What are you doing here? The bishop continued, looking ready to attack at any moment. Luanen finished analyzing the situation and switched his core. The flow of his magic changed, and dazzling magic surged up from his shoulders. He spoke. We're allies. Bishop. We were ordered by Lord Alabulache to follow you. Luanen answered without changing his expression. Hearing the name Alabulache, the bishop raised an eyebrow. What? Lord Alabulache? Yes. He had to secretly check for any abnormalities when contacting the Dragon King, Ajdahaka. After all, as fellow Dragonkin, he was worried about certain instincts. The bishop's eyes widened. They knew too much about the cult's secrets. This wasn't just simple espionage. They knew about the bishop's identity, the contact with the Dragon King, and the fact that Alabulache was also a Dragonkin. And looking closer, the black-haired youth was radiating a particular aura. He shook his head in doubt. Is that really true? Yes. He ordered us not to be discovered at all costs. But we failed. Unbelievable. I heard that during his vacation. No one was supposed to disturb him. I'm just stating the truth. Maybe it's because he's here now that he's a bit more cautious. Luanen said. Assam and Shulafin looked at his calm expression, admiring his composure. Indeed. The bishop nodded. The magic circle's glow had weakened significantly. Luanen was secretly delighted. It seemed Alabulache really was in Adrian. Though he didn't know it was during his vacation, he still found it hard to believe. The two behind him had no mental resistance at all. State your affiliations and names. After hesitating for a moment, The bishop spoke again. Luonan quickly exchanged a glance and smiled gently. This is a bit tricky. Because everything they just said was a lie. What? The bishop frowned. At the same time, Luonan gripped his sword hilt. He tried to cast magic again. But La Mancha's blade was already glowing with the red light of twilight. Whoa! In an instant, the light burst forth. And the bishop's figure was pulled right in front of Luonan. What? The bishop's eyes widened. The scarlet-bladed strike cut through the star wall as if slicing tofu. Die. A red line slashed across his throat. His head was instantly severed. Flying into the air. Invisible hand. Assam extended his hand, chanting a spell. The falling body and flying head. And the blood that spurted out, all froze midair. Seeing that no blood had splashed around, Luonan let out a breath of relief. Phew, nicely done. Ah! Luonan patted Assam on the back. They were still in the perfect crime stage. Although they planned to escape. Leaving traces would only lead to quicker pursuit. Assam asked. What about the body? Grind it up and toss it out the window. First grab it. What? Assam looked at him in confusion. Without hesitation, Luonan swung his sword. Slice, slice, slice. The floating corpse was cut into hundreds of pieces. Thanks to telekinetic control. Nothing fell. Luonan nodded, satisfied with the quick work. All right. Now bunch it all together and throw it out. As far as possible. Ah. He said it as casually as if asking someone to pour a cup of water. Assam's face turned pale. Even imagining it was nauseating. But they had no other choice. Just as he was about to start making the most disgusting meatball ever. The moonlight shining through the window suddenly disappeared. Huh? The three of them turned their heads at the same time. And froze. One of the Dragon King's heads was hanging upside down, staring at them. Time seemed to freeze. Why are you here? The Dragon King asked. The voice came from above. It seemed only the left head had lowered. I told you not to come. Did you see everything? Luonan cursed under his breath. It seemed the plan was completely ruined. After a brief silence, he spoke up. Well, actually, we couldn't sleep. So we were just walking around. What a pity. Heroes who defeated the evil dragon. Only to be sent off like this. Interrupting Luonan's words. The Dragon King sighed deeply. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. Light particles began to gather deep inside. Run! Luonan shouted. He grabbed the crouching Assam. And turned to flee. Luonan and Shulafin dashed down the stairs. Rumble. A tsunami-like beam of light swept through the corridor. Ah! Assam let out a soul-piercing scream. The golden beam destroyed the opposite wall. Extending into the western sky. The Dragon King's voice thundered. Capture them. All my kin and subordinates of the Sky Tower and Adrian. Obey my command. Capture the intruders. Chapter 240. Ali Boulahay's clothing. Alarm number 240. Capture the intruders. The Dragon King's voice shook the entire tower. After the beam disappeared, the world plunged into darkness again. Luonan cursed viciously. Damn it! What rotten luck. The worst possible situation had happened. He never expected to be exposed directly before the Dragon King. Panting heavily, Assam asked. First. What do we do next? First, we escape this damned tower. Where to? Since the sewer route is still viable. Let's head there. First. Damn it. Sensing danger, Luonan grabbed Assam and rolled to the side. The ceiling above them shattered. A massive sword suddenly appeared. Boom! The giant sword, capable of slaying an elephant, precisely pierced the spot where they had been. Assam saw the tip of the sword flashing past his ear. And screamed in terror. A voice came from above. Looking up, a girl's figure appeared through the cracks in the broken ceiling. She had white hair. Clearly dressed like a traveler. Why is this crack so wide? But can you block this? She smiled and gripped her sword hilt. The patterns on the greatsword began to glow. Though he didn't know what it was. He sensed danger. Luonin reflexively tightened his grip on his sword hilt. And shot a sword aura toward the ceiling. Boom. The sword aura passed through the crack and struck the girl. A fragment of sword energy pierced through her chin. And blasted open her skull. The girl fell down. Blood and brain matter flowed through the cracks in the broken ceiling. Although she was strong for a traveler. A surprise attack and letting down your guard are always fatal. Luonin looked at Assam and said, "Can we move now?" Assam quickly nodded. As time passed, her legs, weakened from shock, gradually regained strength. Luonin, who had been watching her closely, shook his head. "No." Thinking it over carefully. "Because your legs are short. I'd better carry you and run." What? Anyway, casting magic doesn't matter. Before they come. Let's get going. Luonin picked up Assam again. She remembered the examiner had said that if something felt wrong, they should escape into the sewers. Although she didn't know the exact location. Getting out of this damned tower first was the only way to survive. They were about to set off. When suddenly, Assam stretched out her hand and chanted a spell. Boom! An ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the staircase from the upper floor. She stammered and said, This should help. Good job." Luonin smiled. She remembered how Lansonia also sealed the retreat route. In the same way. And then climbed up. They almost tumbled down the stairs. "We must escape before more people arrive." Reaching the first floor, Luonin let out a sigh of relief. Because not much time had passed. The place was still empty. Through the huge window, the Milky Way sparkled brilliantly in the night sky. "Perfect. Please. Assam." Luonin shouted. She and Shulafin, sprinting at full speed, kicked open the window and jumped out. Boom! The shattered glass sparkled under the moonlight. The night breeze howled past their ears. Their suspended bodies began to fall. Assam was about to use her mind zero power to cast a spell. So, a huge shadow appeared before them. What? It was here all along. Luonin gasped sharply. A familiar woman's voice echoed. Luonin's eyes widened in shock. A terrifying wind pressure blew all three's hair backwards. A giant silver dragon was flapping its wings in place. "It's you." It was a dragon so beautiful. It made people forget the crisis before them. Its slender, elegant body, covered with shining steel gray scales. Luonin opened his mouth wide, letting out a sigh. Nalan Sonia, repaying His Majesty's favor in such a way. "You must have already prepared yourself," Nalan Sonia said. Steel armor began to cover his body. Realizing what was about to happen, Luonin cursed. "Damn it." Luonin assumed a defensive stance. The huge figure spiraling above suddenly charged at them. The speed was unbelievably fast. Boom! The delayed sound of tearing through the air exploded across the night sky. Magic shield. Assam hastily chanted a defensive spell. A basic translucent barrier formed between them and him. It looked very sturdy. However, the brute force of a dragon's assault was stronger than they had imagined. Boom! The defensive barrier shattered instantly. Upon contact with Nalan Sonia's forehead, Luonin shouted, "Shu Lufin!" Luonin hurriedly switched his core. Shulafin gripped his sword hilt tightly. Boom! Nalan Sonia collided directly, slamming into the wall of the sky tower along with them. Crack! He reverted back to human form and stabilized himself. Dust from the destruction covered the ruined 42nd floor. Suddenly, Nalan Sonia felt a sharp pain. He frowned. Ah! A small cut grazed across his shoulder. Blood trickled down his arm and dripped from his fingertips. It was caused by Shulafin. To think he counterattacked in such a situation. Nal and Sonia muttered in surprise. Even without the reinforced scales. It was shocking enough to even catch that. Let alone tearing off a dragon's scales. It said he carries the bloodline of Grancia. If he were still alive, he would have become a great swordsman. What a pity. His gaze, searching among the corpses, stopped at one spot. A shadow was cast amid the dust. So. A crescent-shaped sword weapon flew through the smoke. Grazing his right gauntlet. Blood started to flow. His usually expressionless face twisted slightly. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Huff, huff. The night wind blew through the shattered walls, dispersing the smoke. 3 humans and a giant dragon appeared under the moonlight. The only one still standing was Luonan. That woman almost died. How did you manage it? It did get a bit twisted at the end. HMPH. That's none of your business. Luonan raised his middle finger. His overloaded heart pounded furiously. At the moment of impact, he simultaneously activated the arcana of Weren and Telenil, enhancing his muscles and releasing a shockwave, thereby offsetting part of the impact. Of course, breaking a few ribs was inevitable. He pointed at Assam and Shulafin lying on the ground and said, "What should I do? They are my only remaining friends. If you had just stayed put, this wouldn't have happened. Or if you were stronger. How could we just stand by when something like this happens in Tarding? Miss, your king has gone mad. How dare you say that?" Lansonia's face suddenly twisted. That's extreme loyalty. Luonan replied coldly. Why are you so agitated? Is allying with Nawaldo and the fanatics a normal course of action? And for someone trying to destroy the world? If that is His Majesty's will, we can only obey. Outsiders, especially mortals, should not interfere. The world is about to perish. Yet mortals are still lying here. You cannot. Luonan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. No matter what, they couldn't leave here. Before defeating this dragon, he raised his sword and pointed it at Nal and Sonia. What? Facing Luonan's gaze, Nal and Sonia trembled slightly. A chilling killing intent spread out. Arrogant. Nal and Sonia felt extremely furious about this. To think he was suppressed by a human even for a moment. He roared. You're not even hurt yourself. Rumble. Hundreds of steel thorns shot up from beneath his feet, rushing toward Luonan. These magic-infused thorns glowed with a bluish light. This wasn't a technique to subdue the opponent. It was meant to kill outright. Facing the steel onslaught, Luonan neither panicked nor fled. He just waited for them to get close enough. When the distance narrowed to within 10 paces, crack. The figure holding the sword suddenly vanished from sight. Nal and Sonia raised his eyebrows. What? He couldn't see Luonan's movement at all. It was like a candle being snuffed out. In an instant, all the unstoppable steel thorns came to a halt. What's going on? With his sharp eyesight, he noticed a white line on the surface of every thorn. What is this? Just as he was wondering, the disappeared Luonan appeared beside him. Whoosh! Nal and Sonia involuntarily gasped. The suddenly appearing Luonan knelt on one knee, as if landing from a high place. Just as Nal and Sonia was about to throw a punch. Boom! The lines on the thorns all split and exploded at once. What? Lansonia was utterly terrified. The threatening thorns turned into powerless lumps of iron flying through the air. He accidentally caught sight of Luonan's sword and froze. The snow-white blade was stained with fresh blood. Luonan said, "This little wound is nothing." You. Lansonia's eyes widened. He realized whose blood it was. Damn. A red line appeared across his chest. Blood spurted out. Cough. Blood gushed like a fountain, staining the floor and ceiling red. Thud. The staggering Lansonia fell to his knees. His vision was gradually swallowed by darkness. After confirming he wouldn't get up again, Luonan let out a breath of relief. Thank you, Lin. You're welcome. Lin's voice echoed in his mind. After the soul of the holy sword awakened, The blade of La Mancha emitted a faint white glow. The fatigue brought on by resonance with the holy sword hit him. Lansonia was truly a formidable opponent. The title Queen of Steel was no exaggeration. If Lin's soul hadn't awakened at the scent of blood, the outcome would have been uncertain. What now? Things don't look good. Keep moving forward. Let's find a place to hide first. Luanen answered with a weary voice. He really wanted to just lie down and sleep. But there was no time now. Get up. You bastards. Luanen limped over to Assam and Shulafin. Shulafin, who had regained consciousness, sat up panting heavily. He said, "Did we win? What a disgrace." Shulafin gritted his teeth. It was the most painful expression Luanen had ever seen. At least you didn't get killed or wet yourself. We were hit by a dragon after all. Luanen chuckled lightly. He extended his hand. Shulafin silently accepted his help and stood up. He knew they couldn't afford any more delays. Let's move out. Assam. Get up. Woo. Luanen. It looks like you're unhurt. I'm fine. Fortunately, Assam opened her eyes before getting slapped awake. Luanen picked her up again. Although the floor had dropped quite a bit, it seemed they could reach the ground soon. They had just finished quickly regrouping. They were about to move forward. When? Oh no. Lord Nalan Sonia. Over there. A noisy commotion came from behind. The three turned their heads simultaneously. Feeling a bad premonition, the guards were swarming up from the stairs. Damn it. Luanen raised his hand, pressing it to his forehead. Although they had settled things quickly, the guards were clearly highly trained. They had already activated their marks and shifted into half-dragon forms. It was obvious. This was an order given personally by aiming. Fortunately, it was just the guards. Luanen silently placed his hand on his sword hilt. If it was just them, they should be able to deal with them quickly. At that moment, the guards parted to the sides, and two men stepped forward. Seriously? Nalan Sonia was defeated? What? Did the Steel Queen actually lose to humans? The two men, dressed in ornate clothing, were identical twins. The guards loudly shouted their 5-character names. An exasperated Luanen cursed under his breath. Why are you doing this to me? Damn it. It was easy to see that these two men were of the dragon race. Their level was no less than Lansonia's. Even worse, the misfortune didn't end there. From the staircase and the walls destroyed by Lansonia, people in white robes started walking in one by one. What? Only arriving now? Much slower than expected. They were all followers of the Nebula cult. Although there were no bishop-level figures, one traveler-looking man stood out. A white-haired youth roared at Luanen. You killed my sister. His crimson eyes burned like claws of fire. It was obvious that the girl who was just killed was his sister. Luanen clenched his lips. This was just too much. Dozens of half-dragon guards and Nebula cultists. Plus 2 dragons. Even when fighting against OLs. It wasn't this troublesome. Life really is. This was truly a desperate situation. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't find a reasonable way out. The evil forces were slowly closing the encirclement. Luanen and Shulafin pressed their backs to the wall, preparing to fight. Shulafin spoke up. Luanen. What? Luanen answered without turning back. Suddenly, Shulafin stuffed something into his coat pocket. What's this? He reached inside and felt a pocket watch. He continued speaking. Please give this to Miss Yelier after you return. Chapter 241. Arabari High 2. Signal 241. Please give this to Miss Yelier after you return. What? Luanen frowned. He felt that statement came out too suddenly. This kind of familiar line. He often heard it back during the punishment army days. Usually when throwing themselves into brutal battles, the guys around him would say such things. Luanen quickly understood what it meant. He cursed. If you're thinking of anything stupid, I really will kill you. In this situation, There was no choice. If you and Assam can survive, that's enough. I'll try to buy some time. Damn it. Buying time, huh? How ridiculous. He let out a bitter smile. This idiot was planning to sacrifice himself to save the others. No matter how desperate the situation. He shouldn't be listening to the words of a kid who hadn't even lived half his life yet. Shu Lufin nodded. Yes. While we might be able to hold them off temporarily, we can't wipe them all out. And also, you know Assam's condition. That. Assam, slung over Luanen's shoulder, was panting heavily. In fact, he had almost completely exhausted his magic power. What's worse, the magic potions they brought were shattered during the fight with Nalan Sonia. Of course, Luanen knew this. He just hadn't mentioned it. He spat on the ground and said fiercely, "Don't be a smartass. Think of a better way before you start talking like that, or I'll break your neck." Shu Lufin didn't answer. The encirclement continued to tighten. Due to the massive deaths of their comrades, they looked extremely tense. From outside the tower came what seemed to be dragon roars. Damn it. There's more than two. As the distance shortened bit by bit. Catch them now. What are you waiting for? Capture them alive if possible. The hesitant guards' faces grew even more fearful. It was clear they weren't the type to obey without being forced. The guards screamed and charged forward. Ah! Come on. Give it a try. Roars and shouts mixed and echoed. Luanen gripped his sword tightly. The blade of La Mancha was dyed crimson. So, he swung his sword. The sword energy cut through the crowd. Ah! Oh! Damn! Severed limbs flew into the air. With every swing, blood and organs were torn apart. It's aiming. Don't back down. Subdue the intruders. But once it began, the charging guards no longer cared about their fallen comrades. When the front line fell, those behind immediately trampled over the corpses to charge forward. Even though they were being slaughtered, the distance kept shrinking. Damn it. Luanen clicked his tongue. It wasn't just their sheer numbers. There were simply too many of them. And they hadn't even triggered the dragons or Lucifers yet. The situation was already dire. This is bad. His body felt heavier and heavier. Suddenly, Shu Lufin's voice came from beside him. Move aside. What? Only then did he realize this guy had been quiet all along. Sensing a surge of magic, Luanen turned his head. Shu Lufin gripped his sword with both hands, adjusting his breathing. The sword blade, not yet transformed into wind, was wrapped in a blue light. You. Luanen's eyes widened. Rumble. A sound like a typhoon roared from within the blade. An unimaginable amount of magic power condensed within the metal, waiting to be unleashed. Shu Lufin. Ah! Assam's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, Shu Lufin's arm vanished from sight. Boom! The condensed storm was unleashed. The enemies in front of them disappeared. A straight line of wind pierced through the opposite wall. Ah! This! What's happening? Ah! My leg! Screams rang out from all directions. Where the wind passed, nothing was left behind. A wide open path appeared where it had once been crowded with people. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in it screamed in agony. Ah! Oh no! Radiskaza! Among the victims was also one of the twin dragonkin. He clutched his torn left arm. Assam covered her mouth with her hand. He had actually severed a dragonkin's body. The power was overwhelming. But they couldn't feel happy about it. Shu Lufin's face looked as haggard as if he had wandered in a desert for 10 days. He was truly exhausted. Shu Lufin staggered, clearly having expended a massive amount of strength. You idiot. What good is doing that? Luanen was about to say something, when Shu Lufin suddenly turned and grabbed his collar. Despite his pale face, his strength was still immense. He leaned in and said, "Make sure you wipe the pocket watch clean. There might be something stuck to it." You. Before he could speak, Shulafin threw Luanen toward the collapsed wall. The guards and fanatics couldn't catch him in time. Assam, clinging to Luanen, was also thrown out together. Ah! Ack! They got away. The guards screamed in shock. By the time they turned around, the two were already flying outside the tower. Damn it! Seriously. Luanen gritted his teeth. The floor they were on quickly grew distant. The night wind howled past their ears. Looking up by chance, he saw 5 or 6 dragons circling in the sky. That idiot finally did it. The battle seemed to have resumed. A huge roar came from below. Boom! Boom! Shulifin's wind slash ripped through the air. Stay calm. Luanen took a deep breath. His overheated mind cooled down slightly. The situation was already underway. He had to calmly find a solution. Shulafin might not hold out much longer. Although she was the Empire's rising star, she could only stall for a while. Facing so many enemies, it was impossible. Would she die, then? Suddenly, he recalled something one of the twin dragons said. They had mentioned taking them alive. Capture them alive if possible. They had definitely said that. Although it wasn't certain, he could only choose to believe those words and act. Otherwise, Shulifin's efforts would be wasted. Huff. Having decided what to do, Luanen let out a long breath. The scenery around him gradually became clearer. The first thing that caught his eye was Assam, clinging around his neck and screaming. Ah! Ah! Then he looked upward above his head. A vast lake beneath the blue lines. The lake reflected the tower and the night sky. It was as big as a small town. Luanen said, Assam, can you use magic? Yes. Sorry. My magic power is almost exhausted. If I have just a little left, I should still be able to use some. Luanen, thinking about something, swung his sword at the tower wall. Whoosh! The sword aura tore through the air and exploded against the wall. He pointed at the debris falling from above. Assam, forget everything else. Match the speed of those falling pieces with ours. Huh? What? We need to hide our position. Hurry! Luanen urged. Clearly, someone was monitoring the area. If only a single splash appeared, they would quickly be discovered. Ah! Realizing his intent, Assam's eyes widened. Although unsure if this would really fool anyone, they had to do something now. He squeezed out his last bit of magic power and shouted, Hand of Invisibility. The spell echoed out. An invisible hand grabbed hold of their bodies. Though it only lasted briefly, it slowed their fall. Splash! As Luanen held Assam close, the two of them sank into the lake. Splash, splash, splash. Fragments falling at nearly the same time struck the surface of the lake. Hundreds of differently sized splashes rose from the water. The soldiers chasing from the other floors stopped in panic. What happened? It looks like they fell? Damn it! You can't see anything clearly like this. The young soldiers stared nervously at the lake surface. They really wanted to blast everything away with lightning magic. But this was one of the places where the dragon race stored their treasures. They couldn't risk it. Ah! Luanen opened his eyes. Submerged in water. The water around him was icy cold. Reflected light spots floated on the distant water surface. They survived. Thankfully, the speed had slowed down. And they hadn't crashed to death. The lake was deeper and wider than expected, giving the illusion of falling into the ocean. Assam, clutched tightly by Luanen, blew out a bubble. Glug glug. Seeing that he was moving, it seemed his condition was fine. Relieved, Luanen started swimming, trying to find a secluded spot to come ashore. As he was quickly ascending, Assam suddenly struggled violently. What's wrong all of a sudden? Assam looked ahead, then froze completely. In the pitch-black water below, a massive figure was moving. What is that? Luanen's eyes widened. He quickly recognized what it was. A black dragon was swimming rapidly toward them. Because the lake surface was the same color as the night sky, It couldn't be seen from above. Damn it. Sensing the danger, Luanen sped up desperately. Seeing it had two pairs of wings. It wasn't Orser. But that wasn't important right now. Why would something like that be at the bottom of the lake? Luanen swam with all his might. But the black dragon's speed far surpassed a human's. The distance had almost closed. I'm not one of the Dragon King's people. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Luanen's mind. He froze for a moment. Then turned his head. What? The voice was as dry as a drought-stricken pond. Although it sounded familiar. He couldn't recall who it was. The voice echoed again. Come into my mouth. I'll help you escape first. Luanen frowned. Not understanding what that meant. He wanted to ask. But couldn't speak underwater. Just as he hesitated, the black dragon suddenly accelerated, swallowing the two of them in an instant. Luanen opened his eyes. His vision was blurry, as if shrouded in mist. A strange, indescribable smell irritated his nose. The sound of flowing water was very close. He slowly pushed himself up. He remembered encountering the black dragon at the bottom of the lake. But his memories after that were vague. Where is this place? Soon after, his vision gradually cleared, and the surroundings came into view. It was a massive cave. The walls and floor were polished smooth. Nearby, a campfire crackled. The arched ceiling was so high it couldn't be seen. Thinking of Assam, Luanen anxiously looked around. Damn it! Assam! Fortunately, he quickly found Assam. She was lying beside the campfire just like Luanen. Upon checking, he confirmed she was still alive. This kid really makes people worry. Relieved, Luanen sat down. Their clothes had dried considerably. They must have been unconscious for quite a long time. Luanen looked around again and muttered. Where are we? The sewers. What? The reply came from behind. Luanen quickly got up, turned around, and saw an old man standing there with his hands behind his back. More precisely, it was the sewers of Dragon City, Adran. There was no place like this anywhere on the continent. Lost. Seeing a familiar face, Luanen's eyes widened. It was the tavern owner who had drunk with Orser. This time, he had rolled up his sleeves, revealing metallic armor on his arm. Luanen asked, Were you the one who saved us? You could say that. I've been watching you since the tavern. After hearing the Dragon King's threat, I was worried something might happen to you. Sure enough, you fell into the lake. Wait. Lake? Could it be that you are? That's right. I'm the Black Dragon. The old man nodded, his tone calm, as if he were stating something completely natural. He admitted that he was the Black Dragon who had swallowed them earlier. Luanen laughed in shock. This time he really hadn't noticed. He was even better at hiding his presence than Orser. Truly astonishing. Surprised, huh? I told you black dragons are good at disguises. Luanen still didn't know exactly who this old man was. The old man suddenly approached, squatting down. After closely examining Luanen's face, the old man spoke. You really do look alike. So much alike. Look like who? It's hard to say just one person. You look like both the person I respect most and the one I despise most. You don't seem like someone from the cult. The old man muttered on. Hearing the word cult, Luanen raised an eyebrow. A certain dragon's image flashed through his mind for a moment. The black dragon with a mechanical hand replacing a broken arm. The information clicked together, leading to a conclusion. Luanen slowly opened his mouth. Arabarihai. So you do know my name. The old man sighed deeply. At that moment, the faint glow on his shoulder revealed his magic power. The old man, stroking his mechanical hand, spoke. So then, who exactly are you? Have you come to ruin my first and last vacation? Chapter 242. Alabulihe 3. Alert number 242. So then, who exactly are you? Have you come to ruin my first and last vacation? Luanen's eyes widened. It was really Alabulihe. But he looked completely different from the image in his travel memories. Almost unrecognizable. Back then, he was a hardy, burly man. Apparently something had happened. But Luonan didn't ask further. There were more important matters now. He asked in confusion. Vacation? Answer my question first. I can tell you. But I won't tell the leader of your cult. If you doubt me, then don't say anything. But our conversation ends here. My attitude toward the cult is not friendly. As expected, a tough old man. His gentle but firm demeanor showed his experience. After a moment, Luonan nodded in agreement. Yeah. All right. Such a man wouldn't be intimidated by threats. Besides, if not out of goodwill, he wouldn't have saved them either. He pointed at himself and the sleeping Assam. I'm Luonan. The one sleeping over there is Assam. And so, Luonan briefly explained their identities and their purpose for coming to Adran. If anything were exposed, they would eliminate all information that could be traced back to them. Alabalihe listened intently, while feeding the fire with more wood. The voices echoed through the empty space. As the flickering firelight illuminated the sewers, a long shadow fell beneath his head. After hearing the explanation, Arabarihai slowly said, I see. To stop the cult. You actually came all the way to Adran. That's quite impressive. Actually, it was easier than expected. Oh right. Thanks for earlier. Luonan suddenly bowed his head. Arabarihai's eyebrows twitched slightly. Thank me for what? For saving me and him. To be honest, I had no idea how to reach the sewers. Luonan sincerely expressed his gratitude. He believed that gratitude should be shown when due. Although he didn't fully trust the old man yet. It was thanks to him that they had escaped the crisis. The stunned Arabarihai spoke. You're not the child of the cult leader. To be honest, I was a little suspicious. What made you sure all of a sudden? Those who inherited that monster's bloodline would never thank others, let alone bow their heads. Just look at Lucifer's. Arabarihai's voice was full of disgust. It was clear he had no fondness for the cult. Then your identity. Could it be as I guessed? Something like that, probably. Luonan did not deny it. Since things had come this far, he had no choice but to be honest. Anyway, whether he lived or died and his exact location, no one would know beforehand. So it didn't matter anymore. I am the savior. The son of Cain. Ah, my goodness. Arabarihai let out a deep sigh. He slowly rubbed his face with his hand. And continued speaking. It's been so long since I heard that name. I never thought he would have a child. Is he still alive? Well then. It's your turn now. Luonan showed a bitter smile. Since he had given some information, now it was time to get an answer. Alabalihe looked at him. And smiled slightly. You really smile just like your father. Really? Luonan's smile grew even brighter. Just as Alabalihe was about to say something, the ground and walls suddenly began to shake. As if an earthquake had struck. What's happening? Luonan frowned. He sensed a strange fluctuation in the air. Shouts and screams echoed from the distance. Alabalihe smacked his lips. Looks like Akitahaka has officially started the pursuit. The outside must be complete chaos now. Luonan realized. The sounds were coming from the surface. Alabalihe pointed 10 fingers at the fire pit. The flames, like a covered blanket, extinguished instantly. Let's move to another place. Follow me. With his hands behind his back, he walked deeper into the sewers. Luonan didn't wake Assam, but carried her and followed Alabalihe. Most mages recover magic power while sleeping. So he hoped Assam could rest as much as possible. Sleep well. If you don't sleep now, there might not be another chance. Footsteps echoed continuously. The sewers of Adran were far larger than any underground facility Luonan had ever experienced. Especially that vast main sewer channel. It could almost be compared to a river. It's huge. The dragons really do everything on a grand scale. Just as Luonan was marveling at its scale and structure. Alabalihe, walking ahead, spoke up. Vacation means vacation. This is the first time since the establishment of Nabraklach that I've left the cult and returned to my hometown. Other than the cult leader. No one knows I'm here. It was an answer to Luanen's earlier question. Because of the loud water noise. You had to listen carefully to hear it. Arabarihai, as promised, began telling his story. The tavern where we first met was something I ran out of interest. A little hobby for my later years. But because of an impulsive brat, it's now ruined. That's really unfortunate. So that was your hobby, huh? I always wondered why you weren't at a forge. But at a place like that. What? How did you know I was a blacksmith? I figured it out when fighting against the cult. You're quite famous, you know. Luanen muttered to himself. He didn't reveal that he shared the Savior's memories. It was too early to reveal everything just yet. Besides, my girlfriend used a whip made by you. A woman named Yulier used it. Oh, I know the one you're talking about. That was a pretty tricky weapon. Being able to master it is impressive. I think so too. The two chatted for a long time. Although Luanen was eager to get to the point, he felt it would be better to let the conversation flow naturally. Suddenly, Arabarihai asked a question. By the way, what exactly happened with Idahaka? I honestly don't know everything. That guy was completely insane. Just to surpass Nawaldoye. He would even betray his own parents. Recalling the scene back then, a surge of anger rose in his chest. With a voice full of fury, Luanen recounted what happened at Sky Tower. The jealousy toward Nawaldoye and the break with the cult. And the suspicious ritual drawing power from the stars. After Luanen finished Shulifen's story, Arabarihai stroked his beard. It's truly a shame to see a companion turn out like that. But since they mentioned capturing alive, they're probably still alive. Keeping promises is one of the few virtues of the dragon race. We must believe that. Luanen clenched his fists. No matter what, he had to rescue that foolish guy. Alabulihe sighed. HMPH, speaking of which. Akitahaka really made a foolish choice. I heard Abel had contacted Adrin. And I didn't expect it to be true. If they gained that power, could the Dragon King defeat Nawaldos? Hard to say. But one thing's certain. After the ritual is complete, Adrin will be destroyed. Alabulihe said calmly. So calm. It took Luanen a moment to understand. Thud. Luanen stopped walking. What did you say? What's happening at the top of the Sky Tower? Is not just a ritual to enhance strength. They're using the immense power of the Dragon King and Adrin as bait to summon beings from far above the heavens. While it's true they will become stronger. Those beings from the heavens. Could it be those giants? Ah. What did you just say? Alabulihe stopped walking. Luanen, facing him, inhaled sharply. Too agitated. He had accidentally said something he shouldn't have. Damn it. A mistake. Luanen bit his lower lip. This was really bad. If Alabulihe still had any loyalty to the cult, he would surely strike him down. Luanen's hand slowly moved toward his sword. Should he make the first move? A suffocating silence enveloped them. Luanen was ready to draw his sword at any moment. After a few seconds, an unexpected reaction appeared. Hey! You've already uncovered this much? The cult's trump card has been exposed. What? Alabulihe suddenly laughed. It was a smile with absolutely no malice. Purely because he found it funny. It felt absolutely terrible. Unable to bear it anymore, Luanen urged. Sword demon, stop laughing. Explain it clearly. What exactly is going on? It's nothing major. But I'll tell you what I know. Arabarihai spoke surprisingly easily. It seemed he didn't have good feelings toward the cult. Luanen swallowed hard, waiting for him to continue. Suddenly, he turned around and started walking deeper into the sewers. Hey! Didn't you say you'd tell me? I will tell you. But first, you need to meet someone. Meet someone? Luanen asked. But Arabarihai didn't answer. He just kept walking. His figure growing smaller. Luanen frowned slightly. What is going on? Suddenly talking like that. It was impossible to understand what he was thinking. Still, there was no other choice. In the end, Luanen decided to follow him. Similar scenes kept appearing. It was like the shadow space of this magnificent city. Golden rats scurried everywhere. Occasionally, he saw human corpses. Most were only skeletons by now. Probably abandoned servants. Or people who fled here not wanting to be expelled from Adran. Luanen suddenly looked up at the ceiling. What a complete mess. The sounds coming through the drainage pipes were the sounds of people searching for him and Assam. From the increasing volume of the noise, it seemed they had deployed more troops. Although he needed to see it himself to be sure. It was clearly a desperate situation. And yet, in this situation, Arabarihai wanted to introduce someone? After walking in a straight line for about an hour, he finally turned a corner. At some hidden spot. He didn't turn around. And said, "We're here. Thanks for your hard work." "Where? So who exactly are you letting me meet?" Luanen complained as he turned the corner. Only for his legs to stiffen as if rooted to the ground. A strong stench of blood assaulted his nose. At the center of the empty space, a man was sitting cross-legged. It was as empty as a newly built room without furniture. "You are?" A small lamp flickered beside him. The man's hair hung down like a weeping willow, reaching his waist. Although his eyes were closed, his face was easily recognizable. It was Marin. Orsay. Why the hell was this guy here? Orsay's trained abdomen was wrapped in thick bandages. Judging from the mountain of blood-soaked bandages piled in a corner, he had clearly lost a lot of blood. Some herbs that looked medicinal were scattered casually around him. Is this a heart-shaped trap? Assam's hand slowly moved toward the hilt of his sword to brace himself. Alabulihe waved his hand at him. "Hey! How's your body?" he asked in the tone of greeting a friend. Full of concern, Orsay opened his eyes and growled at Alabulihe in a low voice. "You've got some nerve saying that. If you hadn't called the guards, this wouldn't have happened. What a joke. I only called them to create a chance for you to escape. You acted recklessly on your own. I'm sure of it. If I hadn't done anything, you would have died quietly and unnoticed." "Shut up, old man. I've almost fully recovered. I'm leaving now." Watching the two argue from the side, Luanen fell into confusion. Although they were bickering, it didn't seem like they had a bad relationship. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Arabarihai let out a sigh. Huff. Such an ungrateful bastard. It's your choice if you want to leave. But how about having a chat with this friend first? Chat? Orser shook his head. Arabarihai silently stepped aside. Luanen, standing behind, locked eyes with him. A suffocating silence enveloped the air. Luanen spoke first. "You're still alive. Long time no see, kid." Chapter 243. Arabarihai Part 4. Signal 243. Long time no see, kid. Orser let out a low growl. That fierce aura still stood like a sharp blade. Luanen fixed his gaze on him. Then turned to Arabarihai and asked, "Why is this guy here?" "I found him in a remote place. And brought him back for treatment. We're acquainted." "Acquainted?" Luanen raised an eyebrow slightly. Thinking back after that chaos, Arabarihai's whereabouts had become unclear. Turns out he went to find Orser. At the time, Luanen recalled the conversation he had heard from the Savior. Arabarihai had once warned the Savior about Orser, telling him not to build a nest in that land. Clearly, the acquaintance Arabarihai referred to was about that time. Orser said, "Stop pretending. How long are you going to bring up things? From before the empire was founded? Why be so hostile toward your own kind? Can't you even say a simple thank you? Ha! Own kind? You should stop acting like the old man." Hearing acting like the old man, Luanen turned to look at Arabarihai. As expected, Alabulihe had deliberately disguised himself as an old man. Luanen glanced at him. Alabulihe clicked his tongue. Hey, don't get me wrong. There's no special reason. I'm just imitating a dying old man. That way the cult won't bother me too much. I didn't say anything though. Luonan shook his head. Orsay, exchanging a glance with him, spoke up. So, why did you bring this kid to me? Want me to teach him a lesson? I thought your interests might align. That's why I brought him. This old man will step away for a while. You two can have a good talk. Aligned interests? Wait a second. Luonan asked a question. But Aloblige didn't answer. He turned and left the room. The two stared at each other in silence. Brows furrowed. I have nothing to say to you. Hand over that damn sword and Nivaldos's location. Then get lost. Come and lick my ass. There's a limit to arrogance. You think just because I'm injured, I can't handle you. Suddenly, a dark aura rose from Orz's shoulder. The oil lamp beside him flickered. He slowly stood up. And growled lowly. This is your last chance. Tell me where Nivaldo's is. Ha! Screw it. Luonan sighed. It wasn't so much fear. As it was helplessness. Might as well talk to a rock. It might be more effective. He couldn't understand Aloblige's intentions. Even though he said their interests aligned. It was clear the old man knew the boy's real goal. As time passed, his anxiety grew. There were only 2 days left. And Shulifan's fate was still unknown. No idea what he was up to. Just as he grew more restless. Wait. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Luonan's mind like the wind. He seemed to understand what Aloblige meant. After sorting his thoughts, he deliberately sighed. Who? If you really want to know. That young lady is currently in Delamore. No choice but to tell you. You're here. What? Orz's eyes widened. Clearly not expecting such a sudden answer. The bone-chilling killing intent temporarily subsided. Deramol. What is that place? It's a fortress floating in the sky. There. Luonan briefly explained the situation regarding Deramol. He emphasized the mysterious location. Its surrounding scenery. And the presence of Nawaldoye. Orser stared intently at Luonan as he continued explaining. If he detected even a hint of a lie, he would act immediately. Of course. No such thing happened. Luonan merely controlled the information. But didn't lie. A look of expectation gradually appeared on Orser's face. After listening to the explanation, he spoke. Looks like it wasn't a lie. Then how do we get there? I don't know either. What? Orser frowned. This was the key point. Luonan organized his thoughts. And shook his head. I've only been there once. I really don't know. I reached it by repeatedly using space magic. But there's someone who knows. He's in Yadrin. Who is it? Dragon King Idahaka. He received Nawaldage's letter. But ignored it. Luonan said calmly. He outlined the ritual held by the Dragon King at the top of the Sky Tower. And its purpose. The matter of the third head and the coming war. After hearing the explanation, Orser clenched his teeth. How dare they attack Nawaldoye without my permission? What a laughable fool. You were defeated by that laughable fool. If you want to die, just keep running your mouth. Last time was just negligence. In a direct confrontation, I would never lose. A grinding sound came from his clenched teeth. Seeing his reaction, Luonan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good. A dragon is still a dragon. It seemed. He was almost convinced. Obviously. His obsession with Nivaldo's was not merely for strategic reasons. Aside from defeating Baron, he also had a desire to personally defeat the most powerful dragon in history. What are you planning to do now? Head straight to the Sky Tower. Since you've given me the information, I'll spare you no more. Hand over that cursed sword. And then scram. Don't be so hasty. I have a better idea. Listen to me. A better idea? Now is the decisive moment. Luonan said confidently. Yes. Let's ascend the Sky Tower together. I have my own goals too. Ridiculous. Why would I act alongside a human? You bastard. I knew you'd say that. Tone it down a little. Ors sneered coldly. It was an expected reaction. So Luonan wasn't upset. He was about to say more, when a voice came from nearby. It's possible they hid in the sewers. Conduct a thorough search. Understood. Lord Pantheon. Their faces froze simultaneously. There was no doubt it was the voices of those men. They were about 70 meters away. Judging from the footsteps, there were about 10 people. Damn it. They've caught up this fast? Luonan clicked his tongue. Although he had expected this. But I didn't expect them to start searching the sewers so quickly. Aliblia is still nowhere to be found. He hasn't returned yet. Suddenly, Orser started walking toward the entrance. These pests are really annoying. I need to get rid of them. There's still a dragon. It won't be easy dealing with an injured one, right? Ha, not easy. Orser sneered contemptuously. Peeved. He reached into his own chest. Not into his pocket, but truly into his flesh. 10. Seeing this, Luonan frowned. But there was no blood splatter, nor any tearing of flesh. Orser's skin was like water. Softly accepting his arm. TCH. Soon. Orser pulled his arm out. Luonan's eyes widened. In the hand that reappeared, he was gripping the same black spear seen on the Aurora blade. You are truly reckless. The spear still carried its fierce spiral shape. Bang! Orser stomped hard on the ground and charged forward. His speed was almost too fast to follow. It happened the moment Luonan blinked. Wait. This guy. Orser. You're here. Ah! Please spare me. A shrill scream rang out. Madman. Luonan cursed and hurried after him. He didn't arrive much later. Stopping in his tracks, he gave a bitter smile. HMPH. The situation was already over. The flowing water turned red. The smell of blood spread. Corpses were torn apart and drifted down the sewer. You. Hey. The man who looked like a dragon leaned against the wall, gasping. A black, long-haired spear pierced through his chest. Ors, covered in blood, stood in the center of the brutal scene. Say it again. Not easy, huh? Seeing this, do you still think you need help? He turned his head toward Luonan. Arrogant, cruel, and powerful. He was truly worthy of the title Demon Dragon. After the bandages were removed, only a scar remained on his abdomen. At that moment, the gasping man raised his hand toward Ors. Die! Huh? Ors's eyes widened. He quickly turned his head. But a magic circle had already formed in front of the man's hand. An unknown magic was about to be unleashed. Luonan instinctively grabbed his sword hilt. Wah! A sunset-colored flash streaked across. The gasping man's body was dragged right in front of him. What? Oh! The man's eyes widened in shock. Splat! Luonan silently thrust forward. The man let out a dying shriek as his heart was pierced. Shortly after, his body collapsed limply, falling into the sewer. Splash! With a splash, the man never surfaced again. An awkward silence fell over the scene. Luonan looked at Ors and gave a slight smile. Seems like that's that. You bastard. Orser's eye twitched. Though his face was covered in blood and it wasn't obvious. His face was surely flushed red. It was definitely an embarrassing situation. At that moment, Arthur, who was being held by Luonan, suddenly let out a sharp scream. Ah! I'm going to be eaten. Damn it! Luonan cursed. And almost screamed too. As he let go, he smacked Arthur's butt hard. Ouch! Mama! I was almost scared to death. Woo-woo, Luonan. Arthur finally looked at Luonan. Although he was still frightened, his complexion had improved a lot compared to before. From his reaction, it seemed that the memory of being swallowed by Aliblia in the lake was still vivid in his mind. Arthur, glancing around like a rabbit, gulped nervously. This place. We were supposed to be eaten by the dragon. Ah! It's a corpse. You're so noisy. What is that? My poor friend. Hearing Luanen's reply, Orser frowned. The previously tense atmosphere suddenly eased a little. Speaking of which, I've seen similar things up north too. Ah! Dragon. Dragon. Seeing it again, Arthur panicked in terror. Footsteps sounded nearby. The three of them turned their heads at once. Standing there was Aliblia. What's going on? Why so noisy? Rushing over in a hurry. You've already taken care of it? Aliblige was carrying a basket full of food in his hand. It seemed he had gone to fetch it. After glancing around, he let out a sigh. Not even giving us time to rest. Is the conversation over? More or less. Luanen nodded. Arthur hurriedly hid behind him. While Ors remained silent. He was probably wrestling with shame. Aliblige said, "Follow me. Might as well find a spot right under their noses." Chapter 244. Journey with the Dragon Eye. Alarm number 244. They followed Aliblige. And walked for some time. This time, too, he didn't tell them the exact destination. Arthur knew. After learning that the long-haired man was actually Ors. He fainted once. When he woke up, he found that the search area had significantly shrunk. Which meant they often ran into the Dragon King's men. Hey! Over here. Ah! Roughly every 10 minutes. They would encounter a group. Every time Luanen and Ors encountered them, they immediately dealt with it. Usually before even turning a corner. They could already sense their presence. And once they turned, limbs would be flying through the air. If even one person managed to escape, they would bring reinforcements. So they made sure to eliminate them completely. Once, a few strong-looking half-dragon soldiers rushed at them from behind. Ah! They're coming. Arthur, who was walking at the rear, waved his arms in panic. Boom! An invisible fist struck the soldiers. They flew like balls. Cough! Bang! They crashed into the opposite wall, 30 steps away, before finally stopping. The half-dragons' heads drooped down. None of them stood up again. After checking whether they were alive, Orser muttered in disbelief. Dead on the spot. All 5 of them. Such an efficient killing machine. You'd better be careful too. He likes to use his pretty looks to fool people. Then dig out their guts and eat them. I've never done that. Luanen chuckled. It seemed that during his nap, he had regained quite a lot of strength. Arthur frantically waved his hands in denial. But Orser didn't seem too bothered. That's fine too. Killing machine. Ah! Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. Aliblia, who was walking ahead, frowned. They walked for about an hour before reaching their destination. Here we are. Aliblia's eyes gazed upon a wide open space. It was much bigger in scale. Splash! From the high drain, murky water poured down like a waterfall. Luanen's eyes widened. Even without explanation, he seemed to recognize where this place was. Could this be? Yes. Beneath the sky tower, Aliblia placed the basket full of food down on the ground. He explained that by following the drain, they could reach the first floor of the sky tower. This so-called finding a spot right under the enemy's nose was exactly what it meant. Luanen said, "What can I even say to that? But first, let me make it clear. I won't get involved in your affairs." What? Luanen raised an eyebrow. Orser also looked at him in confusion. Aliblia continued. I helped you. Mostly out of personal curiosity. When you get old, you want to do something meaningful. This old man will step back here. Luanen's expression grew serious. This change was too sudden. If they couldn't stop the Dragon King's ritual, wouldn't everyone be doomed? Including you? That's right. It's extremely dangerous. I told you this was my first And also my last vacation. Remember? Luanen raised an eyebrow. He realized this was a continuation of the conversation he had with Orser earlier. I remember. Right. I wasn't joking. Recently, I heard that several unfortunate incidents occurred within the cult. Abel's plans have changed. Changed? That doesn't sound good. Aliblia nodded. Exactly. If I remember correctly, Abel once said he would advance the arrival of the stars. It looks like he plans to send the signal here. After the ritual is completed, the first star will descend. Damn it! Luanen's eyes widened. The arrival of the stars meant the appearance he saw before his death. A large number of bald-headed people. And the first star had descended. What kind of nonsense is this? Aliblia said. If we delay any longer, there might be changes. What a shame. Damn it! What exactly are those giants? I'm not entirely sure. Only the cult leader Abel knows the truth. Those incomprehensible beings granted us what we call omnipotent power. Aliblia's face suddenly stiffened. Terrifying memories surged into his mind. He had once witnessed Abel communicating with the heavens. He couldn't recall the exact date. Only that it was a night filled with countless stars. Abel stood in the middle of a vast field, arms reaching toward the night sky. The force the cult believed in swept in along with the wind. Incantations continuously flowed from his mouth. In front of Abel, the silhouette of a winged giant gradually appeared. Since the ritual was conducted in secret, besides himself, there were no other witnesses. Aliblia was nearly suffocated by the overwhelming pressure radiating from the giant's illusion. Abel grabbed his neck and said, "Isn't it magnificent?" Aliblia bit his lower lip tightly. Even though it was a memory from centuries ago, it remained crystal clear. At that moment, his hope that this monster might regain sanity was shattered. After the brief flashback ended, he spoke up. Anyway, that's all I can tell you and help you with. Since we're basically in agreement, I wish you good luck. Damn it. If the situation is this serious, shouldn't we all work together? Otherwise. Scared. Just as Luanen was thinking of a way to persuade Aliblia, he suddenly remembered there was one thing he hadn't told him. Since you told me something, I'll tell you something too. Cain is still alive. Although I can't explain the details. If he receives Abel's awakening, he might recover his health. What? Arabilahe froze. Noticing the flicker in his eyes, Luanen was secretly delighted. But Arabilahe immediately closed his eyes. That's wonderful. But my decision remains unchanged. What? Are you serious? Yes. While it's worth celebrating that Cain is alive, it doesn't change anything. Even if he recovers, he won't be able to stop Abel now. Silence fell. Luanen's gaze fell on his face. Arabilahe's eyes looked like an abandoned garden. All the flowers and trees had withered, leaving only fallen leaves. I'm tired. Just as I said. This is my first and last vacation. I don't want to be disturbed. If I openly oppose the cult, things would only become more troublesome. This is also my way of facing the apocalypse. Please respect my choice. Luanen said nothing. He just twisted his mouth. It was easy to see that Arabilahe's heart had completely shattered. Clearly, he had suffered an unimaginable blow. Damn it. This was an unsolvable situation. Even telling him that Cain was still alive could not change his decision. This wasn't something that could be solved by pleading or threatening. After thinking for a while, Luanen opened his mouth. Since you say so, there's nothing I can do. Thank you for all your help along the way. It was a pleasure meeting you. I hope your wish comes true. Alibulahe gives a bitter smile. After shaking hands with Rakunin once, he leaves the crops behind. Rakunin watches him go, until his figure disappears around the corner. The sound of his fading footsteps feels especially desolate. His mind is in chaos. The sudden news of the star's descent happening earlier is the most shocking thing in recent years. Hearing that a fiancée is pregnant might feel something like this. Now is not the time to worry. Sorting his thoughts, Rakunin clenches his fist. Even if the star's descent is earlier than expected, they must now do what needs to be done. Destroy the Dragon King's magic circle. And rescue Shurafin, who is likely already captured. Hey! Rakunin turns his head. His face immediately darkens. Alusai is sitting in front of the basket Alibulahe brought, tearing into dried pork leg. Suddenly, he hands a piece to Assam and says, "Eat. Killing machine. This, is it really okay?" "Yeah. My name is Assam. Just eat when I tell you to." "Ah. I got it. I'll eat." Assam swallows hard. He takes the pork leg. The thing, almost as big as his head, doesn't look easy to handle. Alusai watches him take a bite and swallow, then continues eating. For some reason, they seem to have grown quieter. Rakunin, watching this scene, speaks up and says, "What are you doing? The boring story is finally over." Alusai's voice softens considerably. He tosses the bone aside and says, "What? Can't you tell? Filling our stomachs before the fight." "Got it." Seeing Arce so calm and composed, Luanin couldn't help but laugh. Arce seemed completely unconcerned about Arabilahe's departure. That was very much in line with the dragon's character. "Besides, I've thought it over. I'll accept your proposal." "Proposal? No way." "That's right. I'll travel with you for now." "You should feel honored." Luanin's eyes widened. He didn't know why there was such a sudden change. Arce continued, "You and that mage are somewhat useful. I don't want to waste energy, so I'll help clear the way to the summit." "This guy really? Well, you made a wise decision." Although his tone was rather cold, Luanin didn't mind. Now wasn't the time for internal conflicts. Moreover, such a statement itself meant he and Assam had earned his trust. Dragons don't speak empty words. "However, if you drag me down, I won't show mercy. I'll give you the most painful death." "That's exactly what I wanted to say." Luanin smiled slightly. He then sat down and started eating the remaining food. Maybe it was because he had been hungry for too long, or because he had moved too much. But the food tasted exceptionally good. His overheated mind gradually cooled down. Yes. Now he had to do what he could. "Hey. About Nal and Sonia. Have you heard anything? Like recovering? Or regaining consciousness?" Not really sure. After all, the injuries were severe. But I heard efforts are being made from multiple sides. That Iron Queen was actually defeated by a human. It's truly unbelievable. She was perfectly fine before. It's really unsettling. It's been some time since the state of emergency was declared. 2 sentries, who had just completed their search mission, were chatting idly in the restroom on the first floor of Sky Tower. They were the same sentries who had been scolded by Nalanthonia during the Dragon King's ceremony. A magical light fixture hung above the urinals, set to human standards. The excuse of using the restroom to slack off didn't buy them much time. But they would soon have to return. However, with the entire region of Adran in chaos, this was already a rare moment of rest. By the way, did they catch that lunatic? The one who was stalling for time? They caught him. Finally. Apparently, my master, Lord Radabankasa, is in charge of the interrogation. Seems like a lot of people died over there too. I heard it was a different human who defeated Nalanthonia. Don't even mention it. They're still cleaning up the bodies. The dignity of Sky Tower has been completely tarnished. The sentry with a scar on his face shook his head. He himself was almost assigned to the scene. He got goosebumps all over. The young human who helped his companions escape nearly killed almost 100 people. In the end, he was subdued only due to exhaustion. The bearded sentry snorted dismissively. HMPH. All just excuses. They couldn't even catch a single human. And ended up bleeding. If I had been there, I would have snapped the necks of those 3 in no time. You were scared stiff in front of Nalanthonia. Yet now you talk big. One day, You'll suffer because of all this bravado. Don't make me laugh. Anyway, I won't lose to anyone. Whether human or dragon. Bring it on. His brother smiled and swung his sword. The scar-faced sentry sighed. Just as they were about to head back, they suddenly heard a voice. Assam. Did you hear that just now? He's still alive. Huh? What's wrong? Both of them clearly heard it. A young man's voice came from somewhere in the restroom. The bearded sentry stopped in his tracks. Hey! You heard it too, right? Yeah. Where did the voice come from? They looked around like cats. Although they didn't hear the voice again. They could clearly feel someone's presence. Desolate. At that moment, they heard the sound of metal clashing from somewhere. The scar-faced sentry's gaze turned toward the drain on the ground. There's something down there. The scar-faced sentry bent down. He leaned over to look into the drain. There seemed to be something inside. But it was too dark to see clearly. The bearded sentry was just about to scold him for being unnecessary. When a loud boom rang out. The floor exploded. Something burst out from below. Ah! It happened in an instant. The bearded sentry fell to his knees. It was like a mini volcano erupting. And the shockwave sent him rolling on the ground. A strange voice rang in his ears. Damn it. Of all places, why the restroom? So filthy. So disgusting. Oh. Can't believe I'm back here again. The sentry, struggling to keep his balance, barely lifted his head. The companion who had been checking the drain was now embedded in the ceiling. Swaying back and forth. 3 humans, each with distinct appearances, stepped onto the shattered floor. Why, you are. The sentry's eyes widened. Their physical features matched what he had heard. They were indeed the invaders who dared to spy on the Dragon King, and the transformed dragon, Orser. How could they be here? Luanen's gaze fell on him. Ah! It's you. It was indeed the same voice discussing Shulafen earlier. So. In the blink of an eye, Luanen drew his sword and pressed the tip against the man's neck. The terrified sentry gasped sharply. Please. Spare me. He instinctively realized this man was not someone he could stand against. All the arrogance from before had vanished without a trace. He hadn't even seen when the sword was drawn. Orser and Assam stood silently behind, watching everything unfold. With his nose almost touching the sentry's face, Luanen spoke. About the interrogation earlier. Explain it in full detail. Chapter 245. Walking with Dragons. Part 2. Number 245. The first floor of Sky Tower, like other buildings, served as an entrance hall. The spacious area was decorated with all kinds of luxurious statues and paintings. Exaggerating a little. There were even chandeliers shaped like tiny goldfish. The level of extravagance could even put the palace ballroom to shame. However, in the few dozen minutes after an unknown explosion echoed from the restroom, this once most dignified tower in the world had turned into a hell even vagrants dared not approach. Corpses were everywhere. The nauseating smell of blood filled the air. Gemstone-carved statues had been smashed back into mere rocks. The gold and silver ornaments that once displayed wealth now glinted faintly in pools of blood. Due to the fallen chandeliers, the once brightly lit space had plunged into pre-dawn darkness. Crash. The sound of a blade-piercing armor marked the end of the battle. Ah! Lomperdwich's eyes widened. His vertical pupils glanced backward. He saw a longsword deeply embedded in the back of his neck and the young human wielding it. He immediately realized his vital point had been struck. Blood kept flooding into his mouth. Breathing became difficult. The young man gripping the sword with both hands drove it even deeper. Die now. Boom. You bastard. Compared to that woman, Nalan Sonia, you're ridiculously weak. Hearing Luanen's comment, Pradwich clenched his teeth. He had never imagined being insulted by a lowly human. He should have swallowed him whole immediately. But his wings and limbs were frozen solid. Unable to move. That ice was no ordinary ice. It was as if the chill of the underworld was corroding his body. He regretted not dealing with the mage first. But it was already too late. He rolled his eyes, looking toward the shivering mage in the corner. You damn mage. Ah! Assam curled up into a ball, as if trying to erase his existence. Even so, the icy chill only grew stronger. The blood flowing from Pradwichi's neck and mouth froze before it could hit the ground, accompanied by a miserable sound. The blood shattered as it hit the floor. Here. Take it. Pradwich once again looked at Luanen, uttering the words with difficulty. The light had already faded from his eyes. Even twisting the sword inside him yielded no reaction. After confirming he was completely dead, Luanen said coldly, "There's not even room left for your curse." Luanen grabbed his arm and pulled out La Mancha's snow-white blade. Due to the chilling aura, steam hissed from the wound. Mist-like vapor swirled along the blade. Even after merging with the holy sword, its blood-drinking sharpness remained. As expected, dragon blood is delicious. The bell-like voice echoed in his mind. Ah! Luanen jumped down from Pradwichi's body. He turned and looked at the shivering Arthur in the corner. Kill Arthur. Now I can change my class to an ice mage. I actually managed to trap a dragon. Have confidence in your magic. Listen, human. I've told you repeatedly. The only thing you lack is confidence. Arthur nodded awkwardly. Despite making great contributions in the dragon hunt, his attitude remained surprisingly negative. Right as he came out of the restroom, Pladwich and his men had suddenly appeared. At the time, he thought he was dead for sure. But once the fight actually started, it turned out to be much easier than expected. He thought leaving Vigila behind was a wise decision. If she saw this, the so-called master, the Winter Witch, would definitely nag all day long. Luanen said, "Hey, it's over on this side. It's done here too. We barely even warmed up." Orser turned around. Drops of blood dripped from the spiral tip of his spear. Scattered around him were the corpses of more than 30 half-dragons and demons he had pierced. The mixed blood of different races had coagulated, forming a red carpet. The signature black aura from the spear rose like smoke. Orser had either swung or stabbed each enemy only once. None had survived a second strike. What the hell is that thing made of? Luanen shook his head, as if feeling weary. Whatever it was made from, its terrifying durability and destructive power were astonishing. If they had let this guy handle Pladwich, things would have ended even faster. As he was thinking that, monsters. The bearded sentry finally spoke. He had been sitting at the restroom entrance before the battle started. He was the only survivor of this hell. The companions who rushed over after hearing the explosion were slaughtered in an instant. Their flesh was torn apart like paper. Although he had sensed the presence of powerful enemies, he hadn't expected even Pladwich, a dragon, to be killed. Luanen slowly approached, stopping right in front of him. "All right. Let's have a little chat. I'll say anything. Just spare my life." He frantically rolled his eyes around. But the possibility of reversal no longer existed. The translucent barrier covering the entire hall swallowed his hope. It was a soundproof magic set by Arthur at the start of the battle. That's why no reinforcements arrived during the massacre. Luanen said, "First, where's my friend?" "Ah, if you're talking about the swordsman with blue-black hair. He's probably on the 3rd floor. That floor is Radovanka's lair. The interrogation should be taking place there. The 3rd floor isn't too high up." Luanen nodded. Of course, he couldn't be too optimistic. No doubt. Similar guys would appear on every floor. How about climbing up from outside? That's not a good idea. Didn't you come down from above? Yeah. We realized that too. So we actually deployed more troops outside. If discovered, interception is inevitable. Hearing that, Luanen looked out the window. Sure enough, dozens of dragons were circling the skies. Soldiers partially transformed into dragons held torches as they patrolled or stood guard around the tower. Damn it. Luanen bit his lower lip. The scene before him made him curse under his breath. Looks like going inside is still the better option. There's no choice. One more question. What is it? Since something happened here. Where is the Dragon King? Luanen asked again. He had been wondering about it all along. Seeing the situation outside only deepened his doubts. In such an emergency, it was hard to believe the strongest wouldn't show up. He didn't seem like someone who would just sit idly by. Moreover, the deployment of forces was odd. If it were to catch intruders like Orser or himself, the forces should be more spread out. Yet most of the dragons and their followers were concentrated around the sky tower, as if protecting something inside. The young soldier swallowed nervously and shook his head. I don't know either. Maybe he's handling something important. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you want to lie there with your friends? Luanen pointed his index finger at the pile of corpses. The comrades who were laughing earlier were now crushed together. Their faces unrecognizable. I really don't know. His Majesty's whereabouts are strictly confidential. The young soldier's face turned pale. Luanen, staring at him, spat on the ground. Judging by his reaction, he truly didn't know. Looks like they'll need to catch someone higher up to get real answers. Whether those proud dragons would obediently tell the truth was another matter. TCH, damn it. Luanen sighed and swung his sword. Slash. A thin cut passed across the mark on the soldier's neck. The symbol representing his master disappeared. The soldier felt power draining from his body, clutching his neck tightly. Ah! What are you doing? You're neither a follower nor anything else now. Luanen said coldly. It was a warning for him to keep his mouth shut. The city was full of ordinary humans now. They could easily be attacked. Stay here until dawn. Then leave. If you dare say anything. Luanen. Danger. Just as Luanen was threatening the soldier, Arthur's shout rang out suddenly. He immediately looked up. A blazing torrent of flames rushed toward him. What? The fire was moving much faster than expected. Luanen quickly grabbed the soldier by the neck and dodged swiftly. He managed to escape. But unfortunately, the lower half of the soldier's body was engulfed in flames. A miserable scream echoed. Damn it! Luanen frowned. The flames quickly died down. Where the soldier's lower half had been was now just a charred mess. The struggling soldier collapsed to the ground. Luanen tossed aside the half-burnt corpse. He turned toward the direction where the flames were coming from. What the hell is that? Dozens of massive dragons, each the size of a house, were descending the huge staircase. Black smoke poured from their mouths, like living siege weapons. The wide staircase on the north side had clearly been newly constructed. It was probably built using some kind of magic, or an unusual method. Though honestly, it would have been stranger if there hadn't been such a device. Found them. Capture them. Someone shouted. Among the forces pouring down from above were hundreds of draconic soldiers. A woman in luxurious silk clothing rode atop the largest dragon. Something felt off. So I came down to check. Sure enough, here you are. Your rampage ends here, he said with a sneer. His nasal laughter echoed through the space filled with corpses. He was clearly a dragon in humanoid form. Ah! How could this be? Arthur cried out in horror. Judging by the fact that the soundproof barrier was still intact, he must have found this place purely by intuition. Orser shook the blood off his spear and muttered, what a pain. So many of these petty dragons. The weaker they are, the more they bluster. Exactly. Ignorant demonic dragons. You are. Ah! Just as the woman was about to announce her name, a scream rang out. Crack! Orser's spear pierced through her left arm, and then through the head of the dragon behind her, finally pinning into the opposite wall. Instantly crippled, she let out a cursed shriek. The enemy ranks fell into chaos. Luanen seized the moment and charged in. He swung his sword deep within enemy lines. Slash! The head of the giant dragon the woman was riding flew into the air. What was that? Ah! The headless body toppled over. The soaring head spun in midair, and the spilling blood added even more red. to the already bloody battlefield. Hurry! Catch them now! The sluggish soldiers finally reacted. Get it together! The dragon woman who had fallen to the ground roared as she stood up. Scales began to appear on her face, as if she were returning to her true form. Seeing this, Luonan clicked his tongue. It seemed impossible to go up from here now. They would have to clear the enemies to reach the 3rd floor. That was the only way. You bastard. If I catch you, you're dead. Luonan cursed under his breath, tightening his grip on his sword. Assam's weapon, rising from the ground, pierced through the enemy charging ahead. Boom! As the spinning drake head hit the ground, the battle resumed once again. Chapter 246. Dancing with Dragons 3. Number 246. The battle erupted anew. Ursa fiercely stomped the ground and leapt into the enemy lines. Sharp ice spikes shot up like spears, sweeping through the enemy troops. The soldiers, unable to dodge in time, let out tragic screams. Soldiers. The ice blades learned from the Winter Witch, easily pierced through the half-dragon's scales. After all, they had once cornered Itargand himself. This much was only natural. Soldiers were skewered like meat on a stick and sent flying into the air. All right. Hey, calm down. Calm down. The massive drakes suffered even greater damage. Some fell after being pierced through the leg or abdomen. Some were killed nearby while trying to dodge ice spikes. Dragon flames spewed indiscriminately in all directions. Brutal. Witnessing the chaos, Luonan sighed. As expected, in a melee, a mage's wide-area attacks were the most effective. The tidal killing machine was no exaggeration. I'm sorry. It's too scary. Assam, playing a symphony of death, curled up in the corner. The scene was somewhat comical. Luonan glanced back at Assam and sighed. Seriously. The scariest one here is actually you. Here it comes again. Assam screamed in terror. He flailed his arms, sending 3 half-dragons flying. In any case, he was fulfilling his role quite well. So Luonan didn't say much more. You bastards, how dare you? At that moment, a roar came from the enemy ranks. Luonan turned his head. A woman was swelling up, like a sponge absorbing water. Her silk clothing tore apart, revealing blue scales underneath. Damn it! He had forgotten. A dragon woman was reverting to her true form. Her severed left arm was regenerating. The aura she emitted made Luonan's joints tingle. She was clearly a powerful blue dragon. This is bad. Luonan frowned. To be honest, dragons in their true form were no easy opponents. He hoped Orsur could finish things quickly. But Orsur was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell did that guy go? Roar! While slashing through soldiers, Luonan stirred up the battlefield. Scalding blood splashed onto his face. Severed limbs fell like ripe fruit. His sense of smell had long been numbed. While searching around, Luonan's gaze stopped at one spot. Orsur was fighting in the enemy rear, wielding his spear. 2 people dressed in white surrounded him. The Nebula cultists. Luonan frowned deeply. Come to think of it, they were also part of the same group. Both of them looked like division leader level figures, cloaked in stellar protection. This wasn't good for them. Tearing through stellar protection wasn't easy. At that moment, Orsur seized an opportunity and thrust out his spear. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Damn it! But once again, the attack was ineffective. Orsur gritted his teeth. The bizarre-colored barrier didn't even show a scratch. Behind the barrier, the old woman wore a relaxed smile on her face. She met Orsur's gaze with a mocking grin. Futile efforts. Demonic dragon. How dare you? Orsur roared in rage. Never before had his attack been blocked like this. And this happened even before reaching Nwaldoye. Unacceptable. He took a step back, gripping his spear with both hands. Even darker black mist coiled around the weapon. Disappear. Orser charged like a black whirlwind. A powerful assault capable of instantly shattering a dragon's head. However, the barrier remained intact in front of him. For the first time, Orser's face showed confusion. As if he had fallen into a nightmare. Now die. All shall vanish under the stars. The cultists seized the moment to launch an attack. The old woman chanted a suspicious spell, while the other swung a sword. Struck by the impact, Orser froze. Just as the snowy white blade was about to slash his body, a red crescent shot in from the side. It slashed through. Alcé's eyes widened. The star gecko, which could not be broken no matter what, was tightening. Thud. 2 upper bodies fell to the ground. A familiar voice came from the direction the sword energy had flown. Be careful. These bastards are tough to deal with. Alcé hurriedly turned his head. Luonin was standing there. Around him lay dozens of corpses of Nebula cult followers. He had cleared them out in advance so that Assam and Alcé could move freely. Fortunately, there were no bishop-level or pilgrim-robed ones. Things were progressing quickly. A stunned Alcé opened his mouth and asked, "How did you know my identity?" A stunned Alcé asked, "What did you do?" "I'll explain later. It's a hassle to explain now." Luonin didn't answer. He turned and left. There's no time to explain. After confirming there were no more Nebula cultists, he jumped up the stairs. "Come after you finish here. I'll go ahead first." "Hey, wait." Alcé tried to say something, but Luonin had already leapt up the stairs. At that moment, a shriek mixed with the sound of a cracked spear came from the corner. "Please, spare me." Assam was curled up inside an ice wall, screaming. A woman fully transformed into a dragon form was pounding the ice wall with her fists. "Come out and die, you ant. You worthless insect." "Ah!" Although he was holding out, it seemed he wouldn't last much longer. Even though they had killed many, the enemy numbers were still overwhelming. Bang! Bang! Each time the giant fist struck the ice wall, the cracks spread like a spider web. Seeing this, a strong surge of anger and humiliation welled up in Alcé's heart. Am I being ignored right now? And by both the enemy and that brat Luonin, no less. I'm going to kill you. Alcé growled. It was a declaration filled with double meaning. He gripped his spear tightly. The most twisted legs sprouted from his head. Boom! Alcé leapt like a bird. A shadow loomed over the enemy. Shulafin stirred and woke up. His previous memories were hazy. All he remembered were the waves of enemies, the collapsing tower, and the howling wind. Still alive. Pain throbbed all over his body, as if he were covered in bruises. He slowly looked around. It was a large room piled with treasure. But compared to the Dragon King's throne room, the space was much narrower. Shulafin frowned as he tried to move. He couldn't move his limbs. At that moment, Shulafin realized he was tied to a massive iron wing. No matter how hard he struggled, the sturdy restraints didn't budge. Then, a man's voice came from behind him. "Already awake? You're quite the tough one." The voice sounded familiar. Footsteps approached closer and closer. Shulafin couldn't turn his head. All he could do was wait for the figure to appear. Before long, a man dressed in a neatly tailored suit appeared before him. Do you remember me? I am Radabonska. Radabonska introduced himself with his hands behind his back. Shulafin knew him. He was one of the dragons who blocked Luonin and Assam's escape on that floor. Before doing anything underhanded, let me first commend your strength. I've never seen such remarkable insight as yours. Regardless of race, Radabonska recounted Shulafin's achievements. Regardless of type, the enemies he had slain numbered at least 100. Shulafin didn't answer. Even after enhancing his strength, he couldn't break free from the restraints. Radabonska continued speaking. My brother eventually died too. First his left arm, then his neck. A fatal blow. Watching my brother die with my own eyes was not a pleasant feeling. For a moment, Shulafin froze. There had indeed been a dragon that looked almost identical. He remembered using a newly developed technique to sever the enemy. So that was it. Back then he was in a selfless state. Completely unaware. Was it I who cut off his head? Thinking that he had slain a dragon, Shulafin felt a surge of pride. Just like other warriors, he too had dreamed of staining his sword with dragon blood. Just as a faint smile appeared on his lips. Thud. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right thigh. Oh! What are you smiling at? You trash? Shulafin gritted his teeth. At some point, Radabanska had crouched in front of him and roared. His forefinger was deeply embedded in Shulifin's immobilized thigh. Radabanska withdrew his finger. His sharp nail was stained red. Licking the blood, he said. Until your companions arrive. You'll be spending a delightful time with me. Although tormenting someone so lowly is distasteful. For the enemy of my brother, I can do it without hesitation. Shulafin still remained silent. The only words a bearer was allowed to say were to request a swift death. If he could save his companions, Radabanska would not have hesitated. But Shulafin couldn't bring himself to say it. A lingering attachment in his heart made him weak. If I had known it would come to this, I should have done something. Yilie's face floated before his eyes. From the very first meeting, she had occupied his entire heart. Because his feelings were so deep, he couldn't express them. Suddenly, Luanen's words flashed through his mind. Miss Yilir clearly said, "Not to get hurt. I'm sorry." Shulafin muttered softly to himself. Had Radabanska heard those words, he would have been delighted. But the voice was too faint, and didn't reach his ears. Radabanska, heating up his hand with fire, showed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Well then, let's start with your eyes. Just as he was about to touch Shulifin's eyes, a loud boom echoed from the entrance. The entire room shook violently. Radabanska quickly stood up. Damn it! The door connecting to the stairs had shattered. Dust from the passageway poured into the secret room, so thick that it was almost impossible to see. What's going on? Just as Radabanska took a step forward, a circular opening appeared in the dust covering the entrance. The sound was like a knife slicing through flesh. Ah! At the same time, blood gushed from Radabanska's mouth. Looking down, a snow-white longsword had pierced through his abdomen. In an instant, another hole opened above the dust. A red figure shot out from it. Those bright eyes traced the trajectory and met Shulifin's gaze. His eyes widened. Luanen. That bastard. You're hiding here. It was Luanen. He was covered in blood, as if he had been tossed into a vat of tomato soup. Radabanska shouted furiously through his bleeding mouth. You bastard! Or at least, he tried to shout. Luanen, charging straight ahead, was already closing in below him. Gripping the sword hilt, Luanen suddenly raised his arm. Rip! A red flash swept across. Radabanska's face was slashed open. Ah! A final screech escaped from his split lips. The wound split to both sides. Blood and brain matter splattered. Luanen twisted his sword, sweeping it horizontally. The head fell to the ground. Thud. The head rolled to a stop at Shulifin's feet. Luanen immediately swung his sword and cut the ropes binding him. How did you? Shulafin, staggering to his feet, was about to say something. Luanen, rummaging through his pocket, casually tossed something over. Shulafin instinctively caught it. In his trembling palm, the blood-stained pocket watch was still ticking. This is... Shulifin's eyes widened. It was exactly the item he had entrusted to Luanen, along with a message for Miss Iliel. After nudging Radabanska's head with his foot, Luanen said, Deliver it yourself. And clean it up a bit. Miss Iliel, deliver it to him. It's better to keep quiet. Shulafin clenched her fists. Her pale face flushed red with anger. Luanen tore off a piece of his clothing to bandage Shulifin's thigh. While bandaging, he imitated Shulifin's voice. Brother smiled and said, HMPH, since it's stained with blood. You should wipe it properly. Why don't you wipe your own butt? You bastard. Unable to bear it anymore, Shulafin grabbed her sword. Reacting swiftly, Luonin forced her back into the chair. Luonin was stronger to begin with. And with her injury, Shulafin had no strength to resist. Ah. Star of the Empire. Please stay still. If you move now, the wound will worsen. Shulafin let out a groan. She hadn't expected her solemn farewell words to become a joke. She felt utterly humiliated, even thinking it would have been better to die in battle. Not long after, Luonin, having finished stopping the bleeding, stood up. The mischievous look on his face disappeared. He patted Shulifin's shoulder and said, "You were really brave back there. Truly. HMPH. Shulafin avoided his gaze. Seeing this, Luonin smiled faintly. Though the situation was laughable, he genuinely admired Shulifin's actions. Luonin deeply understood the greatness of sacrifice. Even though people called Shulafin the star of the empire, she was still just a young person. She was still young, with many things left to accomplish. Yet she was willing to sacrifice herself for her companions. It was truly admirable. After a brief silence, Luonin spoke first. How's your leg? Much better. Can you fight? Don't push yourself. I know I must fight. Shulafin answered calmly as always, as if asking why it took so long. After all, he had used healing potions, and the wounds weren't too deep. As long as he didn't overexert himself, he should be fine. Then let's go. Yeah. The two exchanged a smile, just as they were about to head to the lower floor where the battle raged on. Boom! One side of the remaining door was smashed open. A familiar figure appeared. Seeing the familiar face, Luonin waved and shouted, "Ah, Orser! So you're here. You brat!" Orser roared, covered head to toe in blood. He looked more like a demon crawling out of hell than a dragon. His soaked hair clung to his head, like seaweed from the ocean floor. The pair of horns on his head made the already ferocious Orser look even more savage. Arthur was clutched in his hand, dangling in midair. Ah! Let me go. Arthur's plea received no response. No one knew exactly what happened, but it seemed Orser had just grabbed Arthur. In Orser's other hand, he was holding a giant leg. Luonin immediately recognized it as the leg of the dragoness they had encountered downstairs. Damn it! It wasn't broken off. It was ripped out whole. Orser said, "Say it again. Tell me to back off." Suddenly, the muscles in his left hand bulged. Crack. The leg he was holding cracked open, dangling downstairs. Luonin couldn't help but sigh. A dragon's leg was a material all craftsmen dreamed of. Arthur's face turned pale. Ah! Please. Please, let me go. Arthur struggled even harder. Orsa silently released his hand. Ouch! Thud. Arthur fell hard onto his butt. He practically crawled behind the two of them to hide. Luonin asked, "Is the job done?" That was like tearing all of hell into pieces. Arthur was shaking all over, as if fished out of icy water. He trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, "I must say you handled it nicely." To avoid ruining their appetite, Luonin didn't press for details. His gaze shifted to Orse. Orse, fuming with rage, looked ready to breathe fire. Calm down. It was an emergency. That's why I said what I said. Your friend saved you. There won't be a second act of mercy. Orse said coldly. The so-called friend was probably Arthur. No one knew what he had done to impress the Dragon King. Luonin nodded. Yes. Thank you for your mercy. Phew. There was no need to deliberately anger a legendary dragon. Take a deep breath. Luonin's submissive attitude seemed to slightly calm Orse's anger. Seeing him trying so hard to control his emotions, it seemed he still had reasons to keep Luonin alive. As expected, Orse opened his eyes and immediately asked, "Explain those white creatures. Why were my attacks ineffective against them?" Yes. They're bastards from Nebraska. It was a question he had expected. Luanen briefly explained the relevant information about Nebraska, their insane goals and alliance with the Dragon King, and their so-called omnipotence that defied the laws of nature. Orsay looked puzzled and asked, "So apart from you, no one else can break through that barrier?" "For now, yes. We could wait for him to disappear. But they'll kill you before that happens." Disgusting. Orser punched the wall in frustration. Boom. A light punch caused the wall to cave in. Such incredible strength. Luanen commented. "So we have no choice. We have to climb to the summit together. I need your strength too." Damn it. Orser neither agreed nor refused. But his pride seemed deeply wounded. He kept muttering powerless curses. Suddenly, Shu Lifen's gaze drew his attention. "Ah. This is your first meeting, right? That's Malin over there. And this is Orser. I already figured that out from your conversation. I'm not surprised anymore." Shu Lifen shook his head helplessly. Come to think of it, after seeing the two-headed Dragon King and his secret ritual, nothing seems strange anymore. Of course, if we run into giants, that might be another story. Shu Lifen said. Anyway, if our goal is to destroy the magic circle at the summit, then we must push forward no matter what. Yeah. What are you talking about? I overheard it after we got separated. They are reinforcing the summit. Shu Lifen said. He had overheard it during battle. He heard the conversation among the cadres of Nebra and Klahe. They knew Orser and Adrian were running amok. But they only cared about the safety of the top of the sky tower. What the hell is going on? Luanen frowned. He felt an ominous foreboding for some reason. The external defenses were strengthened. The Dragon King had vanished. Clearly, they were up to something suspicious. But if we want to push harder, what should we do? Even with Shu Lifen added, the enemy numbers were still overwhelming. If they blindly charged forward, even if they could eventually make it, it would take a long time. And once outside, they would be intercepted by dozens of dragons. What to do? How to solve this? As Luanen racked his brains, suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He spoke to the other three. Hey! How about this idea, Luanen began to lay out his plan. The others, upon hearing his bold proposal, stared wide-eyed. Assam stammered. That's impossible. You've seen me pull it off before. And you're still saying that? Don't you remember? At first glance, it sounded utterly absurd. But considering Orsay's strength, Assam's magic, and Shu Lifen's arcane ability to manipulate the wind, it wasn't entirely impossible. If any magical interference occurred, Luanen could handle it himself. After pondering for a while, Shu Lifen nodded. Maybe it could really work. It's worth trying. Even Shu Lifen. Assam gasped sharply. After repeatedly thinking it over, he reluctantly agreed. At that moment, their gazes naturally focused on the one person left. In fact, this person would play the most crucial role. Orsay frowned. Don't joke around. Why should I do that? Come on. At least give it a try. All right? I showed a little mercy just now. Are you really this incapable of learning? Should I take it this time? As you wanting to die? That woman called Naransonia also did it. Are you afraid you can't measure up? In the end, Luanen decided to take a gamble. He hoped that this guy had enough pride in his race and his own strength. Orser didn't respond. Instead, he frowned. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, Arrogance must have its limits. It was a voice filled with all kinds of emotions. In an instant, the atmosphere around them grew heavy. Orser's body began to swell. You. Naransonia opened his eyes. It was as if he had woken from a long slumber. His head felt dizzy. He was lying on a giant bed, large enough to fit 5 people. Looking around, Naransonia muttered softly. A dragon's lair. This was indeed his dragon's lair on the 31st floor of Sky Tower. 6 or 7 maids were bustling about. The air was filled with the smells of food, medicine, and blood. What happened? Just as he was about to sit up. Ah! Suddenly, a wave of burning pain struck. Looking down, his upper body was wrapped in bandages. From his left collarbone to his right abdomen, there was a large reddish bruise. Only then did he realize he had been cut by a blade. The maid waiting by his bedside shrank back. Ah! You're awake. Yes. Though. Although it's painful. You need to rest. The wound is too deep. The maid stammered as she spoke. She didn't dare meet Naransonia's gaze directly, clearly trying to gauge his reaction. Naransonia, having recalled everything, spoke. Yes. I lost. Then. That means. It's fine. Just do your job. This is the consequence of my own weakness. He gestured that it was all right. Of course, he didn't feel all right. But he couldn't take his anger out on an innocent servant. After a moment of hesitation, the maid nodded. Yes. Yes, sir. Understood. I will bring you some food. Please lie down and rest for a while. All right. The maid bowed respectfully. And then left. Naransonia did not lie down. Instead, he sat leaning against the bedhead. Recalling the moment of the attack, he clutched his chest tightly. Damn it. The sensation of something piercing his body was still vivid. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed unbelievable. It was almost like a miraculous sword technique. Was he really human? The name was indeed Luanen. He had sliced through hundreds of steel thorns with a single strike. And finally brought him down. More painful than the wound itself was the helplessness of not being able to perceive the sequence of those moves. Lost in thought, he hugged his knees and buried his face in them. How long had it been? The sound of a door opening was heard. Suddenly, the surroundings grew quiet. Even the busy footsteps of the maids vanished. Naransonia found it strange. He lifted his head. Then he froze. Everyone was dead. The 6 maids' headless bodies lay scattered on the floor. Blood splattered everywhere like paint from a mad artist. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation underfoot. Looking down, 6 severed heads were staring up at him. 10. Naransonia gasped sharply. The faces of the maids all wore peaceful expressions, as if they had died during everyday life. At that moment, a voice came from nearby. You must be Naransonia, right? The voice sounded young. Naransonia drew a steel blade from his hand and turned his head. A white-haired boy stood there. Naransonia's eyes widened. There was no doubt. He was one of the envoys from Nebra and Klahe seeking the Dragon King. A blood-stained greatsword hung over the boy's shoulder. After adjusting his breath, the boy said, Was it you? Looks like it. At the same time, the boy's figure vanished from view. Sensing the threat instantly, Naransonia reflexively rolled to the side. Crack! The greatsword flew horizontally and stabbed precisely where he had just been leaning. Oh! Ah! He quickly got up after rolling off the bed. The boy casually pulled the greatsword out from the wall. He spoke with a tone of admiration. You're fast, after all. Worthy of elimination. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Weren't you cooperating with His Majesty? We were. But a few hours from now, everything will become meaningless. My mission is to eliminate potential threats. The boy chuckled lightly. Although Naransonia didn't understand what he meant. That wasn't the important issue right now. Naransonia spotted a brief opening. He flicked his fingers. Swish. Steel spears sprouted from the ceiling, piercing down toward the boy's head. Whether it was the casting speed or timing, it was all perfect. Yet in the end, the thorns didn't even touch the boy. The shattered thorns rained down from the sky. What? Whoa! That was close. The boy let out a sigh of relief. Naransonia frowned heavily. A barrier of strange shimmering colors surrounded the boy. The barrier blocked the thorns. Naransonia moved his fingers again. Thorns sprouted from 3 directions and struck the barrier once more, only to shatter again. The boy chuckled. Stop wasting your strength. This isn't something you can break through by brute force. Impossible. Despair belatedly surfaced on Naransonia's face. The boy, gripping his greatsword tightly, continued. Dying here by my hand would be better for you. After all, the world will end soon anyway. He closed in like a beast. Naransonia backed away several steps, completely unsure how to respond. Now die. The boy grinned with a sinister smile. Just as his figure blurred. Boom! The ground of the dragon's den exploded. A massive object burst out. The boy was sent flying along with the barrier, crashing through the ceiling and disappearing. Wah! What? Naransonia cried out in shock. Dust filled the air, covering the entire dragon's den. He almost collapsed from weakened legs. Before him now was the neck of a giant dragon covered in black scales, so thick it would take 5 large trees to wrap around. The neck was coated in a layer of hard white ice armor. He had no way of understanding the scene before him. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the hole beneath the dragon's neck. Ah! What do we do if it stops so suddenly? Ow! My head. Oh! I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Naransonia froze. There was no doubt. It was the voice of the invader he had fought earlier. This time, the voice came from above the ceiling. He crashed into something. What? Crashed? Suddenly there was a rustling sound. A few seconds later, a young man's figure appeared through the hole below. The young man climbed up along a black neck and landed steadily on the ground. Naransonia's eyes widened. Meeting his gaze, Luanan raised his eyebrows. What? You're still alive? Chapter 248. Fierce Battle, 1. Number 248. What? You're still alive? It's you. Naransonia's eyes widened. There was no doubt. It was the man he had fought before. Luanan and Orser took turns looking at him. Naransonia couldn't help but blurt out. Why are you here? Ah! That's a long story. Luanan scratched the back of his head. Of course. He had no reason, nor time to explain. And even if he did, Naransonia wouldn't believe it. Naransonia clutched at the wound on his chest. Ah! The wound still ached dully. Every time he recalled the previous battle, he still felt fear. The pain of being slashed by a sword still lingered deep in his skin. Seeing the steel thorns growing from Luanan's arm, he frowned. What? You want to fight again? I don't want that. Shut up. Draw your sword now. Just as Luanan was about to say something, there was a loud boom. The ceiling suddenly exploded. A white-haired boy dropped lightly down through the hole. Whoa! That scared me. What's going on? Even though he had collided head-on with Orser, there wasn't a single scratch on him. Luanan turned his head to look at him, raising an eyebrow. He understood. The one Orser had collided with. Yeah. Without a doubt, it was Lukafus. This guy. Why couldn't he behave? And ended up here? What was even stranger was that he seemed to have been fighting Naransonia. What were they doing? While Luanan was thinking about all this, suddenly, right in front of Luanan, for a brief instant, he saw a boy with a huge sword, standing firm. Their eyes met. In that instant, both of their pupils flashed with the same deep crimson. After a brief silence, the boy spoke. It's you. His previously calm face twisted, and his voice lost all traces of mockery, becoming chilling. Luanan said nothing. The boy continued. How lucky to meet my sister's killer here. Sister? Yes. You haven't forgotten, have you? The boy raised his giant sword. Its tip pointed straight at Luanan. Luanan finally remembered. The girl he had killed in the lower tower was this boy's sister. The boy said, Oh, that short woman? Go to hell. Veins bulged on the boy's forehead in an instant. His figure vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, the boy charged right up to Luanan. A strangely colored barrier still enveloped her body. Danger! That barrier! Naransonia shouted. He didn't even know why he was warning them. Perhaps because, more than the one who defeated him, Luanen. He hated the boy who killed the innocent maids even more. Too late. But the warning seemed to come too late. Naransonia gritted his teeth. Luanen didn't dodge. Instead, he drew his sword to meet the attack. The blade gleamed with the color of a sunset. Her attack was faster. But in front of that barrier, speed didn't matter. The boy smiled confidently. The edge of La Mancha's sword pierced through the barrier. Luanen said, "Boasting just because of this? You won't live long." What? The boy's eyes widened. The heart's protection was dissipating. The deep crimson blade was already right before her eyes. She hurriedly tried to dodge. But her body wouldn't move. Ah, my body. It was as if the sword was drawing her in. She failed to defend or evade. The boy was about to shout, "Die!" The blade pierced through her throat. No last words. The boy's head flew into the air. The sunset hue faded from the blade, revealing a bloodstained sword. Naransonia's mouth hung open. How could this be? I don't know either. Thud. The boy's kneeling body tilted and collapsed. Almost simultaneously, the falling head stained the bed red. Luanen sheathed his sword, turned, and said to her, "But hey. I just saved your life. Let me ask you something." "What? What's happening upstairs?" Luanen asked. The higher up, the stronger the magic flow became. The more the stinging sensation across her body was no mere premonition. Naransonia froze. She said nothing. Normally, she would have said nothing. And fought to the death. Because she had sworn loyalty to Ahitahaka. But the words left behind by the white-haired boy unsettled her. He said that in a few hours, everything would become meaningless. And added that the world was about to end. This didn't seem like something her sovereign would intend. Ahitahaka's goal was to gain power. And then launch an attack on the Nawaldo Empire. It was because this didn't sound like a command from the Dragon King that she hadn't easily yielded to the boy. In just a few hours, everything would end. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. Naransonia recounted her conversation with the boy. And the sudden attack. That's everything. Any thoughts? Ah, damn it. Luanen, who had been quietly listening, cursed. It wasn't hard to draw a conclusion. The Dragon King planned to complete the ritual today. The chilling meaning. The excessive concentration of guards. And the Dragon King's own absence. All made sense now. Damn it. There's no time left. Luanen immediately turned and mounted Orser again. He tapped the bells and said, "Move. Let's go." Wait a second. What exactly is happening? There's no time. If you want to protect your king, kill every one of those white-haired bastards. What? What do you mean by that? Luanen didn't even look back at Naransonia. Just as he was about to say something. Boom! Orser's massive body burst through the ceiling. Oh! The tremendous pressure sent Naransonia flying. The scene before him looked like a black wall. The hidden body and wings below were even bigger and stronger than when he last saw Orser. Soon after, Orser charged out completely. Bang! 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 The hole in the ceiling echoed with shattering sounds. What the? Naransonia staggered to his feet, clenching his fists. A giant hole appeared at the center of the secret chamber, at least 200 meters in diameter. Debris, fragments, corpses, and screaming people fell from above. Ah! Good. Don't stop. The frenzied breakthrough resumed. Luanen's plan was to ride Orser and break through from the inside. The armor created by Assam and Shuleifen's precision helped their movement. Luanen got the idea from Naransonia's earlier charge. Wearing steel armor, he had managed to completely destroy the incredibly solid outer wall of the Sky Tower. If he could do it, so could their Orser. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. On the raging dragon's back, Assam's screams echoed. Ah! 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 He clung tightly to the sharp spikes on Orser's back, as if they were his lifeline. Beside Assam, Luanen and Shulafin pressed tightly at the junction of the dragon's neck and body. The only safe place in this wild flight. Bang! Boom! Rumble! The rhythmic thunder of crashing shook the entire tower. Each time Orser broke through a floor, piercing screams followed, among the creatures colliding with him. Other than the Lycorphus boy they met earlier, none remained intact. Help! What is that? Ah! Ice shaped like armor, was destroying everything it touched. The wind power stirred up by Shulafin created an updraft around him, increasing their speed. They're coming up. Block them. How is that possible? Ah! They had thought it would be necessary to slash or use telekinesis to create impact, to break through the ceilings more easily. But that concern turned out to be completely unnecessary. In less than a minute, Orser had broken through 5 floors, letting out a deafening roar. Out of the way, you trash! Nothing could stand in Orser's way. Having returned to his true form, Orser was practically a legendary demon dragon. Every time he pierced a hole, the ceiling would collapse. The scenery changed continuously. The black dragon, destroying the tower from the inside, looked like he was defying the heavens. Suddenly, a vast open space appeared before them. The sounds of metal clashing echoed all around. The party's eyes widened. This place. It was a familiar place. A golden desert spread out before them. An enormous space, with no visible end in any direction. Originally meant to accommodate the Dragon King's massive body. But the Dragon King was nowhere to be seen. Only his treasure remained, vanishing beneath the hole Orser had punched through. The throne hall. We've reached it so soon? It must be the top floor, Shulafin said. He could sense things getting worse. It was approaching a critical state. SHRRRR. Gold coins, like raindrops, fell from where they had risen together with Orser. Above them was the Dragon King. Though they didn't know exactly what was happening, they were sure of one thing. They would have to face a brutal battle against a dragon second only to Nawaldo's. After taking a deep breath, Luanen said, "Let's go." Orser silently picked up speed. It felt as if the endless space had finally come to an end. Rumble. The ceiling collapsed, revealing the night sky. Ah! Cold air swept across their exhausted bodies. They hovered in the sky far higher than the tower's peak. At that moment, a familiar voice rose from below. "Welcome back, ungrateful ones." Luanen looked downward. At the top of the tower, a massive golden dragon spread its wings. It was almost impossible to take in at a glance. It was the Dragon King, Idahaka. Followers of Nebra and Klahe dressed in white surrounded him. Wait. Suddenly, Luanen's eyes widened. A deactivated magic circle lay beneath the Dragon King's feet. The head that had been split in half just a few hours ago was fully restored. Centered at the middle. On the left side, a third head had grown. Centered at the middle. The third head was covered with white scales, unlike the others, resembling the surface of the moon. Is that the two-toned demon dragon? It looks more ordinary than I imagined. The third head spoke coldly. It was clearly a significant phenomenon. Assam's face turned pale. And no way. It already has consciousness this soon? Damn it. We're too late. Luanen bit his lip hard. Even though they had hurried as much as they could, they were still a step too late. But that wasn't the most urgent issue now. From the wide open mouths of the three heads, white suns were trembling. As repayment for betraying my grace, disappear into the starlight. This is really bad. The balls of magic, filled with unknown power, seemed ready to fire. The third head finished its speech. Farewell, trash. Damn it. Dodge now. Luanen shouted. Rumble. At the same time, the sun-like form collapsed. 3 beams of light burst forth. The beams fired toward the same target merged into one in midair, rapidly expanding in scale. A blinding white light filled their vision. We're gonna die. In an instant, Everyone, including Luanen, sensed the approach of death. The extraordinary brilliance seemed like an eraser wiping out their existence. Just as the light was about to engulf them. Not yet. In that moment. Time seemed to slow down for Luanen. Facing this crisis, all his senses became extremely heightened. The roaring winds seemed to halt. In this slowed world, only Luanen could move as if time were normal. It can't end here. Instinctively, he drew his sword. Both hands gripping the blade tightly. The blade glowed a vivid, blood-red hue. One slash to cut it all. Determined, Luanen swung his sword with all his might. The horizontal swordlight expanded into a massive crescent. Slash! A black line tore through the world bathed in white light. Beyond that line was the night sky. That narrow gap was their only escape route. The frozen sound returned. As time resumed, Luanen shouted, "Orser! Don't order me." Orser finally came to his senses. He spread his wings and tried to break through. The expanding gap swallowed them up. Assam's belated scream echoed. Shulafin clenched her teeth, as if riding a comet through the sun. The destructive white light barely missed their heads and Orser's hind legs. Wherever it touched, the icy armor turned into particles and scattered. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity, they finally saw the night sky. Due to the intense brilliance just now, Yadrin became as bright as day. Luanen roared. "We survived. You bastards. This. Impossible." The two original heads exclaimed in shock. White light leaked from their mouths. Like mist. They seemed somewhat exhausted from overexertion. The newly grown head spoke. "Do not panic. Take it a step further." Unlike the previous two heads, this one remained calm. But the dragon they were riding wasn't to be underestimated either. Orser unleashed his full fury. Don't even think about it. The demon dragon's roar shook Yadrin. The fact that humans had survived ignited unbearable rage. Orser folded his wings and began a vertical dive. Chapter 249. Fierce Battle, 2. Number 249. Yadrin. The red dragon, Bunahaldo, spoke. His voice sounded like the delirious murmuring of someone insane. His body was covered in mucus and entrails sprayed by monster creatures. Liquids of all kinds, flowing from his wings, stuck like melted beef fat. Even so, his red scales still shone with a beautiful brilliance. Beneath the filth, the radiance endured. Like a gemstone fallen into the mud. It was proof that he had inherited Nawaldaj's bloodline. Next to him, the elf Alaniel and Remation tilted their heads in confusion. Suddenly mentioning Yadrin. Could it be a sign of madness? "I didn't say I wanted to go. It's just a bad feeling." Bunahaldo nodded. He didn't understand why he suddenly thought of the hometown he usually cared nothing for. After all, he had only spent a short childhood there. "If you're really worried, you could always go back for a quick visit. We'll hold the line here." "You're joking, right? How could I walk away after seeing this mess?" Bunahaldo snorted in disdain. His gaze swept toward the front. A massive translucent curtain stretched between the deep universe and them, protecting them from external threats. It was like armor made of stars. Inside the star armor, the corpses of various monsters were piled up. There were so many ugly bodies. They formed mountains. The sheer number of these corpses hindered movement and obstructed vision. How much longer would they have to keep doing this? Even if it was for the request of the fire dragon. This too was one way to spend a long life. "I'm fine. Rolla Taruda. Give me a smoke." The undead, mainly composed of dragons and elves, were enjoying a brief respite. They were located at Delamore Fortress, a place at the boundary between skies. The last line of defense against external enemies. Today was another busy day. The star armor was growing thinner. At least a two-digit number of people were needed now for defense. When Nawaldo's was asleep, even more manpower had to be deployed. "I wonder how that young man is doing now." Bunahaldo suddenly recalled Luanen, and smiled faintly. Although he was sent to the front lines, He could easily handle the work of 2 or 3 people. I wonder what he's doing now. Lowering his gaze slightly, a sapphire blue planet came into view. The homeland of all undead and mortals. No one knew why so many monsters had started swarming there. As he fell into thought. They're coming again. Seriously. Someone shouted. He frowned and looked ahead. From the depths of space, a black tide surged forward. A rolling wave composed of countless monsters. There were a lot of them. Should we wake up Lord Nualdo's? Forget it. He only sleeps once a month. Let him rest for now. Sighs were heard all around. This was the largest horde they'd seen recently. They could manage. But it would definitely be tough. How many times would they have to breathe fire today? While estimating, he kept his eyes on the monsters. What is that? Suddenly, Bunnihaldo squinted his eyes. A bright object was swiftly approaching the black tide. A long white tail, reminiscent of a comet. Another celestial phenomenon? But his eyes widened. What? Even from tens of thousands of steps away. He could see it clearly. The horde of monsters scattered. Like sheep fleeing from a wolf, urgent yet orderly. These creatures, unfazed by fire, were fleeing in terror. The sight before him was simply unbelievable. Not just him. Even the famous undead gathered from around the world were captivated by the strange comet-like sight. A bearded man stepped forward. I'm curious. I'm going to check it out. Wait. We don't know what it is. Better be cautious. I'm Taklamakan, Dragon Child. Ever since he became a common ground launcher. And was flipped over with Chingfeng Tong's stony face. He had been broken from the earth dragon Taklamakan. Only recently had he reappeared. Now controlling a behemoth. Exerting terrifying force. Codes. Unexpectedly. The man dragged a wider mass. And a herder behind him. They fell together. And in an instant, were destroyed. Everyone turned their heads. The light from the comet grew ever stronger. Its eerie white glow eclipsed the light of other celestial bodies. It turned the dark universe into a blinding daytime. Feeling an ominous premonition, Bunnihaldo tried to say something. Boom! A shockwave burst out from the comet's center. The circular spread of light resembled ripples on a faceless surface. The monsters caught in the light were torn to pieces. What? They didn't even have time to let out a death scream. Bunnihaldo gasped sharply. The ever-expanding shockwave finally approached the armor. Boom! An invisible force crashed against the planet's armor like a wave. Ah! Damn it! What happened? The world began to shake. Cries of shock erupted everywhere. Those overwhelmed couldn't even call out the names of comrades who had crossed the line of defense. As the light gradually faded, a silence descended, as if you could hear the moon spinning. The first to speak was Bunnihaldo. Taklamakan. People opened their eyes one by one, only to freeze in shock. The light outside the star armor. They froze in place. Taklamakan, who had stepped outside the planet's armor, was already dead. He had returned to his original form. A massive lance made of light was deeply embedded in his chest. A giant. Alanianan murmured. A completely snow-white giant stood atop his enormous corpse. 2 pairs of wings stretched from his back, beautiful like a sculpture. The same white light that emanated from comets radiated from his body. What the hell? Hold the line. Before long, chaos spread like wildfire. Though they had wiped out all the external monsters, it was clear this wasn't over. The undead quickly assumed battle stances. The unidentified giant silently watched them. The silent Alania spoke. Bunnihaldo. Yes. Bunnihaldo nodded. No words were needed. They understood each other. The hesitant undead began charging toward the giant one after another. Summon Mother. Immediately. He commanded. The giant's body slowly rose into the air. Particles of light gathered in his open palm. A long lance began to form. Are we just going to let this happen? Orsir roared. His deafening voice made the air tremble. Unleashing his full power, he resembled a flower blooming in the sky. He appeared at the top of the tower. How could he reach there? The dragons guarding the tower turned their gazes toward him. They had never expected an attack from inside. They hurriedly turned toward the sky tower. But Orser remained completely undeterred. Kill him! Orser twisted his body mid-air, beginning a vertical dive. The movement was reminiscent of a predator striking its prey. Luonin and the other two gritted their teeth, lowering their stances. Rumble! The fierce winds almost tore their faces apart. Luonin's mouth curved into a slight grin. Kill him! Despite the desperate situation, he somehow laughed. Arthur's scream of despair was swallowed by the wind, disappearing without a trace. The distance to the tower's top closed rapidly. Seeing this, the Dragon King roared in anger. Grovel! You fools who don't know death! At the same time, the Dragon King's 3 heads opened their mouths simultaneously. 3 suns condensed once again inside their gaping jaws. Vanish! The 3rd head declared judgment. The suns collapsed instantly. 3 beams of light shot toward Orser. But this time, they were prepared. They had enough room to attempt evasive maneuvers. Each time Orser changed direction, the beams narrowly missed him and his companions. The flashing beams illuminated the night sky. In the face of Idahaka's strength and breath, Arthur's armor was as fragile as cotton candy. Pathetic brat. Completely useless. But against overwhelming power, if it didn't hit, it meant nothing. Orser narrowly dodged all the beams by the slimmest margins. Unable to bear it any longer, the Dragon King changed tactics. The 3 heads focused their gazes at a single point. The beams converged into one. Rumble! The massive beam of light engulfed their entire field of vision. It's dangerous. Shulafin gritted his teeth. It was the same skill he almost fell victim to before. Arthur's screams grew even more desperate. But Orser didn't stop. He accelerated toward the beams of light. Ah! We're going to die. This lunatic. What the hell are you doing? Luonin cursed as he could no longer bear to watch. At this rate, there wouldn't even be time to carve out a path. Just as he was lamenting boarding this maniac's back. Boom! Suddenly, a cloud of black mist enveloped Orser's body. The scenery around them changed. What? What is this? Luonin's eyes widened. The breath attacks disappeared. The Dragon King's massive neck and body filled their view. Suddenly, a slight distortion caused by camouflage appeared. It was the side effect of being caught in spatial magic. Teleportation. Flash step. Arthur, quickly realizing the situation, panicked. Orser had carried them through a brief spatial jump. The beams of light swept past overhead. Such a filthy trick. The 3rd head hastily lowered its gaze. But Orser was already beneath its chin. Arthur chanted a spell. A thick protective barrier enveloped the riders. Rumble! Orser crashed into the Dragon King at high speed. Cough! The Dragon King's massive body shook violently. All 3 heads simultaneously spat out blood. Even though the size difference between the 2 dragons was enormous, Orser's monstrous strength ignored the gap. Their vision flipped upside down. Luckily, they clenched their jaws in time, and didn't bite their tongues. Of the 5 protective layers, 3 shattered instantly upon collision. Luonin shouted, Shulafin! Jump! Shulafin didn't respond. Do it. Luonin followed closely behind. They were about 10 meters above the ground. But that height wasn't a problem. Arthur. I'm counting on you. Ah! Arthur quickly nodded. He didn't jump off Orser's back like the others. Instead, he combined his weapon with his shoes and Orser's neck to strengthen the connection. This was a plan prepared before the clash with the Dragon King. Even though Orser was strong, the Dragon King was still a formidable opponent. If Arthur could provide support, their chances would be greater. Ah! How? Dare you hurt me? Dare you make me bleed? 6 wings and 4 heads tangled together. Orser maintained his grip on the right neck. At first staggering, the Dragon King gradually regained balance and joined the battle. The fight between the two dragons was already beyond human reach. Massive. Luonin and Shulafin landed almost simultaneously. Followers of Nebaraskrajid, dressed in white, surrounded them. These crab toxins. You must have prepared your wills, right? They were all furious. Although the ritual was completed, the interruption made them furious. Alarm 250. Luonin and Shulafin naturally stood back to back. Luonin said, "This time, don't fall behind." "That's what I should be saying." Shulafin answered coolly. Wind wrapped around the sword he drew. Luonin chuckled and gripped his sword tightly. Time to show what we're made of. Chapter 250. Fierce Battle, 3. This arrogant fool. Why hasn't he fallen yet? The Dragon King roared. The second Orser still bit into the left neck. The move was more like a savage hound. Completely undignified. Though the scales were hard. The teeth hadn't reached the muscles. It was still troublesome. He could easily break free by breathing a blast. But with wings and limbs entangled, the situation wasn't ideal. Fall. At that moment, Ursa raised his left arm. His black palm turned red as if it had been burned. Crack. The palm, drawing a short arc, struck the Dragon King's chest. Cough. He tried to defend, but it was too late. The fingers pierced precisely into the gap between the scales, causing internal injuries. Blood gushed again from the Dragon King's 3 mouths. His once indestructible body started bleeding. He staggered back to the edge of the tower. Immediately after, Arthur, standing on Orsa's back, chanted a spell. Deep hollow. The Dragon King's faces stiffened. Their bodies quickly grew heavy. The cold seeping from the neck wounds was spreading throughout their bodies. All 6 eyes focused on Assam. It was unbelievable. Could the magic of that tiny human actually affect them? The Dragon King fell into chaos. Get lost. Seizing the chance, Orse spread his wings and shoved him away. Bang! The Dragon King, teetering on the edge, was pushed off. Losing balance for a split second, his feet slipped off the tower's edge. This. Nice job. Let's go. The Dragon King began to fall. Laughing heartily, Orse gathered his strength. In an instant, his body turned black. He transformed into a human. Swoosh. The black-clad Orse thrust his hand into his chest. Assam, losing his grip, screamed. Ah! Ah! Clinging to Orsa's ribs, Assam screamed. Unlike Luonin or Shulafin, he wasn't treated gently. The ice skates were his only lifeline. Crack. At that moment, Orse pulled his hand from his chest. In his blood-stained right hand, he held a spiral-shaped spear. It was the secret weapon crafted to defeat Nawaldoye. Prepared, Orse leapt from the tower's top. The spear aimed at the Dragon King's chest plunged downward at high speed. Pierce through the tower like this, and force him to reveal Nawaldo's whereabouts. Orser shouted. The spiraling spear flickered with ominous black aura, absorbing the surrounding magic. The Dragon King instinctively sensed danger and frowned. He didn't know what it was made of, but he knew he must not get hit. How bold. The third head, unable to bear it, sighed. Temporarily regaining control, he spread the heat from the dragon heart throughout his body. Boom. The ice that bound him shattered completely. He broke free. Assam exclaimed in horror. The Dragon King's searing blood instantly melted the frost within him. Whoosh. At the same time, a pair of folded wings spread wide open. Ah! The wings covered in golden scales were enormous. Boom. Orser was sent flying and crashed into the outer wall of the sky tower. The Dragon King, freed from the frost, flapped his wings. Normally, large birds use wind and terrain to assist in takeoff. But the Lord of Adran needed no such help. Carried by the strong wind, his body soared upward, rising above the sky tower. Ha ha! King of Dragon Kings! How arrogant you are! Orser lifted his head and laughed gleefully. Assam, who barely escaped disaster, gasped for breath. Orser, returning to his true form, roared and soared into the sky. Roar, roar, roar. The aerial battle had begun. The two giant dragons flew over the sky tower. HMPH. 3 beams of light rained down on Orser's head. He circled the tower, trying to dodge. The beams pursued closely behind. Roar, 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 roar. Your Majesty. It was undoubtedly a terrifying attack. But the problem was the breath's range was too wide. Dragons that came to assist the king were caught in it. One after another, they fell. The Dragon King's breath, enhanced by the power of the stars, even erased the scales of his own kin. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Hearing the voice, Assam raised his eyebrows. A familiar dragon was flying toward them. The dragon, covered entirely in silver scales, was as beautiful as a moonlit sculpture. Without a doubt. This was the dragon that had helped them before. They had thought he had been defeated and fallen into despair. But that was not the case. With more agile flying skills than Orse, he dodged the beams. In an instant, Nalansonia arrived and stood between Orse and the Dragon King. Move aside. Iron Thorn Spear. If you dare block me. The sudden interference made Orse roar in anger. If you dare block me. The sudden interference made Orse roar in anger. He looked ready to tear Nalansonia apart. His red eyes burned like flames of rage. But Nalansonia ignored him and turned to face the Dragon King. He spread his wings. Dozens of iron thorns shot toward the Dragon King. Forgive my disloyalty. Crack. However, none of the thorns could pierce the Dragon King's scales. They were all deflected. The Dragon King's eyes widened in shock at the sudden attack. Nalansonia. What is the meaning of this? What are you doing? Rather than anger. He was more surprised. Among all his vassals, Nalansonia had been the most loyal. Yet he now stood with that evil dragon and attacked him. Fury surged within him. Nalansonia continued speaking. Your Majesty. Please open your eyes. The spell of evil is corroding your body. What? The Dragon King froze. Assam gasped when he saw this. The golden brilliance of the Dragon King's upper body gradually turned pale. It was as if a newly grown neck was taking root. It seemed to be trying to seize control of the body. The third head roared. Nonsense. If you dare betray me, you'll die with me. Wait. Wait. The other two heads were about to say something. The third head, speaking without permission, unleashed a beam. Boom. The sky lit up. A white light engulfed Nalansonia. They're really busy over there. Luonin glanced up and shook his head. The clouds above rumbled like brewing thunder. The momentary brightness faded back into darkness. It had been about 10 minutes since Orser left. Roars of giant dragons echoed from the sky. No matter how they fought. The shockwaves were enough to make the sky tower tremble. Hopefully, the Dragon King's breath wouldn't land on their heads. Yeah. Shu Lufin nodded. Their bodies were stained with the blood of the stars. A retreating follower muttered under his breath. Damn it. Damn it. How did they break the protection? He clutched his wounded ribs with his palm. Red innards oozed through his fingers. The smell of blood filled the air. The top of the sky tower was covered with the corpses of Nebaraskrajed's followers. Among the 16 corpses, 2 were bishops. And 3 wore the attire of travelers. They hadn't focused solely on defense as usual. Instead, they charged forward and perished. The so-called invincible star protection was shredded like paper. Under Luonin's sword. Shu Lifin's storm sword tore their bodies apart. Luonin, gripping his sword one-handed, admonished. It's because you relied on those cheap tricks that you ended up like this. Do you even remember the last time you trained? Damn it. What did you do to us? At that moment, a man, staggering from excessive blood loss, charged forward screaming. His steps were unsteady. Even the hand holding his sword was trembling. Bastard. Someone like that dares call himself a disciple? How shameful. Luonin suddenly recalled the elf Brygia he met in the Baidian Mountains. Looking back, That kid was actually pretty useful. Luanen sighed and charged forward. As they crossed paths. Squelch. The man's corpse was cut into 7 pieces and fell to the ground. Huff. Next. Screams erupted around him. Luanen slowly looked around. The believers meeting his gaze backed away a few steps. Their pale faces had lost all the momentum they had earlier. Come on. Cowards. Are you too scared to make a move? Though the believers gritted their teeth. None dared to step forward. He had seized the advantage. It was time to start. Luanen pointed at them and said, "All right. I'll give you one last chance to live. Tell me how to stop the descent of the first star." First. What? How do you know? Hearing the words first star. The believers widened their eyes in shock. Of course. Luanen didn't need their answer. He gripped his sword and slowly advanced. Though the ritual seemed complete. Perhaps there was still a way to stop it. No matter what, he had to try even a sliver of hope. With each step, the believers and Lu Lifen retreated a step. Finally cornered at the edge. The believers wore expressions of despair. An old man's voice came from behind Luanen. What is the meaning of this? It was Moshirasen's voice. In an instant, cold meaning swept through his body. Luanen turned his head. His face stiffened like a statue. An old man a head taller than him stood before him, hands behind his back. His beard, hanging straight down his chest, seemed long enough to wrap around his forehead. What? Damn it. Luanen's eyes widened. He had not sensed the old man's approach at all. Magic light like wind and fire flared over Luanen's shoulder. The scale of the magic was rivaled only by Cain and Abel. Nice to meet you. Luanen was about to say something. But the old man suddenly stroked his beard and muttered to himself. In his left hand, he held a familiar sword. The blade was engraved with the crest of Grancia. There was no doubt it was Shulifen's sword. What the? Shulifen frowned deeply. The sword that had just been in his hand was gone. An ominous feeling brushed the back of Luanen's neck. Damn it. Sensing danger instinctively, Luanen hurriedly retreated. Swoosh. At the same time, blood splattered from his shoulder. A sharp wound was left on his skin. Not bad. The old man widened his eyes, as if wondering how Luanen had dodged. Luanen gritted his teeth. If he had reacted any slower, his arm would have been severed. Tch. Luanen. Shulifen hurriedly reached out. The sword in the old man's hand disappeared like the wind, and reappeared in Shulifen's hand. Shulifen gave a bitter smile. HMPH. What a strange ability. Damn it. Are you a magician or something? Luanen spat. Dishan roared angrily. Even though it lasted only an instant. He had missed the old man's movement. Shulifen quickly drew his sword and assumed a battle stance. The old man looked at them both in turn. And spoke. I am Aaron, Archbishop of Nebaraskrajad. Mondralana. Your rampage ends here. Chapter 251. Clash, 4. Alarm 251. I am Archbishop Aaron. Mondralana. Your rampage ends here. The old man, calling himself the Archbishop, stepped forward. His dark blue beard and hair flowed like water drawn from the abyss. Sharp and cold eyes, tempered by the passage of time, yet showing no signs of dullness. Aaron straightened his back, gazing at the two of them. He exuded natural nobility. His neatly groomed eyebrows also gave off a feeling similar to Shulifen's. Luanen looked him up and down, then spoke. You're really impressive. I don't think I'm weak either. After saying this, Aaron glanced briefly at Shulifen, sighed, and continued. Compared to the young people today, all the more so. Wait a minute. You're... Shulifen's eyes widened. Normally calm, his pupils now opened wide. The surrounding believers began to stir. Archbishop, sir. There's no need for you to step in personally. We can handle this. If I didn't have to step in, how would things have ended up like this? Aaron pointed at the corpses around them. The speaker shut his mouth. By now, the losses were severe. There was no room for saving face. The stark contrast of white robes and red blood was glaring. Eren shook his head. You're all useless. Get down now. Today is merely the day to welcome the first star. The important day is still far off. Yes, understood. The believers by the tower edge started to flee one after another. They scattered like rats. Luonan couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Who sent him? Luonan wondered about this man. As if he were nothing but a shadow on the roadside. He swept his sword in an arc. Swoosh! The star and moon-shaped energy burst out like hundreds of scattered bullets. Ah! Ah! Each shot aimed at vital points. Every strike lethal. Someone raised their arm. A strange fluctuation of star protection rose up like a wall. However, Luonan's arrow energy still pierced through the barrier. The followers facing death, prepared to let out their final screams. Eren's figure suddenly appeared between the two and the followers. What? Luonan's eyes widened. In each of Eren's hands was a cyan longsword. Eren's arms blurred slightly, and the sound of crashing waves followed. Swoosh! The arrow energy aimed at the followers exploded mid-air. No. You can't casually kill my subordinates. Damn it. Luonan cursed, briefly stiff from shock. This time, he had clearly seen it. Shulafin reclaiming his sword was not magic. It was Eren breaking through at a speed beyond comprehension, cutting apart all of Luonan's arrow energy. It wasn't that he hadn't seen him coming. It wasn't a sneak attack. It was simply that this old man was too fast. Where had he seen such swordsmanship before? Yet strangely, within the way Eren cut down the arrow energy, Luonan felt a familiar sensation. Where had he seen it before? Luonan pondered deeply. It truly ignored star protection. Even witnessing it firsthand was hard to believe. Who are you? Luonan asked. Even if he was the archbishop. This was just too absurd. Could this guy be a dragon too? Eren ignored Luonan's question, and spoke on his own. But I thank you for your existence. You've given those who relied solely on star protection and omnipotence, yet neglected their training quite a surprise. Even if it's a little late now. Who exactly is he? How should I put it? Star protection and other so-called omnipotence. Nothing more than a tool. Just something to speed things up without hassle. Like getting a paper cut. While sorting documents, just as annoying. A tool. Exactly. It's just like hard paper. Useless toughness. Annoying to deal with. And if you let your guard down, you'll get hurt. A vein bulged slightly on Luonan's forehead. He asked for his identity. Yet the guy just spouted nonsense. Clearly, this bastard deserved to die. Luonan gripped his sword tightly. Snap! Eren's figure suddenly twisted. Luonan instinctively sensed danger, and raised his sword. Sword demon. Here he comes. Eren rushed forward silently like a ghost. Luonan and Shulafin simultaneously took defensive stances. The clash occurred. Clang! The sharp metallic sound echoed at the base of the tower. Oh! Not bad at all. Luonan gritted his teeth. Eren raised an eyebrow as if finding it amusing. 4 swords intertwined in the air, scraping against each other. He handled both Luonan and Shulafin effortlessly. Too confident. This old bastard. Use your beard to wipe your ass, shouted Luonan. The blade of his sword turned crimson. Shulifin's sword disappeared like a gust of wind. A fiercer barrage rushed at Eren. Crack! The sound of swords clashing. The sound of wind cutting through the air kept ringing. It was indeed sharp. Razor sharp. Their coordinated attacks left almost no openings. But Eren weaved through the gaps. Like a mosquito. Luonan's sweeping strike just grazed his forehead. Shulifin's sword wind brushed past his cheek. Yet he calmly counterattacked. The 2 longswords moved as if they were part of his body. Swoosh! After hundreds of exchanges, the 3 momentarily separated. A few drops of blood hit the ground. But it was Luonen's and Shuleifen's blood. Eren looked at the two and continued speaking. However, you two are still too inexperienced. Damn it. Not a single drop of sweat on his face. TCH. Luonen spat out bloody saliva. Adjusting his stance. His swordsmanship was indeed powerful. But until now, he hadn't used star protection, gale, or any omnipotence. Revealing his monstrous strength. Unlike Zifa, this one relied purely on speed. In the brief moment of silence, Shuleifen, who had been silent, spoke up. Luonen. Don't interfere in this duel. What? This is a grudge I must personally settle. Luonen didn't understand what he meant. Shuleifen walked forward steadily. Eren watched him with an intrigued look. Shuleifen raised his sword and pointed at Eren. Weren't you supposed to be dead? Quick reaction. Unfilial descendant. Descendant? Luonen frowned. What does that mean? Without turning back, Shuleifen answered. Yes. That man's old name was Eren. Senevan. De Grancia. He was erased from the family records for colluding with demons. A man whose honor was forgotten. Luonen raised an eyebrow. It was a name he had heard many times during his studies at Feiliang. A member of the Grancia family. And once the greatest genius before Shuleifen was born. Also known for one of the most infamous betrayals in history. So it wasn't just someone with the same name. In an instant, he felt a chill. From appearance to swordsmanship. The feeling Shuleifen gave him was no coincidence. Although he couldn't remember the details. He had heard that Eren was the cause of the direct conflict between the two rival families, Akalusha and Grancia. It was said that he invited honored guests to a banquet, then tried to slaughter them all. Regardless, whenever this incident was mentioned, Elizabeth would always clench her fists. In furious anger, Eren said, "Don't say it like that. When you get old, you'll feel the same. My sin was merely trying to fulfill a vague wish." A wish? Yes. To become stronger than anyone. To be a swordsman who could surpass Grancia's blade. Don't you respect everyone's dreams? Eren said lightly. If one didn't know his ugly past, these words might almost sound reasonable. Shuleifen frowned. So back then you stabbed Akalusha, who was like a brother to you. In the back? Because power came at a price. And imposed conditions on me. I had no choice. And so, suddenly, Eren's speaking figure disappeared from view. Shuleifen's eyes widened. Enhancing his dynamic vision, he saw Eren already in front of him. Thrusting straight at him. He saw it. Even reaching out with his sword in this slowed, highly focused time. He couldn't keep up with Eren's speed. I guess this is a good deal. Ah. This is Grancia's future? How depressing. Farewell. Eren said. And Shuleifen bit his lip. At the moment the blue blade was about to pierce his abdomen. A red light, like a setting sun, suddenly flashed from behind. Eren's body was pulled backward. What? Bet you didn't see this coming, old man. Old man. The voice by his ear made Eren turn his head. Despite being more than 10 steps away, Luonen now stood right in front of him. His eyes were wide open. Although the situation was unclear, there was no time to investigate the reason now. Eren quickly shifted his direction. Clashing swords with Luonen. Clang. A piercing sound echoed where their swords crossed. The faster La Mancha slashed across Eren's chest, leaving a red line. Ah! Eren gasped sharply. The gushing blood stained the ground red. Seizing the opportunity, Luonen attacked again. But Eren quickly dodged, avoiding a fatal blow. Of course, he still suffered a significant wound. How does it feel to be cut like that? HMPH. You. Luonen met Eren's gaze and gave a slight smile. Broken beard hairs drifted to the ground. From the split wound, hot blood continued to flow out. Eren, who had always been calm and composed, now twisted his face like a demon. Saving arcane energy while relaxing his guard wasn't exactly a bad tactic. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Eren nodded. Cough. I admit I underestimated you. Cut the crap. You're finished. Luonin spun his sword and gripped it firmly. Among swordsmen of a certain level, victory was often decided in an instant. This was one of those moments. Eren's internal organs and spine had already been severed, and at a critically fatal location. Suddenly, Luonin felt a burning gaze pierce his cheek. Luonin said, "Don't look at me like that. Bastard. That opponent isn't someone you can defeat alone." HMPH. Shulafin said nothing more, adjusting his stance. If not for Luonin, he might already be lying among the corpses of the believers. Like a donut, they slowly but flawlessly closed in on Eren. Come on, stretch your neck out. I don't know how old you are, but you've lived long enough. How troublesome. Eren muttered. He knew that in his current condition, he couldn't handle both Luonin and Shulafin at once. The roars and flashes from the dragons still echoed in the night sky. The tension had reached its peak. This is a move I didn't want to use. Eren suddenly stared at the two. He licked his lips. At the same time, Shulafin charged and swung his sword at him. A sharp slash of wind rushed toward Eren. To Luonin, it looked like a solid attack. But Shulafin's wind didn't even touch Eren. Clang! A familiar collision sound rang out. That was... Luonin and Shulafin's eyes widened simultaneously. A strangely rippling shield covered Eren's body. It was the familiar star protection. And it was extremely dense. Eren said, "Let's deal with the rude one first." What? Bang! Eren's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Luonin hurried to react. But the Archbishop's target wasn't him. Eren, charging at terrifying speed, precisely used the star protection to strike Shulafin. Chapter 252, Fierce Battle 5. Alert number 252. Ah! The star protection struck Shulafin. He had no time to react. His body was blasted off the edge of the sky tower. Damn it! Shulafin! Luonin shouted. The situation seemed to be the opposite of last time. He was preparing to use arcane power to pull Shulafin back. Eren's mouth opened slightly. The storm descends. What? Suddenly, a pair of translucent wings sprouted from Eren's back. The surrounding air condensed sharply. Luonin's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it! He had seen this scene before. Luonin hurriedly took a defensive stance. But it was already too late. Boom! Centered around Eren, a storm erupted and swept everything away. Ah! Hit by the storm, Luonin was blown away like being struck by a battering ram. Eren then jumped down from the sky tower, chasing after Shulafin. Damn it! Wait! Luonin cursed as he was flung away. The Archbishop's storm was far more powerful than any enemy he had faced before. Using omnipotence consecutively was simply ruthless. He couldn't afford to sit back and wait to die. Otherwise, he would fall from the sky tower. Luonin switched cores and simultaneously activated two types of arcane power. Crackle crackle. Glowing roots grew from beneath his feet, wrapping around his lower body. It resembled Doran's arcane magic. Then, ghostly images resembling cat paws and beast claws wrapped around his right arm. Strengthened by Baron's arcane magic, his arm swelled with power. That crazy old man. Luonin roared and stabbed an arrow into the ground. Crack crack. A long crack appeared at the top of the sky tower. His speed slowed. He barely stopped at the very edge. Shulafin! Debris fell behind his half-extended heel. Barely avoiding falling, Luonin immediately ran toward where Shulafin had fallen. But both of their figures had completely disappeared. Damn it! Luonin clenched his teeth. He seemed to understand Eren's plan. He knew Shulafin couldn't break through. The omnipotence of the Bald Ones, including star protection. Just as he had said before. He intended to quickly and easily finish off one person. And then return here. Such villainous thinking. Looking down from the sky tower, Luonin let out a deep sigh. When would he be able to get down? Of course. He knew he had to act. Even if he barely avoided falling, If he left it alone, Shulafin would still die. Deciding to leave the consequences to his future self, Luonin prepared to jump from the tower. Just like that, it would end. What? Suddenly, Shulifin's voice came from a lower level. Luonin's body froze mid-jump. Was there something wrong with his ears? Luonin pricked up his ears again. No more voice came. But he clearly sensed someone moving. And the flickering of magic energy. What's going on? He quickly turned and ran down the stairs. With each step, his footsteps echoed. Soon, he reached the lower level and gasped for breath. A scene beyond belief unfolded before his eyes. What? Shulafin and Aaron were standing face to face. Only half a step apart. He had thought they had both fallen to the ground. But it seemed Shulafin had used the wind to do something. Ah! Ah! Blood gushed from Aaron's mouth. Shulifin's longsword had pierced through his back. The cold, gleaming sword shone with a sharp light. The blood flowing along the blade soaked Shulifin's hand. It was as if Aaron's heart had been pierced. Aaron remained frozen in that posture. Luonin's mouth dropped open. What? Even seeing it with his own eyes was hard to believe. The star protection still surrounded Aaron's body. In fact, Shulifin's body was blocked by that strange barrier. Unable to move further. But he still held the Grancia holy sword in his hand. Yet it pierced through star protection. And stabbed into Aaron's body. Fixing his gaze on Aaron's eyes, Shulafin spoke. The grudges of the past end here. This. How? Aaron spoke in a trembling voice. The sensation of the blade piercing his chest felt so real it was hard to believe. Aaron weakly nodded. Yes. A true Grancia swordsman should have risked everything. And ended things by the sword. But I was seduced by omnipotence. And took the easy way to deal with enemies. His voice was full of regret. Yet hearing him now, it seemed he still retained a shred of a warrior's dignity. Even though the sins committed by succumbing to evil could not be undone. There was little pity for a fool who had sold his soul to the bald ones. Ridiculous. Absurd. The last star protection ring in Aaron's hand. Even at this moment. Even at this very moment. In Aaron's heart. Even now. There was nothing left for a fool who had sold his soul to the bald ones. Absurd. Ridiculous. The two swords Aaron had been holding fell to the ground. The star protection surrounding him began to dissipate. The light in his dark teal eyes, identical to Shulifin's, gradually faded away. Once Shulafin confirmed that Aaron had stopped breathing, he pulled out his sword. Thunk. Aaron's towering body collapsed powerlessly like a fallen bamboo stalk. Though the details were unclear. The ending left a hollow feeling. Luonin spat on the corpse. He wiped his mouth. Dishan asked. How did you pull it off? I don't know either. I just swung my sword with a do-or-die spirit. And it somehow pierced through. Shulafin briefly explained what had happened. Just as Luonin had predicted. Aaron intended to end himself once he realized he couldn't break through the barrier. While in midair, he tried to drive his sword into Shulifin's chest. And Shulafin, resisting with all his strength, swung his sword. He continued speaking. You already know. Aaron was a swordsman perfect in both offense and defense. But at the moment he tried to kill me. Like all berserk types, he neglected his defense. That's why I was able to pierce his heart. That's why he said those words at the end. Luonin recalled. If Aaron had pushed Shulafin away not by relying on the protection, but purely with swordsmanship, his strategy of defeating them one by one might have succeeded. What a pity. Luonin muttered through clenched teeth. That was close. Agreed. Shulafin sighed lightly. Although the ending felt hollow. Aaron was truly powerful. He managed to hold off me and the future #1 swordsman of the Empire all by himself. It was simply unbelievable. If not for the successful sneak attack that pierced Aaron, the Sky Tower might really have become their grave. A chill ran up his spine. But now wasn't the time to bask in the afterglow of survival. There was still a truly important issue. Taking a deep breath, Luonan asked. So, how did you break through the star protection? Like I said earlier, I just stabbed into it. Shu Lifan explained. He simply swung his sword and tore through the barrier. But unlike Luonan, who sliced through it like water, it felt more like cutting through thick hide. Luonan frowned. Damn it. Think carefully. Was there anything different? Shu Lifan pondered for a moment. Luonan anxiously scratched his head. He could feel his heartbeat quicken. Aside from himself, the savior, and Abel, this was the first time he'd seen anyone else break through the protection. He didn't know what condition had been met. Or perhaps Shu Lifan had unintentionally awakened a new power. But one thing was certain. This could be a major breakthrough to save the world. We can fight back against them now. Luonan remembered the devastation. Despite the intervention of the strong, the giants had turned the world into hell within just 20 days. The Imperial Army, the Archmages, and even the dragons, known as the creations of the heavens, were defeated. The biggest reason was their inability to penetrate the giants' shields. Despite their overwhelming attacks, they could only be passively beaten down. What variable had occurred? Luonan's mind spun rapidly. He had to sort things out while he still had time. He needed to identify what had changed. He quickly reviewed everything that had happened from yesterday until today. From entering Adran to encountering Orser, to the chase with the Dragon King, and then the battle just now. Wait. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Luonan like lightning. He lowered his head and looked at Shu Lifan's sword. Was my blood on it today? What? Shu Lifan raised an eyebrow. It was indeed the only possible clue. Though he wasn't sure if it was related. It was said that the ailing savior needed his brother Abel's blood to heal. Moreover, Cain, Abel, and Luonan himself could break through star protection and magic. Perhaps that mysterious power came from the blood. It sounded absurd. But it was worth a try. Just as he was about to tell Shu Lifan, boom! The wall suddenly collapsed. A massive object crashed in. Aaron's body, which had been quietly lying there, disappeared with a disgusting squelch. A panicked Luonan cursed. Damn it! What the hell is that? Hey! Cough. A low, heavy cough echoed through the area. The black-scaled body was covered with countless wounds. Seeing the torn wing membrane, Luonan shouted in shock. ORSE. Without a doubt, it was the Black Dragon, ORSE. Though some of his wounds were gruesome, white frost wrapped around them, stopping the bleeding. At that moment, a familiar face lifted from his thick neck. ORSE. We have to get out of here. Otherwise. Cough. I know. Mage. ORSE replied with a cough. Seeing the equally battered Assam, Luonan's eyes widened. Assam? R.O. Luonan. Shu Lifan. Why are you here? It's a long story. Why is he with you? Luonan asked, turning his gaze to the woman leaning against Assam. He's the Dragon King's confidant. Nalansonia. He seemed to have lost consciousness. Unable to open his eyes. His back was soaked in blood. Clearly gravely wounded. Luonan, who hadn't seen Nalansonia join them, didn't understand the situation. Although curious about what happened, there was no time to ask. A thunderous voice came from above. Cease your futile resistance. The three people and the dragon all looked up at once. And froze. Through the broken wall, a dragon possibly the second largest in the world was flapping its wings and staring at them. This will be your grave, Idahaka said. Compared to before, his appearance had changed dramatically. Except for the middle and right heads. Almost his entire body had turned white. Damn it. Luonan frowned. That pale color reminded him of the giants he had seen in the past. Dragons were circling above them. The night sky gradually brightened. An unusual current swirled in the air, hinting that something was about to descend from the heavens. What on earth is going on? Nivaldos muttered. He had just woken from a month-long sleep. The devastation before him was almost too much to bear. Dozens of corpses lay scattered within the Daramore defense line. Corpses littering the ground was nothing new. After all, their daily duty was to slay invading monsters. However, this time was different. The bodies before him were not monsters. They were the immortal kin who once fought beside him. Fellow comrades who once soared through the skies. Elves who had chosen justice over peace. Companions who had given up tranquility to gather and save the world. Now they were reduced to shattered corpses. Even his own bloodline was among them. Nivaldos's gaze turned to Bunahado. "My daughter. Mom. Mama." Bunahado called out. As one of the few survivors, he used his own body to block the gap in the star armor. It was a crack made when the giants broke through. Everyone had tried to stop them. But it was impossible to hold back. Screech. Crack. Behind the gap, waves of monsters surged in, forming a black wall. This was the largest horde they had ever seen. Every time sharp teeth and claws gnawed at the scales. Bunahado let out a cry of pain. The scene evoked the ancient tale of a boy blocking a breach with his body. A hesitating Nivaldos gently waved his hand. An invisible force pushed Bunahado aside. "Mom. Mama." The gap. His eyes widened. Sure enough, things unfolded just as Bunahado had feared. Boom. The piled-up monsters cascaded through like an avalanche. Ah! Crack. Crack. An indescribable shriek echoed through the air. The monsters swarmed forward with grotesque movements, as if ready to devour everything. Niwaldoye took a deep breath. Stillness. The air began to ripple. The sound of the wind spread under the starlight. Within the swelling flame sacks, the burning brilliance boiled like blazing fire. No. It can't be. Realizing what was happening, Bunahado shrank back. He was preparing to unleash flames. Dragging his injured body, he moved the survivors of the shadows into the medicine storeroom. Just as the horde of monsters was about to reach Niwaldoye, his tightly shut mouth suddenly opened, and a tsunami of flames erupted. Ah! The brilliance looked like the moment the first light was born in a corner of the universe. In a single second, all the monsters were burned to ashes. Huff. He exhaled the last remnants of flame from his lungs. And spoke. "Gather the children and seal the breach. Now. Head to Adrian immediately." Chapter 253. Descent, Part 1. Alert number 253. The morning air was heavy. Unusual currents flowed through the broken walls. Even the stars scattered across the sky took on an eerie hue. Luanan frowned. The dull ache in his joints was uncomfortable. The light in his eyes. The light in his eyes. The dull ache in his joints was uncomfortable. It felt like something terrifying was about to happen. But for now, there was no time to dwell on that vague sense of foreboding. The Dragon King and his subordinates before them forced them to focus on the immediate situation. Why aren't they moving? Strangely enough, the Dragon King and his subordinates made no moves. These creatures, who moments ago looked ready to devour them all alive, had inexplicably fallen silent. The Dragon King flapped his crimson bones in the air. Meanwhile, his subordinates circled around him like hungry crows. But instinctively, they felt that any rash movement would immediately be met with an attack. Orser curled up his wounded body, as if trying to regain his strength. He closed his eyes. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. He didn't know what to do. First, he needed to figure things out. Why did it turn out like this? Luanan turned around and asked Assam. Hey! Why is that woman with you guys? What happened to her injuries? She suddenly joined us midway. She was struck by a beam of light. One of her wings got injured. A beam of light? Are you talking about the three-headed dragon's breath? Yeah. Assam quickly nodded. He briefly explained what happened after Luanan and Shulafin jumped down. Hearing about Nalan Sanya's betrayal, Luanan frowned. Attacking the Dragon King? Wasn't that woman the right hand of the three-headed dragon? I'm not quite sure either. But the Dragon King definitely seemed off. Assam said. Nal and Sonia came to stop her master who had gone abnormal. About 20 dragons followed her to try to stop the Dragon King. They were all killed. Struck by the beams unleashed by their master. Completely insane. Luanen clicked his tongue. Though he had expected it. He hadn't thought it would go this far. There was no need to ask whether Nal and Sonia's attempt had succeeded. The Dragon King's colorless appearance already spoke of utter despair. Even the demon dragon Orse couldn't defeat him. Assam recalled the battle with the Dragon King. He said in a trembling voice. And the Dragon King is getting even stronger. We're going to die. Say that again. And I'll eat you. Mage. Hearing Orse's threat. Assam's shoulder twitched. The battlefield seemed to quiet down a little. The silent Dragon King suddenly spoke. I'll think about it. Think about it? About your value to me. If I take Nawaldos and his close aides hostage, it might give me a strategic advantage. The third head said expressionlessly. Such an attitude toward people was utterly revolting. Luanen, who was holding the sword hilt, raised his head and asked. So, have you reached a conclusion? Yes. The third mouth nodded. Judging from his use of the past tense, they could roughly guess what he was about to say. Luanen and Assam quickly exchanged glances with Shulifen. They assumed a battle stance. As expected. You're useless. We knew this would happen. Damn it. Luanen cursed. At the same time, the three mouths of the Dragon King opened wide. Goo. A glowing substance began to condense in the crimson throats. I'll break through with sword energy. Follow closely behind me. Luanen said. Just as he was about to dash forward. Boom. Like a patient. Orser, who had been curled up, suddenly charged at the Dragon King. What are you doing? Orser. Everyone widened their eyes. Orser, unleashing his full might, shot forward like a black cannonball. Unlike Naransonia, Assam, still on his back, screamed. Ah! The speed was astonishing. But the enemies seemed to have anticipated it. The dragons circling the Dragon King blocked his path. And unleashed their breaths. Give up. Flames. Lightning. And blizzards. Along with molten lava and rock fragments, all rained down on Orser. The coverage was too wide. Teleportation wouldn't work to dodge it. Frost armor. At that moment, Assam closed her eyes and recited a spell. Whoosh, whoosh. A thick layer of frost armor grew over Orser's body. From head to toe. Sharp spikes grew out from the fully covered ice armor. Well done. Mage. Save. Save me. Orse laughed. He didn't slow down. He charged straight at the dragons. Sensing an unusual threat, the dragons tried to retreat. But Orse was already upon them. The moment the demon dragon clashed with the dragon wall. Boom. With a violent explosion. Red blossoms bloomed in the air. Torn wings. Severed limbs and other parts rained down like a storm. Ah! My wing. Block it. Shrill screams echoed. Wherever Orse passed. Broken dragons fell like autumn leaves. But to reach the Dragon King, there were just too many enemies. That brute. Luanen bit his lip. No matter how strong Orse was, he couldn't take them all on at once. Someone had to distract them. After thinking carefully, Luanen signaled to Shulifen. The plan was already in ruins anyway. Might as well go with that kid's idea. Shulifen accepted Luanen's crazy proposal. There was no point in resisting. After exchanging glances, they leapt out of Sky Tower. Whoosh! As they fell, Luanen flipped over, cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted. Over here! You sluggish lizards! Huh? Some dragons looked down. Luanen drew his sword and unleashed his battle aura. Wah! Bathed in the glow of the aura. A circling green dragon was yanked toward him. What? This is... The green dragon's eyes widened. Falling midair, Luanen and Shulifen swung their swords at the same time. Each of their slashes cut across the dragon's neck. Snap! The slender head immediately dropped to the ground. Blood from the severed neck splattered across both of their faces. Seeing this, one of the dragons shouted anxiously. "There's more over there. Capture them." A portion of the dragons, who had been charging toward Orser, turned toward Luonin and Shulifen. At last, Orser broke through the encirclement and clashed with the Dragon King. The roars of the two giant dragons shook all of Yadrin. But the battle quickly subsided. The fight against Orser ended in less than an hour. Dawn gradually lit up the sky. The Dragon King stood atop the ruined city. Beneath the burning and collapsed buildings came the screams and cries of the people. Suddenly, a human servant staggered toward him. "Your Majesty, please help me." Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, obliterating the city. The man clung to the Dragon King's hind leg, pleading about his tragic fate over and over. In the dead of night, a tremendous noise erupted. Everything disappeared in an instant. Blood kept dripping from the severed leg. The city. Ordinary. The speaking man collapsed onto the ruins. After a few spasms, his body went limp. The blood flowing down the slope extinguished the remaining flames. The two heads confirmed the man's death and let out a low sigh. This was the only place not stained white. This was someone he had once met and helped. One of the hundreds of dead civilians. They had obtained the power they sought. So why had it still turned out like this? The third head raised the question. "I'm not mocking anyone. I genuinely feel confused. Adrin is my kingdom. No king in the world would ever destroy his own country like this." The two heads roared with gritted teeth. A face, full of greed and royal pride, made him furious. "What I wanted was to defeat Nawaldos. Not this. Really. This wasn't what I wanted." The indiscriminate breath attacks and area magic turned Adrin into hell. All of this started when the third head began to lose control. In order to subdue Orse, the third head would stop at nothing. "This is our goal. Our goal is to kill Zasnake. So noisy. This is just part of the process to achieve our goal. Once we clear out the remaining rats, we'll declare war on the Mother of Fire. Just you wait and see. Luonin and Shulifen have not been captured yet, but our men are still chasing them down. It's only a matter of time." Suddenly, the third head lifted his eyes and showed a mocking smile. "This is your limit, Marlin. Damn it." Orse let out a powerless growl. He was trapped inside a giant sphere, with only his head and part of his body exposed. This was Marlin's body. Within an hour, he was slain by a giant dragon. You could say he had fought to his utmost. The way he tore apart the flesh of his kin was indeed worthy of the title, Marlin. But once he lost the advantage, there was no way to turn the tide. The Dragon King even used some kind of hypnosis magic to control his subordinates. The number of dragons living in Yadrin was far greater than Orse had imagined. Worse yet, the Dragon King who completed the Nabrakla class ritual had become several times stronger than before. In the end, Orse, drained of power, was sealed alive at the center of Yadrin. Orse rolled his eyes and said to Assam, "Run, mage." "No. How could I? We must stand and fight." Assam was sitting at the junction where Orse's neck and body met. Fortunately, because of the spatial structure, he could escape any time if he wished. Orse shook his head. "It's too late now. You know that." Suddenly, the third head opened its mouth wide. Magic energy gathered in its throat, forming a small sun. It was a familiar beam attack, capable of reducing everything to ashes. This was the fate of the defeated. "I'll send Nawaldoye your regards." The third head sneered. Orse smiled faintly. Even though he couldn't move no matter how hard he struggled, he could still see the incoming arrow aiming for his heart. Was this what it felt like? The sun in the mouth condensed into a beam, about to fire. Assam's eyes widened in shock. 10. Suddenly, the sky lit up. Ha! The Dragon King's 3 heads lifted simultaneously. A massive, world-devouring magical force appeared over Yadrin. What is that? Is it magic cast by His Majesty? The surviving, groaning people lifted their heads. The sky outside the magic circle looked ready to unleash a storm. Dark clouds churned. The 3rd head lifted its neck. The center of the magic circle slowly opened. A white figure descended from the sky. A human. The legs protruding from beneath the clouds were undoubtedly human. Only, they were gigantically oversized. What is that? The 3rd head narrowed its eyes. A beam of light floated in the night sky. Like a piece of ash. A piece of ash, just like ash. The 3rd head narrowed its eyes again. The drifting clouds in the night sky scattered instantly, forming a massive void. Rumble. A fierce wind blew out from the center of the magic circle. What is happening? The wind. Shouts of surprise echoed everywhere. The massive dragons flying nearby lost their balance, swaying and stumbling. The wind was so fierce that some dragons were blown away, crashing into Sky Tower. Every time the stormy wind howled, the spires throughout the city toppled one after another. Pedestrians outside clung desperately to trees or gas tanks to stay upright. Ah! Even the Dragon King, with his colossal body and immense weight, struggled. He barely resisted the gale, and lifted his head. The owner of those legs had fully appeared. What is that? The 3rd head's face stiffened. A pale, gigantic human, with 2 pairs of wings on his back, was descending from beneath the magic circle. Something felt wrong, though it didn't know what that being was. One thing was certain. If left unchecked, it would bring massive trouble. The 3rd head immediately decided and unleashed a long-prepared breath attack. Get lost. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of tearing through the air. The beam struck its target. A deafening roar, like a landslide, echoed across. The eastern sky was completely revealed by the explosion's light. A few seconds later, the smoke covering the giant dispersed. What? The Dragon King's face froze. The unidentified giant was completely unscathed. A circular shield surrounding him shimmered with strange colors. It seems the beam was blocked by this shield. Faced with an incomprehensible situation, the Dragon King immediately prepared a second breath attack. The giant slowly surveyed the surroundings and extended his arm. Particles of light began to gather in his palm. What is that? Orsay frowned. He momentarily forgot he was imprisoned and stared intently at the mysterious giant. Soon, a spear 5 times longer than his own height appeared in the giant's hand. Wait. What is that? Just as Assam instinctively sensed danger. Swoosh. The giant's right arm vanished in an instant. A streak of lightning slashed across Yadrin. Pooh. The spear of light did not strike the Dragon King or Orsay, but instead plunged into the center of the celestial altar. Despite the dazzling scene, nothing particularly special happened. Everyone, including the Dragon King and Orsay, was confused. HMPH. The spear embedded deeply in the wall triggered a massive explosion. A deafening roar echoed like a simultaneous thunderstrike. What? The Dragon King's eyes widened in shock. The unbelievable energy surge not only destroyed the outer wall, but also caused severe structural damage. Rumble. The Sky Tower tilted, as if doomsday had arrived. The Sky Tower is collapsing. Cries of alarm echoed everywhere. Thick smoke swallowed the moon and stars. Doru executes judgment. A deep voice, like molten lava flowing, rumbled across Yadrin. Light particles gathered again in the giant's hand, forming a new spear. Everything proceeded according to his will. Chapter 254. Descent of the Spirit. 2. Number 254. Everything proceeded according to his will. The giant, calling himself Doru, spread his wings. The turbulent winds stirred the air again. The shocked dragons gradually regained their senses. What is that thing? It destroyed Sky Tower in a single strike. Unbelievable power. Sky Tower is tilting. The iconic structure that had stood since the founding of Dragon City is collapsing. Sky Tower wasn't just a tall building. It was the home of the Dragon King and countless other dragons. And the pride and symbol of Adran. This is unbelievable. They didn't know whether to look at Doalu or at the collapsing tower. The conclusion came quickly. The dragons split into two groups. We'll deal with that guy. Stop the collapse. All right. Got it. They split into two teams. One to face the giant. The other to stop Sky Tower from falling. Their movements were so coordinated. It was as if they had rehearsed beforehand. Originally, in the dragon world, group actions were considered something only lowly creatures would do. But this wasn't the time to worry about pride. Above the shattered city, the sky was filled with dragons. Doalu was surrounded by dozens of dragons. Every destructive magic blast triggered a tremendous roar. Meanwhile, the other team quickly reached Sky Tower. The spot where the giant's spear exploded looked like a goldfish bitten by a shark. Though the damage was severe. Because the tilt was slow. It still seemed possible to prevent the collapse. The dragons gathered around the tower. Their footprints gathered magic that shone with the same glow as bells. The dragons who arrived first started moving. Earth dragons, their bodies covered with rock and minerals, began to act. Sky Tower is our pride. We can't let it fall. Damn it. My egg is still inside. Rumble. Mountains of rock rose from the ground. Forest dragons spread their wings. Dense plants rapidly grew, wrapping around the outer walls of Sky Tower. Each spell cast was nothing short of miraculous. Every time a silent incantation was invoked, the magic would support or reinforce Sky Tower. The strongest dragons pushed against the tower directly or pulled on the vines. They tried to stop it from fully awakening. But the Sky Tower was simply too massive. Their efforts had minimal effect. However, the tilting did slow down. How much time had passed? Rumble. The slowly tilting Sky Tower suddenly came to a stop. It stopped. Smiles broke out on the dragons' faces. Cheers erupted everywhere. They had thought they would fail. But against all odds, they had succeeded. How's it over there? It seems pretty quiet. Maybe they've already captured him. The distant rumbling sounds faded. Just as they were about to turn toward Doru's direction. Swoosh! A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the base of the Sky Tower. What is that? The dragon's eyes bulged nearly out of their sockets. It was a gate of light, just like the one they had seen before. Just as they tried to regain control. Boom! The glow intensified. And then exploded. The lake water turned into mist, accompanied by a deafening roar. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky. The dragons who weren't caught in the blast were terrified. The pillar of light quickly faded like mist. My God! Half the lake had vanished. No living creatures remained in the lake. Only fragments and broken limbs floating on the surface remained as evidence that dragons had once been there. As the smoke cleared, the destroyed walls of the tower were revealed. Rumble. Then it started again. The Sky Tower began awakening even faster than before. Now, even if they wanted to stop it, it was too late. The dragons turned toward Doru's direction. Faces full of despair. The white giant stood unharmed in midair. At his feet lay mountains of the bodies of once mighty comrades. The destruction was so severe that it was hard to even distinguish the dragons anymore. Or just chunks of meat casually cut apart. The mysterious white smoke seeping from the corpses was being absorbed by Doalu. Stop resisting. Useless beings. Doalu said. Dozens of spears of light rotated around him at fixed intervals. Silence fell. The dragons who witnessed the massacre reacted in two ways. This can't be real. I have to retreat. Just kill me now. 70% of the dragons charged forward in rage. 30% fled. As Doalu raised his arm, the surrounding spears of light shot out all at once. In truth, their choice didn't matter. Doalu's spears did not distinguish between targets. Only whether they struck the back or the chest. Boom! A spear of light fired by Doalu struck a dragon in midair. A series of explosions marked the resumption of the slaughter. The Dragon King Akitahaka watched from afar. The two heads that had not been corrupted shouted in fury. Sky Tower has collapsed. My subjects are dying. Why are you still standing there? A hellish scene was unfolding. Countless subordinates were dying silently, even if they managed to dodge the spears and get close. The Dragon King Akitahaka watched from afar. The two uncorrupted heads roared in anger. Sky Tower has collapsed. My subjects are dying. Why are you still standing there? A hellish scene was unfolding. Countless subordinates were dying silently, even if they managed to dodge the spears and get close. The surviving subordinates cried out silently. Sky Tower has collapsed. My subjects are dying. Why are you still standing there? A hellish scene was unfolding. The surviving subordinates cried out in silence. I've been just standing by. That's right. After all, I'm the only one who can hurt him. Rather than risking battle, it's better to let the others exhaust themselves. Exhausting the enemy. That is the correct decision. It was a cold, emotionless voice. Idahaka's two heads roared furiously. How dare you? You won't even fulfill your basic duty. Listen carefully. You. That word makes me uncomfortable. I am you. Idahaka. But the only response was a cold sneer. Hearing what the third head said, Idahaka shook his head. You are me? What do you mean? Did you mistake me for a parasitic mushroom? I was born from your desire to defeat Noaldoye. There's no doubt, I am a part of you. What? It was the power from that distant place that awakened me. For me, nothing matters except defeating Noaldoye. Nothing else is important. Because that is what you wished for. Do you understand? The third head spoke calmly. He said he was not a new independent personality, but rather a personality born from the Dragon King himself. The shock was so great that the other heads were left speechless. No one expected such a truth. An ancient proverb now rang truer than ever. Do not be consumed by emotions. Doru, who had nearly wiped out all the dragons, now looked down at the remaining survivors in the city, holding a shining spear in his hand. The third head spoke coldly. Let's go. Boom. The Dragon King's wings suddenly spread open. Like an explosion. Strong winds swept through the ruined city. The shattered fragments didn't shine golden, but pale white. With a single thrust, the massive body charged toward Doru. Your arrogance ends here. The third head roared. A sun-like glow condensed in his mouth. With no other options left, the other two heads also prepared to unleash breath attacks. You. Just as Doalu was about to throw down his spear, he looked up. The Dragon King's massive body, ignoring the gale from its wings, rushed forward rapidly. Boom! Soon after, the Dragon King collided with the star's protection in midair. Although the shield remained intact, due to the overwhelming size difference, Doalu was pushed back, sliding through the air. Rumble! The Dragon King raised his right arm high. His palm began to shine with a dazzling light. The massive magic power gathered in his palm, spread like a mist, distorting space itself. It was a technique he had perfected during the battle with ORSE. The moment Doalu tried to regain his posture, the Dragon King's palm slammed down onto his head. The moment the white light struck the shield, boom! Doalu's body was smashed into the ground. Disappear. At the same time, 3 breath attacks shot from the Dragon King's mouths. Boom! The converged breaths engulfed Doalu. The compressed air erupted violently, sending shockwaves in all directions. Just as the third head was certain of victory. Swoosh! A spear of light pierced through the breath beam and stabbed into the Dragon King's side. Ah! The 3 heads' eyes widened. The breath that had been pouring out abruptly stopped. The spear pierced through the scales and into his internal organs. A familiar voice echoed. Useless being. Above the hole on the ground, Doalu's body slowly rose. There were still no visible injuries on his ivory-like skin. How is this possible? This can't be happening. The third head trembled as he spoke. But Doalu gave no reply. He turned and flew away. Why, you stop right there. The third head was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, the spear lodged in his side emitted a dazzling light. There was no time to react. Boom! The exploding beam of light engulfed Idahaka. Ah! At last, Bishop Palsnet of the Northwest Diocese knelt to the ground. The followers who had accompanied him also knelt in reverence. Lifting his gaze, he looked to the distant sky over Yadrin. Doru was hurling spears. First star, unleash your destruction freely. Palsnet said excitedly. Finally, the omen of the star's descent had appeared. When the Pope had altered the plan before, Palsnet hadn't understood why, but now it had succeeded. Exploiting Idahaka's inferiority complex and obsession. It was truly a genius move. Standing up, Palsnet said. Let's go. Return to headquarters. He had just completed his mission in Yadrin, and was retreating with his subordinates. Now, they had reached the edge of the island. Just a little further, and they would reach the private jet that had been prepared. Suddenly sensing something unusual, Palsnet looked up. Huh? His subordinates didn't respond. He turned around, and froze. Two young men, battered and bruised, stood there, staring at him. Hello. She. The two fierce-looking young men raised a hand in greeting. Palsnet gasped sharply. He hadn't noticed a thing on the way here. Both of them looked like they had crawled straight out of a cauldron in hell. Their clothes were torn and ragged. Their bodies covered in countless wounds. And they were drenched in dark, unknown blood from head to toe. The deep crimson stains showed they had fought bloody battles countless times. Who are these people? Taking a closer look at the two, Palzine's face darkened. Why are you here? Looking closely, they were the same troublemakers from Sky Tower. At that moment, the devastation around him came into view. He was the only one still alive. All the praying believers had become headless corpses. Lying on the ground, Luanen spoke. We were being chased by 11 dragons. When we woke up, we were here. It was 12. Shulafin, who had been silent, corrected the number. They had just escaped the Dragon King's pursuers. Panting heavily, Palzine spoke. You damned brats. Gale force. He was preparing to unleash an omnipotent incantation. The hilt in Shulifin's hand trembled slightly. A gust of wind swept across Palzine's tongue. Slice. His tongue spun through the air and fell to the ground. Seeing that thick piece of flesh, Palzine's eyes widened dramatically. Ah! Blood gushed out. A piercing pain, like a cut slashing through his throat, struck him. He wanted to faint. But the position of bishop was not something he had bought with money. Forcing himself to endure the intense pain, he drew the warhammer at his waist. But Luanen had already closed the distance. With a swing of his sword, he cut. Palzine's head flew into the air. His body slowly collapsed onto the corpses of his followers. It still ended in bloodshed. Wiping the blood from his face, Luanen sighed. It seemed that many things had happened while they were being pursued. Where did the Dragon King and ORSE go? And why did Sky Tower collapse? Luanen urinated on Palzine's corpse. Raising his head, he looked toward Doalu. The bald head clearly indicated that this was the guy he had seen before. Long time no see. Time felt both long and fleeting. Luanen pulled up his pants and headed toward the city. The eastern sky was gradually brightening. Chapter 255. Fierce Battle v. Number 255. The central head of Idahaka opened his eyes. His vision was blurry. It was as if fog filled the surroundings. The air was thick with a bloody stench. He was lying in a vast space. His head upside down, his neck swinging loosely, like a discarded swing. Bright red blood dripped from between his parted teeth. What happened to me? Idahaka groaned. He remembered charging at the giant with his last breath. Then there had been a flash of light. After that, his memory was a blur. His body couldn't move. He had completely lost all sensation below his head. Although the third head had seized most control before. This was the first time he had lost all feeling. The other two heads were missing. Rolling his eyes around, he spotted the other heads hanging as well. Their eyes were closed, as if they were dead. But slight twitches showed they were still alive. Where is this? First, he needed to assess the situation. Idahaka slowly surveyed his surroundings. The scene was completely unfamiliar. It was almost unrecognizable as Yadrin. It was a wide, empty plaza. Dark stone walls loomed on all sides. A stark contrast to his once glorious residence. The sound of flowing water echoed from afar. Idahaka's eyes suddenly widened. This was the underground drainage system of Yadrin. Ah! Some memories seemed to surface. As he struggled to recall, he suddenly heard a voice. What a masterpiece. Here to inspect it? Huh? It was a familiar voice. Idahaka turned his head and saw an old man standing with his hands behind his back, staring at him. Is that you? Akitahaka's eyes widened. Although the appearance was human, he could easily tell the essence was that of a dragon. Moreover, the aura he radiated felt very familiar. Soon, he recognized the man's identity. Arablack? Is it really you? Long time no see. Old friend. Arablack smiled. A shocked Akitahaka frowned. It had been nearly 1,000 years since their last meeting. The last time they parted. They had just hatched as young dragons. He never expected to meet again in such a place. Akitahaka blinked. And continued. Why are you here? And what's with this elderly appearance? When did you come to Adran? It's been a while. Sorry if it's inconvenient for you. But talking with only one head is much easier. Looking up while speaking is too tiring. Let me lie down for a bit. Your personality hasn't changed. Suit yourself. Arablack really lay down. Even though he could spit out the blood in his mouth. He didn't care at all. Akitahaka stared at him blankly. Then asked. Do you know what's happening to me? I can't feel anything below my head. That's natural. Because you're dying. What? Akitahaka gasped. The sudden talk of death was hard for him to believe. Arablack continued speaking. But, I must say, I admire your vitality. You're the greatest dragon after Nawaldo's. To survive after taking a hit to your side from that monster. That's truly unbelievable. Monster? Ah. Akitahaka's expression suddenly stiffened. Memories buried in the mist slowly resurfaced. The arrival of the giant and the collapse of the sky tower. The third head declared that he was a being born from you. He used his subordinates as bait to try and turn the tide. But ultimately suffered a crushing defeat. As he fell, the night sky glowed a faint dark blue. Finally, he crashed into the ground. His head deeply embedded into the drainage system. Recalling all of this, Idahaka clenched his teeth. Damn it. He felt humiliation and rage. However, there was no surge of fighting spirit or desire to win. Idahaka sighed helplessly. And gave a bitter smile. How empty. He didn't know when things had started to go wrong. Was it when he allied with those shady Nibu and Makleki? Or was it when he decided to defeat Nawaldoye? Now, he could no longer even remember why he had wanted to defeat Nawaldoye. Ali Bleachy looked at him and raised an eyebrow. You're calmer than I expected. Giving up? You don't understand. That is an unbeatable opponent. Even though Ali Bleachy spoke with a provocative tone, Idahaka showed no agitation. The despair he felt at that time had crushed him. Idahaka remembered. Even facing a full power strike from Longshi, Doru remained completely unscathed. Although he couldn't see the side of the body where the hit landed, he could imagine it must have been in terrible condition. His vision gradually darkened, telling him that little life remained. His old friend's words didn't seem like a lie after all. After a brief silence, Ali Bleachy nodded. That too is a choice. After all, it's still a choice. Ali Bleachy did not blame Idahaka. Stroking his beard, he continued. Then, before you die, How about we chat a bit about the past? Rather than wasting time on meaningless regret or questioning. It's better to cherish this precious time. It doesn't matter. Everything is already over anyway. Yeah. That's a good idea. Akitahaka silently agreed. Everything was already over. How it ended didn't matter anymore. Smiling faintly, Arablack began to speak. Hey. Mage. Huh? Do you know what that guy is doing now? ORSE asked. The dawn sky was gradually brightening. He was still trapped inside the cage made by the Dragon King and his subordinates. When the Dragon King suddenly appeared to fight the giant, he left ORSE behind. It was a perfect chance to escape. But the resilient plants and minerals bound by magic couldn't be broken no matter what. Orse's body was wedged between his neck and torso. Even if he wanted to move, he had no strength left, having exhausted all his magic power. He turned toward Orse's direction and stammered. Oh, is he looking for something? Looking for something? Seems like it. ORSE said thoughtfully. Both of their gazes focused on the giant flying in the distance. Doalu, who had slaughtered hundreds of dragons in an instant, had stopped attacking. He was slowly circling over Adran. With the Dragon King defeated, all resistance from Adran's side had completely ended. Beneath Doalu's feet lay the destroyed Sky Tower and the hellscape that was Adran. Only the remnants of Sky Tower's base still jutted out from the ruined city. Amid the pervasive smoke and flames, the former glory was gone. The screams and wails of survivors, the cries of grief, proclaimed eternal destruction. Watching Doalu, ORSE spoke. Why did he stop attacking? I want to know that too. There are still many people alive. Orse frowned. Although the resistance had ceased, there were still quite a few survivors among the ruins. However, Doru had not launched another attack since defeating the Dragon King. This was completely different from his earlier overwhelming aggression. Would he just leave like this? While they were still wondering, watching the giant, Doru suddenly stopped. He extended his arm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The light once again gathered in Doru's palm. It's starting again. Orse's face turned pale. In an instant, a spear of light formed in his hand. There was no time to speak. Boom! A deafening roar. Doru slightly moved his arm, and the explosion shook the ground. Ah! Assam let out another scream. But the attack did not stop there. Doru repeatedly hurled spears of light at the same spot. Boom! Rumble! Each blast sent pillars of light soaring into the sky, tearing through the clouds. Enough. That's enough. Assam covered his ears and curled up. Orse frowned. What's going on? He couldn't understand why Doru was doing this. The area where he was throwing the spears was just an ordinary forest, with no buildings or people. While Orse was still pondering the bizarre behavior, the feathers under Doru's wings began to fall. These shimmering feathers floated beautifully like cherry blossoms in the wind. But he quickly realized they were not ordinary feathers. When the first feather touched the ground, wow! At the point where the feather landed, a flash of white light burst forth. A giant about 3 meters tall slowly rose up. It was as if he had been torn from Doru's wings and shrunk down. His entire body was covered in light, making it impossible to see clearly. Okay. What is that? The giant, now fully standing, let out a roar. Assam's shoulders trembled. Wherever each feather landed, a giant appeared. A foreboding sense of dread surged up inside him. A few minutes later, the number of giants increased from dozens to hundreds. Suddenly, they no longer paid attention to Doalu, who was still hurling spears of light in place and scattered. Most moved toward parts of the city where more survivors remained. Soon, from the direction the giants ran, shrill screams echoed. Ah! Help! Save us! Ah! Hearing the cries, Assam turned his head and froze completely. The smaller giants were finding the survivors and killing them one by one. Fists and legs made of light pummeled, stomped, and even tore apart living people with their bare hands. Crack. A mother holding her child was crushed under a giant's foot. Seeing the blood splattering, Assam let out a despairing scream. Stop. Stop. The belief that they would be spared if they didn't resist was completely wrong. He had to save them immediately. But his body couldn't move. He had exhausted all his magic power during the battle with the Dragon King. No, no. Tears streamed down Assam's face. An overwhelming storm of fear, despair, and helplessness crashed into him. This is insane. That guy's completely lost it. ORSE suddenly looked at Doalu, clenching his teeth. He seemed to understand what Doalu was doing. Without turning around, Assam asked, "Why? Why are they doing this?" ORSE didn't answer immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The tremors felt like earthquakes. But it wasn't an explosion. It was the rumbling caused by something massive turning over deep underground. Boom, boom, boom. The spear of light thrown again triggers a massive explosion. The impact site has formed a deep crater like a meteor pit. Orser says in a low voice, "This guy plans to make all of Adlan crash by destroying the floating stone at the island's center." Chapter 256, The Conflict Period. Alert 256. Boom, boom, boom. The sewer collapses under the tremors, due to the earthquake caused by Dahl's bombardment. But the numb Akitahaka doesn't notice. They are chatting about old times. Sensing something wrong, Ali Boulahay's face freezes instantly. Akitahaka notices the conversation pause and asks, "Ali Boulahay? Ah, sorry. I was lost in thought." Ali Boulahay gives an awkward smile. After stroking his beard a few times, he continues, "Do you remember the day you ascended? Because Nawaldoye left no clues about an heir and abdicated. Things were very chaotic back then. That was hundreds of years ago. So much time has passed. Time always flies by." Recalling the past, Akitahaka chuckles lightly. It feels like yesterday. But when you count, it's a distant past. Adlan, with its vacant throne, fell into chaos. Managing human cities was already difficult, let alone the arrogant dragon clans and their ordinary communities. A capable leader was needed. After long discussions, the dragon clans decided to choose the strongest as monarch in the traditional, simple way. Akitahaka says, "They were all weaklings. Except for me. No one else was worthy." Ha ha. Maybe so. Those dragons who thought themselves strong fought bloody battles to become the dragon among dragons. Akitahaka was one of them, and clearly emerged victorious. Ali Boulahay bursts into laughter. In any case, the result was right. Not only strong, but also with two heads. You really did an excellent job. Maybe it would have taken 3 heads to manage it properly. Shut up. All right. I apologize. Anyway, after that, their old stories continued to unfold. The 2 ancient dragons forgot their desperate situation and immersed themselves in memories. Having spent decades together, they had plenty to talk about. Arablack said, "It's usually considered a very auspicious sign for a dragon to have multiple heads, even rarer than having multiple wings. Thinking back now, when I was just a child, I thought it was an honor just to be able to stay by your side. You were different from the other fools." Akitahaka agreed. In fact, Arablack was one of the few he considered to be on an equal level. After all, he was the most outstanding genius of his family. Hearing that, I'm grateful. Do you remember when we went to see Nawaldos? It wasn't to kill him, but to ask him about the future. It sounds vaguely familiar. Do you remember what he said to you back then? The sudden question left Akitahaka silent. Because that was a very long time ago.